patience. Market decides to come up, top out right here, and then fell all the way down right here. This is how I know that the bottom is real. Okay, I paid attention to the candlesticks afterward. Okay, so after this bottom got created here, and sellers were done selling, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 candlesticks, and as soon as we got to like this upwards direction, I would have liked that. So I probably would have entered around like right here. Stop loss below the daily candlestick supports. And then take profit at previous resistance from where price decided to fall down from. Okay. So I could see price already made the ultimate support, and all I did was catch the higher low entry. So let's go and let's do a fresh example here and see if I can find the setup. So I'm going to pull up the micro Bitcoin. Let me analyze from start to finish. So I'm going to get on my weekly time frame here. Okay, great looking thing I'm looking at here, because we're not at all-time highs. So that's why it's a great looking thing. If you're at all-time highs, you can't long. Okay, you cannot long at all-time highs. Don't do it. Okay, because price always wants to be chasing an area of resistance above current price. That's going to give a reason for buyers to step in. If there's no resistance above current price, there's no reasons for buyers to step in. So only play pullbacks, okay, because then you're going to be buying when buyers step in. It's going to be extremely, extremely simple. So buy after sellers have sold. So I can see here from all-time highs, heavy aggressive selling has been coming into place these last couple of weeks. Okay, extreme selling to the downside. We met up near this area of support here. Okay, met up near this area of support here, and we're going to go ahead and see what this is going to entail. So on my weekly here, we have a red candlestick. Get on my daily here. So on my daily here, start seeing price try to curl up, but it's a lot of mixed match candlesticks. A lot of green, red, green, red, green, red, not the same color. Okay, if these were just straight green candlesticks for the most part, heading in upwards direction, then it'd be a lot more definitive. But in this case here, it's very, very spotty, not direct big candles. Right after like this low, for example, okay, heavy green candles, 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy green candles. Even after this one, kind of, we had a heavy green candle here, had to run one. But then after this higher low, straight green candles. This one here, we hit this low, and then a green candle, then a red candle, a green candle, and then kind of a doji, and then a red candle. So this one, I don't believe is fully ready yet. We could see this could be a higher low in the formation, and then we could see if maybe this low wants to hold or something. This low right here. Price seems to be trying to find itself some support here. Okay. So this is why we scale down to our smaller time frames, just to see things a little closer. So we're going to go ahead and have this. We have this super low here. We got a higher low than that. So as you can see from this higher low, the V did get filled in from right here. So that's really good. So we'll see about this V. All right, because we're looking for a setup right now. So on the 4-hour here, I see price. I actually like this a lot, honestly. Even if I don't take it to all the way up there, this area of resistance will be fine. Same thing with this area here. Okay. Even if I wanted to just take it to this one up here, that'd be fine. So I like this a lot, actually. This is what I've analyzed. Is price making higher lows recently? Yes. Bottom, up, pause, down. Okay, and the pause that it made down is higher than the previous pause. So this high is higher than this low. Higher lows mean staircase trending in upwards direction. Okay, and we're buying after sellers sold. We're buying after all-time highs dump. So I like this a lot. Okay, I see higher lows being in place, and I think this is a new low being in place. Why? Because I have one area of support here. And guess what? I also have a whole nother candlestick. It has me so excited right now. Boom, whole nother candlestick. Boom. And I'm on my 4 hour here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles headed in an upwards direction. So get on my daily here. I could wait for one more daily candlestick to be green. Like if this daily candlestick closes green, then I would feel comfortable for sure taking it up to maybe like at least this resistance up here. Honestly, I won't be scary. Play big, take profits. I would at least take it up to this resistance up here for sure. So I need at least one more. I'm gonna be patient though. Patience is everything. Don't just get in and be like, oh, higher lows, because sometimes your lower time frames could be your worst enemy. So on my 4 hour, do I like it? Yes. But we don't tunnel vision. You know what I'm saying? We need the real thing in life. So boom, have this super low being made, higher low being made, and then another higher low being made. Okay. So I have 4 green candlesticks on the 4 hour. I like it a lot. Okay. I'm going to decide I'm going to close all the way up here at these 2 areas of resistances. Right here. This is where I want to close. Okay. This is the strong area of resistance. You see how price marked it and hit it twice? Definitely not for no reason. So strong area of resistance, price has beef with. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is you can either do this too. But yeah, you can analyze your higher lows. And I can get on my 15-minute here. Four-hour. Okay, so either going to be looking for like a tiny little 4-hour wick. Okay, because right now the 4-hour candlestick is red. So right now selling is in place. Okay, so I only want to buy when it's buying. Okay, so right now it's making a little mini V. So I believe this is the top of the V right here that it's making with these 2 resistances. Let's get on the 15-minute. You see these 2? Okay. So you want to remember, you do not want to buy when price is selling. So you would not buy right now on the 15-minute and the 4-hour. Price is heading in a downwards direction. But overall, we're in an uptrend. Okay, but you want to be buying at the right time, though, is the thing. You want to be buying at the right time. So right now, sellers are in place, but overall, buyers are in place. Okay, so to get that specific entry, you can scale down to your 15-minute, be like, okay, I can see these 2 areas of resistances. That's why price is falling down. Once you start seeing green candlesticks, or once you start seeing a green candlestick on your 4-hour or your 15-minute, then a lot of times that's how you know buying will be ready. But right now it's falling down from an area of resistance. I need to wait for these, wait for this candlestick to go from red to green to show me that buying is real again. Okay. I do not want to buy when selling is occurring if I'm trying to buy a pullback. That's just not what I want to do. It's not what you're going to be looking for. It's called a pullback for a reason, because you're expecting it to go back up and it's just pulling down for a second. So right here, sellers are in place. Red candlestick. Price is heading down even on the 15-minute. Okay, now if I'm on my 4-hour and I get a red to green candlestick, then I would feel a lot more comfortable with going ahead and to enter. Because price might want to honestly fall down a little bit lower. I could get a little bit lower entry and save myself on some drawdown. But if this red candlestick were to go from red to green, that means buyers were to go ahead and be in place. And then from there, I should be able to go ahead and you can have your target all the way up there, for example. And then, you know, you could do your stop loss under here. And this would be, give me about a 1 to 3. Okay. So this would be about a 1 to 3 here. Extremely profitable trade. Really nice trade. So catching your setups is about taking your time, really. It's about just seeing what you need to see. So I'll do one more setup here. So I head on my weekly. Not mark at all-time highs, because this is going to be the most obvious place that we've recently fell from. So I'm on my weekly. Okay, not quite all-time highs. It's going to be over here. It's exactly what we get on the weekly. You want to zoom all the way out, see all the price action you can. That's going to be all-time highs. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and put a line down at this new area of resistance here. Okay, the area of resistance where we're recently falling down from. I can see price making higher lows. Price has a super low here. and I could see higher lows being put in over time, which means that we are headed in a upwards direction. Okay, we're trying to get up here to all-time highs. So this is what I analyze here on my weekly. So on my weekly right here, the current candlestick is red, so we would not be buying right now. Okay, we would not be buying right now because we're currently selling at the moment. So we want to see if there's any reason why. Yep, I can see exactly why we are selling. So try and analyze why price is doing it, what it's doing. The price doesn't just do stuff randomly a lot of the times. As you can see on the weekly, I have this area of resistance here. You'll be able to see it a little clearly on the daily. This area of resistance is linked to this new area of resistance that just got created. So that's why price is falling in a downwards direction, logically. Now let me head over to my daily here. You're going to be able to see the curl a little bit closer here on the daily. Okay, price hit the area of resistance that it matched with over here. Okay, price did some break and retest. Price came down and then wicked back up to the specific black line and then tanked down. Okay, so this is a very, very nice area of resistance that price likes. So we need to get back to this area though. So now this is so simple. It's the easiest way to play pullbacks. Just wait for sellers to sell first. So you can see that's why sellers are selling. Price at an area of resistance. So right now sellers are selling straight red candlesticks on my daily time frame with it right now. I'm waiting for price to bottom out. Okay, and this is the easiest way to not get faked out. So people got faked out on this candlestick, for example. And let me head over my 4-hour. Okay, so this candlestick right here, people bought this. And price decided to wake up, and people probably thought they caught the ultimate bottom. You never want to try and catch the ultimate. Okay, you want to catch the higher low entry. So check it out by staircase. You see how this low's here? And then you have this low. Then you have this low. If I zoom in, I have this low. This low. This low. This one. Okay. So we could see price dumping in and making each of the higher lows. We'll go ahead and start it from all the way over here. Got price all the way down here. Support. Higher low. Another higher low. Price continues to just go in an upwards direction. Okay, we got these areas of support here. Mixed with this one. Mixed with this. Trending. All we're doing is buying the bottom higher low entry. Exactly, yes sir. That's all we got to do. Just buy the bottom entry. See how these two supports over here are correlated with each other? Very, very cool. Let's check this out. Check out this higher low right here with the recent higher low that we just did. And then we're still trending in the upwards direction here. I'm on my 4-hour right now with it. You can see we came down a little bit. Still, this low is higher than this low. And then we decided to trend up again and continue the higher lows. As you can see, we're filling in multiple of these. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Boom. Pullback. Pullback. And it's the same parameters every time too. No. So boom, pullback. So now we just need price to bottom out at an area. And we need 2 to 6 green candlesticks. And once I start seeing that and price filling in the right side with some green candlesticks going up, I'll catch the right bottom. Okay. But right now, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. People probably got burned right here with these candlesticks. Yep. But if you get on your daily here, we only have 1 candlestick. So this is why you need your daily. This is why I say 2 to 6. So that's why your daily and your 4-hour is really important. You can't just tunnel vision on your 4-hour. You need 2 to 6 candlesticks on your daily and or your 4-hour. Okay, so right here, it was only what, 1 green candlestick on the daily probably, and then another one open red. So if we have one green candlestick on the daily and another one open green and we're heading in an upwards direction, I'm taking that. Stop loss below the lows, taking it to the highs. Gotcha. So a lot of the times I'm overnighting. So I'm always overnighting actually. So each one of the setups I'm overnighting because I can just focus on my higher time frames, which is the real bread and butter. And yeah, and that makes it really, really easy. And that's going to be how you can play pullbacks. Let's go ahead and talk about crypto wallets. So I want to go ahead and break down the difference between hot wallets and cold wallets, as well as keeping your crypto secure by making sure you guys lock down your seed phrase. So let's jump into exactly how we can secure our cryptocurrency. Inshallah, if God wills. Boom. Let's talk about how to secure your crypto like a pro. So if it's not your keys, it's not going to be your coins. I want you guys to understand the difference between ownership and just keeping your keys on a broker that if they get shut down or something like that, you won't have access to your crypto, or they could even limit how much crypto you could send, withdraw, deposit, etc. And that's not what you want. The whole reason we're trading crypto in the first place is so we can have some freedom over our money, inshallah. So let's talk about it. So hot versus cold wallets. So the vital distinction, understanding where your private keys live is going to be step one. Understanding where your private keys live is going to be step number one. So the hot wallet is going to be online. Apps on your phone or your computer, for example, Coinbase or MetaMask, keys are on a device connected to the internet. Convenient, but can be hackable. If people guess your Google or hack into your 2FA or multi-factor authentication, etc., then they're going to be able to have access to your crypto. Not what you want, because then they're going to have access to your money. So let's talk about what a cold wallet is. So a cold wallet could be like a USB drive, a little block device, etc. And it's going to be a physical device, and it's a hardware wallet that stores keys offline. And it never touches the internet, and it only signs transactions. So what you can do is buy your crypto on a hot wallet and then transfer it to a offline cold wallet. So it's kind of going to be like cash, but cryptocurrency. So you guys are going to be able to transfer it to hot wallets and transfer it to your bank if you ever need to, etc. So a cold wallet is pretty much going to be like cash, but for crypto. And a hot wallet is going to be like the online live store where you can purchase and store cryptocurrency as well too, but it comes with limitations. Let's continue on. So the seed phrase, also known as the recovery phrase, make sure you guys keep this safe. I don't care if you guys put it inside of a notebook, if you guys write down the keys on a piece of paper. A lot of the times it's going to be a 12 to 24 key word phrase, okay? And it's going to be random words like this. So for instance, like which, collapse, practice, feed, etc. And then 24, some brokers only do 12, okay? So when you create a wallet, you get 12 or 24 random words, and this is going to be the key to your vault, pretty much. If you lose the words, okay, then you cannot get access to your vault. Once again, if you lose the words, you're not going to be able to gain access to your vault. So never type it in on a computer unless it's somewhere where you feel it's secure and safe. Try not to take photos of it because people can hack into your iCloud. I'm not too sure about Google. I haven't had a Samsung phone in a few years, but I'm sure there's going to be ways that people could access your photos too. And try to write it down on like a piece of paper, multiple piece of paper if you can. Store it somewhere, you know, in case paper gets burned, lost, wet, etc. And try and just store it password protected. If you do store it online, there's going to be ways to password protect your documents. You guys can put it inside of a WinRAR file. WinRAR is going to look like the stack of books. It's going to be an icon. And you should be able to put a .text file, .txt. And you could put it inside the WinRAR and then password protect it. And then you could upload it somewhere, wherever you want, because only you know the password at the end of the day. So keep these words secure and safe. Please, for the love of God, do not lose these words. And there's going to be a lot of phishing scams and stuff like that too. You're going to see online like, hey, I lost my account, and it's going to be a bunch of random words like this. They want you to log in, buy crypto, and they're going to try and take your money. So never try and take people's money. Never log into somebody else's wallet. Okay, be righteous, be focused on God, and be focused on your bag. Stay in your bag. Don't try and scam. Don't try and do little weird stuff trying to get some money real quick. Stop it. Okay, be genuine, work hard, and most importantly, pray every day. So keep these words secure, and you guys can also keep these words for your kids, your family down the line, etc. Just as long as you keep it secure. Stuff happens in life, though. Once again, papers could get wet, fires, etc. A lot of stuff goes down. But if you write it down like some metal, keep it with you, and upload it to multiple sources with a password protected form, then you could have your money secure in a nice way. Let's continue on. So hardware wallets, okay, the standard. Boom. Physical security. To be a pro, you must move significant funds off exchanges such as Coinbase, okay? And how it works. The device generates keys internally, and the keys never leave the chip at all. And you must physically press buttons on the device to approve any outgoing money. So hackers cannot press the buttons remotely. You got to have the actual cold device in front of you. Now, you can't be running your mouth telling everyone on the block like, yo, I got 10,000, I got 1 million on my crypto wallet right now. You know what I'm saying? That's not playing a good game. Still, you got to be secure. Just like if you have cash, you know, you got to worry about little security things. And for verification, you must physically press buttons on the device to approve anything. Okay, so unless somebody actually has it or robs you, God forbid, okay, keep it safe, keep it locked away, keep it inside of a safe, even if you got to, and just keep it secure. And some popular brands are going to go ahead and be Trezor, there's Ledger, Cold Card, and Bitbox. There's going to be some other ones as well too, and they pretty much just look like little USB devices. Now, let me go ahead and tell you guys about something. May God bless his soul. There is a guy who lost his hardware wallet, and he had a bunch of cryptocurrency on it. And he spent millions of dollars clearing a trash excavation site trying to look for it because he accidentally threw it away. So it just like cash, you got to take care of it. There's been times where I've had cash inside of my coat pocket and I accidentally put it inside of the washing machine. And thank God you could wash cash, so it was okay. But like little things like that, like you got to just be on top of it if you're going to have a cold wallet. So if you're lazy, if you're not consistent with your things, you know what I'm saying, things like that might got to change. Pray on it, get better, improve, and just understand that the hardware wallet and cold wallets, you got to take care of them. It's going to be secure, but you got to keep it secure yourself in real life. All right. And the passphrase, the 25th word, the hidden wallet. Advanced security feature supported by most hardware wallets. So the seed phrase plus the passphrase equals a totally new wallet. So if someone finds your 24 words, God forbid, they see wallet A, okay, and it's going to be more of a decoy, okay, a dummy, a fake, but your real money is going to be in your wallet B, which requires the extra word that you memorize. So if you forget the passphrase, then the funds are going to be lost forever. No recovery, there's no support you can go run to like, hey, I lost my money. Like, no, you want to play cryptocurrency, you want to invest in a cryptocurrency, you got to have the responsibility of pretty much being your own bank. Okay, you control when you send your transactions, you control how you store your transactions, and be on top of your stuff. Okay, just like if you're your own bank, you could choose between cash, digital currency, etc., whatever you want. Okay, same thing with cryptocurrency. You can go hot wallets, cold wallets, find your sauce, do your thing, and do what feels right for you. Okay, if it feels right in your stomach, then that's just what it needs to be. Okay, so fire and flood protection. So paper burns. Psh. Writing your seed phrase on paper is going to be risky. Houses burn down, pipes burst, stuff could get wet. So you could use things like steel plates. Use a center punch, if you guys have ever seen that, kind of like the things that look like Braille. So you could use a center punch, or you could use tiles to record your seed words on a stainless steel or titanium surface. This way that if anything happens, such as a disaster, God forbid, as long as you don't lose it, it's going to go ahead and be indestructible for the most part. It can survive house fires up to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit and corrosion, and as well as any water and things like that. And it's just a one-time cost, kind of like a safe if you wanted to keep your cash, jewelry, etc. safe. So it's a small price to pay to secure your life savings absolutely forever. So keep that in mind. There's going to be multiple things you could do, multiple ways you guys are going to be able to keep your money secure and safe. But keep your money to yourself. Okay, evil eye is going to be a very real thing in the world, sadly. So don't be running around telling everyone on the block where you have your cold wallet, where you have your phrase, etc. Okay, keep it just between you and your family, inshallah. So as far as the security checklist, right, let's ask ourselves, do we buy a hardware wallet? Okay, because if not, you could go ahead and invest into a Treasure, Ledger. There's going to be multiple ones you could check out. Hop on Amazon, eBay, the internet. There's going to be some hardware wallets you could check out. Okay, God wills. And write the seed phrase on steel. Try not to do it digitally just in case you ever get hacked, God forbid. And never type the seed phrase into a computer or a browser unless it's password protected. If it's password protected, okay. And try to use the extra passphrase for extreme large amounts in case somebody ever gets your 24 words. And always do a small test transaction first. Okay, you want to do a small test transaction first. So that's going to go ahead and be it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Don't ever give up, even when things get hard. Pray to God every single day. Try to work out if you guys are feeling any type of anxiety or anything like that about your money. Keep it secure and don't be overly boastful. Okay, spend moderately and catch you guys in the next one. Read Quran and listen to God. It's the easiest way to be successful. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Trading options can really be crazy. You could be right directionally and still be losing money, and I know that can be extremely confusing. So I want to break down the Greeks for you guys. They're the factors that control your options P&L and your contracts. And if you don't understand the Greeks, you just aren't trading. You're donating money to Wall Street and the people selling you the contracts. So here's going to be the cheat sheet to the engine that actually drives your contracts. I'm going to explain delta, gamma, theta, and vega, and understand that you can't control the market, but you can control your risk and the math. Let's go and let's jump into it. Inshallah, if God wills. Before we even think about throwing $1 into options, we gotta understand the Greeks. Inshallah, if God wills. It's extremely important. You don't want to just be in a trade, seeing it go up, and you have some calls purchase, and you're like, why am I not making any money? It can be heartbreaking. It can be confusing. And I'm telling you guys, the science, the math behind these Greeks, once you understand them, you're going to be able to avoid a lot of things. So before we get started, let me go ahead and just tell you guys a quick little cheat code to help you with Greeks. Your time that you have as far as when your contract is going to expire on options is the most important thing. Stop trying to buy 0 DTE contracts and have extremely far take profits. Okay, that's not making sense. Okay, if you're going to play on the higher time frames and have further take profits, then you need to have more time on your contract. Okay, ideally, one of the best ways to play options is via leaps. Okay, you guys might have heard me talk about leaps before, but what leap contracts are contracts that expire in 1 to 2 years. Okay, when you give yourself years on your contract, you have so much time to sit and wait for price to reverse, because you have to understand that the United States stock market, it's meant to go in the upwards direction year after year after year. Okay, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, these are all global companies that are implemented into the whole world. Okay, but these are American companies. So the US stock market, which is based off of stocks, okay, which options derive from, has to go up year after year after year after year. So you have to understand that. Okay, you can't be closing your trades early because you're like, oh, it's just going down for a couple of days, couple of weeks. If you have time on your contract, because your risk on options is how much the contract actually costs. So if your contract costs $200, the max you could lose is going to be that $200, but the max you could win is going to be infinite. Okay, so putting everything into perspective like that really does help you. So your stop loss on options should be exactly how much you purchased the contract for. Okay, if you purchase a contract for $200, then on options, that should be your stop loss. Okay, don't close your trades early. Purchase time on your contracts. Okay, and use your stop loss as the full value that you purchased the contract for. And I'm telling you guys, watch how your trading will change. Let's go and let's jump into how these Greeks actually work though. So trading options is going to be kind of like driving a race car. You're going to have 4 main gauges on your dashboard. They're going to go and have your delta. Your delta is going to go ahead and determine how fast that you're going. Then you're going to have your gamma. Your gamma is going to determine how much your contracts are accelerating. Your theta is going to be your fuel tank leaking. Okay, for example, think of it as time. And your vega is how bumpy the road is. okay, the fear, the intrinsic value baked into it. Understanding these Greeks are really going to change everything. Okay, let me go ahead and tell you guys a quick story. There's been a time where I was trading SPX. Okay, I was trading a 0 DTE, and what DTE stands for is date to expiration. Okay, so whatever the day is before you see DTE is how many days before the expiration. So if it's 0, that means that the contract will close on the same day. Okay, so the stock market is open from 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so in each time market comes up to 9:30 a.m. Eastern, that's another day that goes by. Okay, but if we're going to play a 0 DTE, then the contract has to be closed by 4 p.m. Eastern. So what I did was open up a SPX contract during a Jay Powell speech. I'm sure you guys have heard of Jay Powell, and was up around $930. The reason why I didn't win that trade is because of greed, pure greed. What I did was trade with P&L instead of looking at the actual chart and understanding Greeks, so I got burned anyways. So I didn't close the trade, one, because I was P&L trading, and I didn't understand the Greeks. Two things. Okay, so the first reason, I was on like $930 and didn't close it because it wasn't $1,000. I was trying to make 4 figures a day. Stupid mindset, I know. I was young. But thank God I learned. And another reason why I lost is because I just didn't understand the Greeks, truthfully. Okay, so SPX, I told myself, you know what, if I'm up $930 right now, but you have to understand that things work off of acceleration options. If you have a bunch of price action bursting really, really quick, happening fast, your contracts are going to be going up. But as soon as that contract slows down, starts consolidating, if you don't have enough time on your contract, okay, then your contract value is going to go down immediately. Okay, so if it's bursting in a certain direction that you have a contract based in, so let's say you have a calls contract, okay? Calls contracts mean that you're preparing for market to go in an upwards direction. So let's say you have a calls contract, right? If market's pumping up super duper fast, okay, even if you have an out the money contract, and what that means is, let's say a contract, let's say a stock is at $30, right? And you think it's going to go up to $35. Okay, if you buy a $35 contract, which is out the money, okay, it's not there right now, okay, then if price is bursting really fast, even though it's not near $35 yet, you're still going to see some profit. But once again, as soon as that price action starts consolidating and going sideways, your profit can instantly be wiped away from you if you don't have enough time on your contract. So having time on your contract, theta, is going to be one of the most important things. So try and buy contracts that are 1 to 2 years out. Okay, this is going to give you guys a lot of more flexibility and purchasing power to really do what you want with your contracts and how you want to trade on the markets. Okay, so let's go and let's break it down. So delta is going to go ahead and be the speed. Okay, so here's a definition. So if the stock price moves up $1, how much money will the option make? Okay, so if the stock price moves $1 and the delta is 0.50, then that means the option price will move 0.50. Okay, so 0.50 per dollar. Okay, so that means that every time the stock moves $1, okay, the options price would go ahead and move 0.50 cents. Okay, and remember, you want to go ahead and multiply everything by 100. Okay, so the options price 0.50 is going to go ahead and equal $50. Okay, that's going to go ahead and equal $50 once again. So you want to grab whatever decimal number you see on options and multiply that by 100. Okay, so 0.50 times 100 is going to be $50. Okay, if you're going to have 2.70 times 100, that's going to go ahead and give you 270. Okay, if you're going to have 4.50, you got to multiply that times 100. It's going to be 450. Okay, so whatever one of these decimal numbers that you see, you got to multiply it by 100. You have to. Okay, multiply all decimal numbers that you see in the options world by 100 in order to get the actual currency value of that. So think of delta as the concert ticket. So it's going to be the coupon, right? Imagine you have a coupon to buy a concert ticket for $50. Okay, and let's say the price rises. If tickets are sold out and scalpers are selling them for now $100, your coupon is now very valuable. Okay, that's high delta. And let's say the price drops, right? If nobody wants to go and tickets are $10, your $50 coupon is now worthless. Okay, that's zero delta. So you want your delta to increase, because the more that your delta is increasing, the more that your contract is going to have more value behind it. Okay, but if price is dropping and your contract isn't working out in your favor, or it's not going in the direction which you have purchased, okay, so if you bought a calls contract and market's not going up, okay, then that means that the delta is going to help destroy your contract because your prediction is not right. Okay, but if your prediction is right, then the delta is going to go ahead and go up, deeming your contract valuable, making your contract more expensive, meaning you'll make more money. And gamma is going to go ahead and equal the turbo boost. So think of it as acceleration, right? Delta tells you your speed, and gamma tells you how fast your speed is changing. So think of gamma kind of like the nitro button. A super fast acceleration, okay? Think of this rocket ship. Boom, the turbo is behind it. So gamma is going to be like the nitro button in a racing game, okay? So you're speeding steady, and then you got to just burst, okay? That's what gamma predicts. So gamma makes your profits explode faster as the stock goes in your favored direction. So if you're on a calls contract, meaning that you're waiting for a price to go in an upwards direction, then the acceleration is going to help your contract make a lot of money, even if it's out the money once again. So let's say the current share price is going to be $30, okay? If you think price is going to go up to $40, okay, you don't buy a $40 contract, okay? What you're going to do is buy a $31 contract, okay? So always buy the number one above or below current price in order to have your Greeks move the best, okay? If you guys don't want to get destroyed by Greeks, do this. Buy contracts 1 to 2 years out, okay? Buy contracts 1 to 2 years out, and buy contracts. If you're buying a calls contract thinking market's going to go up, I don't care where your take profit is. If the share price is $40, the contract you should be purchasing is a 41 call contract, okay? That's just what you should be opening, okay? You should be opening a 41 call contract, okay? And if you're going to buy a puts, then you should be opening a $39 put contract, okay? So understand that in order to have the best Greeks as possible, you need to have the best contracts. You need to make sure that you have as much time as possible on your options contract, and on top of that, you need to make sure that your prediction is going to be hit fairly quickly, or very likely to be hit. Even if it's more expensive, it's worth it. You don't want to just throw money into the void just because contracts are cheap. They're cheap for a reason, and they're plotting on you and preying on you for your understanding to not kick into your brain so that they can make some money. It's trading for a reason. These options contracts aren't just spawning. You have to understand that somebody is creating these options contracts behind. All right. So theta, it's going to be the melting ice cream, ticking time bomb. All right. Theta is extremely important. So time is money. And every day you hold an option, it loses a tiny bit of value. So once again, this is why I really put on emphasis on, if you're going to play options, try and buy contracts that have 1 to 2 years out. This way, you guys are going to be able to sit on your contracts with confidence. You're going to be able to hold it, and you're going to be able to do your thing. Okay. So theta is the time decay. So let's say day one value of a contract, right? Let's say you have a weekly expiration. So let's say you have a 7 DTE. Okay. 7 DTE. Let's go and let's break this down. So DTE stands for date to expiration. Okay. So the DTE tells you how much time is left. Okay. Then the number tells you how much time is left. Okay, so if you have 7 days before expiration, then in 7 days, the options contract will disappear and it'll go ahead and be expired. Okay, and whatever you get, you get. Okay, if it closes in the money, which means that you're up some profit, then you'll get that. But if it closes worthless or down, then you'll just get the remainders. Okay, so understand that theta is going to be the time decay. So here's how our options contract works. So day one value could be $100. And theta decay could be -$5, right? And let's say the day two value could be $95, even if the stock didn't even move, okay? But because on options, you're getting paid based off of time and prediction, you could lose money during a chop, okay? So if the market is sideways and it's not going in a direction, it's not like shares or crypto where your money will just sit there. Your option could be deemed worthless because you're getting paid based off of how fast and how right you're going to be. All right, so here's an example of theta, right? Think of it as a rental pass. So theta, let's say you have a 30-day pass. Say, imagine you bought a 30-day pass to a theme park, okay? So day 1 versus 29. So on day 1, the path is worth a lot. It's jumping. On day 29, it would pretty much be almost worthless because the time ran out. The pass was only good for 30 days, okay? So your options contract is only good for the amount of time that you purchase it for. So you want to be able to have as much time on it, try and have some years on it. This way, if anything goes wrong, any type of speeches, with any type of government shutdowns or anything that affects the market, that would make the market move in a negative reaction from whichever way that you purchase, okay, then you'd be able to survive that, okay? You wouldn't just be getting destroyed, okay? So when you have time on your contract, instead of having a 30-day pass, imagine having the 3-year pass or the 2-year pass, okay? The 30-day pass is not long enough. Okay, so the lesson, don't hold on to options that are worthless. Otherwise, pretty much they're going to just melt away anyways. Okay, so buy your contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, try and buy them 1 to 2 years out, and make sure you have your take profits too. Okay, so that's also what I mean by don't hold them too long. You should know exactly where you're going to close. Options is extremely strict. It's not like crypto and shares where you can just sit there and hold it forever. Please don't do that. You need to have a strict place exactly where you know you're going to exit, okay? You need to know where you're going to go ahead and exit, get your money, and close and hit take profit, okay? Once you do that, it's going to be a lot easier to go ahead and progress, okay? Do not sit there and try and hold your options forever, especially once you start seeing profit. Horrible mistake I've made in the past, and inshallah, God wills, that's not something I want you guys to experience, okay? So please have an exit plan, know where your take profit is, and please close your trades. And Vega is going to be the fear index. So think of Vega as hurricane insurance, right? Vega measures how expensive options get when people are scared and horrified. So on a sunny day, insurance is going to be cheap, right? That means that the Vega is low. But when a hurricane is coming, okay, whether it be earnings coming, a big news event, whatever, the insurance is going to be expensive. It's going to raise, and that's going to lead to high Vega. So even if your house is fine, the price of insurance goes up because of the storm. Okay, so you guys might have heard of the term implied volatility. Okay, so when earnings come up or when big events come up for stocks, the options value could shoot up due to the fact that people are preparing for a big move. Okay, so there's a lot of cool plays you can make in options too. So instead of actually playing earnings with certain stocks, if you buy a contract before earnings, you might make a lot of money, but then after the earnings, it might go away just because of the hype and expectations. So people are preparing for the future, and that's why options are even a thing in the first place. So certain times when people are preparing for the futures between a big hurricane event that's going to change a lot, your price of the contract could change regardless if it's in the money or out the money. So very cool things you could do with options. So think of Vega as the earning party, right? So before the party, everyone's excited, right? The price for tickets go up. It's a lot of high volatility. Everyone's hyped. It's jumping. It's good music playing. Everyone is getting turned. Okay, but then after the party, the event is over and the excitement is gone and ticket prices crash instantly. Everyone was like, all right, that's it. We already went. It's not lit anymore. Forget it. Okay, so don't buy options right before a big news event. And if you do, make sure that you sell before the big news event. Okay, you do not want to be in a short-term options plays during news. Okay, this is why I also say try and buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, because if you're playing on your higher time frames, like your daily, your weekly, or even your 4-hour, okay, right, you're gonna have bigger take profits, right? And there might be earnings in between that, which is gonna be amazing, just fine. Because a lot of the times earnings will benefit you for playing the right direction. But if you have 1 to 2 years out, you're not going to be getting destroyed by things like news and certain events like that as easily. Why? Because you have so much time on your contracts. So having time on your contracts kind of wipes out all the negatives of options. Have some time on your contracts and buy reasonable contract too. If the current price is 40, contract you should be purchasing for calls is 41, for puts is 39. Okay, you should always buy the number 1 above or below. That's going to be the best way to avoid these Greeks destroying your profit. I don't want you guys going through any of that weird cringe anxiety or anything like that. Okay, you guys got it. So let's go on this recap. Let's jump into it. So Delta is going to be the speed, right? And it moves with the stock price. Then you're going to go ahead and have Gamma. Gamma is the nitro. It's the thing that accelerates your wins or your losses too. And theta is going to be the melting time. Okay, it's the time that eats your money. Okay, and then you're gonna go ahead and have your vega. That's the storm, and fear makes prices expensive. Okay, so if it's about to be a big news event and you notice your contracts shoot all the way up, try and sell before news events. But if you're playing a higher time frame setup, you know what you're looking at, whether on your weekly, daily, or 4-hour. And if you don't, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here to teach you guys. Okay, whether you guys want to learn how to trade options, futures, crypto, or whatever, I'm down to get into it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up, stay high. Keep grinding. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace. So if you don't know, what controls the price of your rent, your groceries, the gas prices, as well as the crypto and stock market is going to be something called the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. CPI is basically a giant shopping list that the government tracks every single month. They track food, housing, transportation, medical care, all the essentials. And when the total price of that basket goes up, inflation goes up. When it goes down, then inflation eases. And it sounds simple, but here's the catch. Even a small change can shift interest rates dramatically, which can impact your investments and even move the entire economy. Let's go and let's jump into what CPI is and how we can understand what the report is. Inshallah. So let's understand the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. It's going to be extremely simple, and I want to break it down, and I want you guys to understand. Let's go. So what is the CPI in the first place? So the CPI, think of it as a basket of goods. So imagine a giant shopping cart that represents what the average American buys. This is going to go ahead and represent gas prices, groceries prices, food prices, the price of the current rent, housing, etc. Okay, all of this is going to be compiled into a big list, and the government tracks everything. And depending on how much this stuff costs, is going to give us a certain result based on the CPI report. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also known as the BLS, tracks the price of the specific basket every single month to measure inflation. Okay, so they measure housing, food and beverages, car prices, okay, and things related to cars as well too. Cars themselves, gas prices, and even ticket prices for planes and stuff, etc. Okay. And as well as the medical care prices, prices of certain pills, prices of certain procedures, etc. All of that gets tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and gets put into a big report. And that lets us know how well the economy is doing. Okay, so let's continue on, and breaking it down and understanding this is really going to help us know, okay, is the market in a desperate period right now? Are people saving right now? Are people selling their houses right now? Okay, and you really got to ask yourself a couple of questions and put things into perspective. Okay, so let's continue on and let's understand what the CPI is. So let's talk about measuring the inflation. Okay, measuring inflation. So the year over year review, YOY. Okay, when you hear inflation is 5%, it means that the basket of goods cost 5% more today than it did 12 months ago. So that means that the price of a hot dog, let's say in 2015, let's say the price of a hot dog was $2. If in 2025, the price of the hot dog is now $6, okay, inflation occurred. The price went up. The price of the hot dog got more expensive year after year after year. So within a 10-year span, hot dogs went from $2 to $6. So that means that it got $4 more expensive just because time occurred. So that's what inflation is, when stuff is getting more expensive over time. And the reason why that's occurring is because more dollars are getting printed. The more dollars that get printed, then the more prices have to equate for that. Prices are going to equate with how many dollars are available. If there's a lot more dollars getting printed year after year after year after year, then logically things have to result and coincide with that and get more expensive. So why investors even care in the first place? So if inflation is 5% and your portfolio grew 4%, then you actually lost purchasing power. Okay. And the core versus the headline. So stripping the noise. So there's going to be two main types of CPI numbers that are going to go ahead and be released. So there's going to be the headline CPI. The headline CPI is everything in the basket. Once again, we're calculating the food, rent, gas prices, okay, price of certain waters, whether that be for water in our houses, for shower, toilets, etc., or the price of bottled water, okay, price of ice cream. All of that is going to be calculated inside of the basket. And the actual raw number is going to let us know how much Americans are spending on consumerism. That's why it's called the CPI, Consumer Price Index, letting us know how much the economy has consumed. And the core CPI, okay, it removes the food and energy prices from the equation. So the core CPI removes food and energy prices because food and gas prices are going to be volatile. They change every single week, okay? And they change a lot quicker than other things as well too. Okay, food can be thrown on sale. One day a box of macaroni could be $5. Okay, you come back to the store next week, it's back again at $15. Same thing with gas. You could go to one gas station, they might be charging you $3 a gallon for some 87, and then at another gas station for some 87, it might cost you $2.79. Okay, so it's really going to go ahead and differentiate, and food and energy are going to be a lot more volatile than other things related into the basket. So the Fed prefers just the core CPI, and the core CPI is the number calculated in the basket of the stuff that Americans are consuming, okay? And other countries have CPI too, but in this case, we'll just talk about US, but it takes the amount of resources that a country is consuming, and the core CPI report is just going to go ahead and remove food and gas prices since they're volatile and could hedge the numbers and make them spike up higher than they maybe should be. So the federal connection. So we'll talk about the policy tool. The Federal Reserve has a mandate to keep inflation at around 2%. 2% is going to be a pretty stable rate, and that's letting us know that the economy is not going in haywire. So a high CPI, the Fed will raise interest rates to cool the economy down, which is going to be really bad for stocks and bonds. If people are paying more money in percentage yields on interest, then that's going to go ahead and leave them less money to invest. Or what people would go ahead and do is take out their investments in order to make up for certain interest rates getting more expensive, etc. And we'll talk about a low CPI rate. So when the economy is in a good position, it's very stable, and it's in a cool position, the Fed may lower the interest rates to stimulate the growth because people are going to be paying back less in loans, paying back less in debt, etc., leaving a lot more supplemental income to invest into stocks. So when the CPI report is low, a lot of the times you start seeing market burst up in an upwards direction because it's letting us know that everyone else has money, and the stock market and crypto market, we move as whales and sheeps. Everyone has to be doing the same thing in order for the market to move. Everyone has to be buying at once in order for it to go up, and everyone has to be selling in order for it to go down. So that's why it's really imperative to make sure you're trading with the trend. If you're not trading with the trend, you're just going to be losing money for no reason. And that's why Wall Street really holds its breath on CPI release date. It's really a big report that predicts what the Fed will do next and a big predictor on how the market will move. A lot of times right after the CPI report drops, especially if you're a futures or Forex trader, you can get on your 1 minute and you can see the actual candle of CPI. So seeing that and watching those month after month after month of CPIs really taught me and let me know how the market decides to trend after a CPI report hits the market. And market volatility, so the tantrum that it throws. So algorithms read the CPI report in milliseconds, and the market reaction can be extremely violent. In a second, CPI could make the market zip down or burst in an upwards direction. And once again, if you're on your futures 1 minute, you can see it and see the news directly. And CPI coming in hot is going to mean that stocks have a higher chance to drop in a downwards direction due to the fact that interest rates are going to be higher. So interest is going to be bad. There's a reason why God talks about it in a negative manner. Interest does not benefit anything. Interest only hurts. It hurts the people, hurts the stock market, and it just leaves us less money in order for actually building our actual assets, whether it be it for real estate, building your stock portfolio, etc. And if the CPI report comes in cool and lower, a lot of the time stock has a good chance to rally in an upwards direction. Same thing with the indexes, known as the NQ, which is going to represent for the NASDAQ 100. You're going to have the ES, which is going to represent the S&P 500. You're going to have the Dow Jones, which is going to represent the YM, also known as US 30. Okay, so each one of these things are going to be affected by the CPI. So CPI is an extremely, extremely, extremely important report. And what you might see actually a lot of the times is price action slowing down, getting a little choppy, getting a little slow before the CPI report comes out. Because people are holding their tongues, they're freezing their wallet. They're like, hold on, before I deploy this bread, let me make sure market's doing what it actually needs to be doing. And then boom, they're going to go ahead and put that money down. So watch the trend. One bad month is not a crisis, but a trend is. Watch how the trend shifts after CPI. Does market want to head in an upwards direction? Does market want to go in a negative direction? Okay, and for how long? Make sure you're trading with the trend. Trading with the trend is going to be the separation tool between being profitable and unprofitable. Okay, you have to make the decision that the market is making. Otherwise, you will lose money. If market's going in an upwards direction, that is the direction that you should be playing in. And it's not at all-time highs, then that's how you should be playing. Okay. If you're on a Forex trade for something like that, for example, and the CPI report comes out and a currency pair starts going downwards, okay, then that's going to go ahead and let you know the trend. I don't care if you're on stocks, Forex, futures, wherever. Be wary of the CPI report, especially before you put in the trade. Okay. Keeping an eye on news. And a lot of the times you'll notice too, news is going to be baked into the price action too. So try not to fight the Fed. If CPI is high and rates stay high, try to adjust your portfolio. Okay. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. If you want to learn more about investing, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here for you guys for any type of situation, whether you guys are struggling with unprofitability, whether you're profitable right now, but you just want to be a little more consistent. You want to see how you can funnel more of your income. Just come book a free call. I'm here for you guys. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Let's stack cash. We need to get to a different level. Check this out. Listen to that. You want your engine to make some noise. It's time to start grinding. It's time to start putting in work. And it's time to get to a different level. I don't want you guys being stagnant. I don't want you guys suffering. And I don't want you guys living the same type of lifestyle that you've been living the past couple of years. Let's go hard. Let's push it and let's go forward. Forget what everyone else is talking about. The people that's around you could also be holding you back. If you want to stack cash, the number one thing that you need to do is check your environment. See who you're around. Are the people around you grinding? Are they hustling? Are they tunnel vision on the same vision that you're on? Because if not, it's going to hold you back. It's going to slow you down. And I want you guys here at Stackmode to get to the next level. We have to progress and we have to go forward. Depression, anxiety, fear, any type of scared emotions, we don't have time for. You should only fear God. And that's it. That's it. Only fear God. Don't fear no person, no man. Don't fear any thought of you failing. There's no such thing as failure. You only fail when you stop. Keep going. Even if you have what's called a setback, take that as a lesson, go forward and go harder. Don't waste your time on this earth. We have one life to live, and if you want to stack cash, you have to be disciplined. You have to be extremely disciplined. Because even if you get the money, you have to be able to keep the money. You have to be able to grow the money. You have to be able to invest the money. So when you're stacking cash, right? Say if you have one source of income right now, you need multiple sources of income. If you have one source of income right now, you need to go to Stackmode.net, go to the description, and you need to change that, okay? Book a trading or business call. I have courses and ebooks because there's no reason why you have one source of income. You are one bad decision, one car wreck, one bad choice away from a downhill spiral, especially when you're waiting on that job check, when you're trying to wait for that every 2 weeks check. Now, I know you guys might understand. There might be times when life hits you. There might be times when life sneaks up on you. You might have some debt. You might fell on hard times. You might feel like things aren't going to work out. But I'm telling you, you have to stay tunnel visioned and focused, especially if you're going to be a CEO, if you're going to stack cash, and if you're going to be the one to do it for yourself and your family, then you have to understand that it's going to come with some different trials and tribulations. We cannot give up. We have to be hard. We have to be direct. We have to be disciplined. We cannot run around faking ourselves or being fake with the people around us. Everyone has to hold each other accountable. We have to be upright. And we have to be focused. Stacking cash involves an ecosystem. I call it the asset river. The asset river means you have your sources of income being funneled into other sources of income. Money is a tool. Do not get rich and start thinking that you can lifestyle inflate. You're not going to be able to stack cash if you're leasing cars just to post YouTube video like a lot of these mentors and stuff are doing. I do not want you guys in that type of bad financial position where you're going to be struggling because you're trying to flex or you're trying to inflate your lifestyle for people who don't really care. Now, if you love it, if you want to do it for you, 100,000%, do your thing. Okay? Do your thing. But outside of that, your goals and where you want to achieve, okay, you have to put that to the forefront. Okay? Wake up, pray to God, goals. Make sure you're eating healthy as well, too. You're not going to be able to stack cash if you're feeling bad. If you guys are doing anything bad, substance-wise, too, okay, it can also slow you down. You got to make sure that you're drinking water. Make sure that you're staying tunnel vision and focused. And just make sure that you're staying hungry for it at all times. You cannot let your hunger ever subside or ever die. You have to just love the game. You have to go forward and you have to be able to push through any trials and tribulations. And let's talk about the checking account. Stacking cash inside of your savings or checking account is not stacking cash. Houses 10 years ago, let's say a house 10 years ago was $50,000, is now $250,000 today. Which means that if your money is not making you money, you logically will not be able to keep up with inflation. You will not be able to keep up with how expensive things are getting. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this world. And there's so many logical perspectives that I want you to break and get to. You have to be able to transmute your energy. I don't care if you're going through a breakup right now, if you're going through hard times financially, if you are going through hard times with substances, with your mindset, depression. You need to get right with God, pray that all away, and stay disciplined and go hard. We do not have any time to give up. We do not have any time to subside. I need you guys to stay disciplined and stay rock solid. You're ready to be a boss, right? So you got to be ready for the trials and tribulations that come with this. You're stacking cash for a reason. And when you stack that cash, put that into other ventures so you don't have to be able to, so you don't have to hustle 24/7. Now, if you like doing that, it keeps you happy, it keeps you sane, okay, you could do that. But when you want to spend time with your family, when you want to chill out, when you want to take a vacation, you still have income flowing in, coming in at all times because you set up a system in place. So you're not only just trading your time for money for a check every 2 weeks. Instead, you're trading your time for ownership over your life. When you own your house, when you own your business, so you have consistent payments coming in. Imagine just chilling out with your family. You're on a yacht, on a cruise, just balling out, hanging out. Boom, payments coming in on your phone because of your business. Boom, trades being hit because you got in and you learned at Stackmode.net how to catch the logical trades, take profits, just getting smashed. Okay? So many perspectives within this game that you guys can change and rewire your whole mindset, and then it starts there. Once you rewire your mindset, you're going to be able to change your life. You have to rewire your mindset in order to change your life. You have to be able to be a solid rock. You cannot let yourself falter. You cannot let yourself get depressed because of anybody's actions either. Okay? I don't care if someone's telling you, oh, you're the worst trader in the world. Your business isn't going to work out. If God put that idea in you, you need to stick to that. And don't let anyone break your vision. Stay focused and stay hard. Don't let anyone throw you off course. Don't let anyone ever make you give up. And if you feel like you're not going hard enough, take that hunger in your stomach, transmute all of that pain and energy, and put it into some work. We have to get to the next level this year. We're not playing around. If you're tired of being in the same spot, if you're tired of failing, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm trying to put in so much work for you guys, giving you guys so much education, because I want you guys to flex. I want you to pop in. I want you to live life feeling good. I want you to be proud of yourself. I want you to be proud of yourself, man. And anyone around you who's complaining about money, if they're not trying to get money, tell them to be quiet. Stop complaining. Stop wasting time. Stop being lazy. We're going hard. Don't fail yourself. Start your goals up this year. Push yourself harder than ever. Forget what anyone has to say. Focus on your goals. Focus on God. And whatever idea God put in your brain, go forward. Put your whole heart and passion and soul into it. And don't stop. And that's how you're going to be able to stack some cash. I love you guys so much. Stackmode.net. Go get the free course, free ebook. You can catch my trades there too. Business mentorship and trading mentorship. Get a first time free call. I love you guys so much. Let's go hard this year. Let's not fail ourselves. That's another episode of Coop Talk. God is good. Peace. I want y'all to stay away from negativity. That is not going to keep your life going forward. It's not going to do anything for you. Negative people around you, negative people not believing in your dreams, people who don't have anything positive to say, people who don't wake up every single day and pour positivity and love and good ideas back out into the universe. That's really just the difference between a negative person and somebody who's really trying to propel society forward. So, watch who you're around. Like, really watch who you're around. You guys can fall into a sense of maybe needing to feel comfortable or being around certain people. You don't need to be around those negative people talking about things you don't believe in, having ideas or different perspectives than you have, right? I'm not saying everyone's going to be just like you, but try and stay around people who have a positive mindset. Try and stay around people who genuinely believe in your goals, and try and stay around people who have things going on for themselves. You know, I'm at the beach right now. I'm chilling out. You know, thank God, alhamdulillah, all credit to God. But not only would I not be here without God, I would not be here without God. Absolutely not. But I would not be here without the positive network that I've had around me, or without the certain people in my lives telling me to keep going, even while other people were hating on me. Even while people who didn't believe in me, who now do believe in me, didn't see the vision. They didn't understand what I was talking about, thinking I was crazy, thinking that they knew what I was going to be. And that's why I just want to tell you guys here personally, don't ever let people tell you what you're going to be. If someone tells you you're going to be X, Y, and Z, and you know in your soul, in your spirit, and in your body, you don't want to be that, or that you're not that negative connotation, or if they told you you're going to be a bum, if they told you aren't going to succeed, if they told you your business is not going to work, if they told you your ideas weren't creative, fresh, or new, and innovative, and world-changing, why are you around them? And you also need to learn to take pieces of that, take the negativity, and just go forward. Okay? Learn to just go forward. So I just want you guys to understand that in order to get to the next level, you have to watch who you're around. Your energy is really, really important. How you perceive the world, how you perceive your reality, it's really, really important. And that's why I say try and stick around positive people only. People who have things going on for themselves. Don't just sit around people talking about negativity, talking about politics, talking about other people all the time. Focus on yourself. Most importantly, focus on God. How's your relationship with God? You know? And what are you guys, you know, this is why I love Rick Ross. Shout out Rick Ross. That's someone I really look up to, and he's an inspiration. And he asked himself, or he posted on his story, what are you trending for? What are you trending for? Are you trending for getting money? Are you trending for being a real human, being a real man, being a real woman? Are you trending for being honest? Are you trending for motivating people and helping get people to their destinations and their landmarks? Are you helping people get to the next level? That's what separates the consumers versus the producers. That's what separates the people on this earth who are just wandering and the people on this earth who have created what we have. The cars that we drive, the tables that we use, the floors that we walk on, the AC that was used, all just an idea at one point in time. Keep that in mind. All just an idea at one point in time. How world changing are your ideas? How hard are you going to change the world? What piece of the world are you trying to change? What piece of the world are you trying to improve? Are you trying to improve or motivate the whole world? A lot of that really depends. And in order to see that success that you want to see, in order to get to this next level, it's important. It's real important that we're focused on God, most importantly, and that we have a positive outlook on life. Sometimes people just have a straight negative mindset. I don't like to hang around negative people. Negative people, I don't hang around. I don't hang around. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hang around no negative people. I don't like controlling people. And if you guys feel like you need to get away from everybody to flourish, do that. Then you need to do that. Don't let these people destroy your reality. Go hard. Okay? Don't let these people make you think that you shouldn't be here shining bright on this earth. Go hard. Don't be in a moment of darkness. Don't be in a moment of desperation or depression, making you have bad thoughts, making you not cherish and value your life. And it's really important that we focus on positivity. You know, I'm not just at this camera spewing you guys nonsense. I want you guys to get to the next level. I want you to be strategic. And I want you to operate your mind. You know, before you operate your business, before you even operate your body, your physical, you have to make sure that you're operating your mind first. You know, operating your mind first really separates the weak from the strong. People talk about the leaders of this world, the people who control the world. The people who control the world, and I'm talking about the humans who control the world, the people who run the governments, they have control over their mind, and they have control over their minds so much that they know how to control other people's minds. So it's really important. This also, I spoke about politics, for example. When you're too caught up in other people's lives, what other people are doing, how are you ever going to think about what you're doing? How are you ever going to think about how you're going to improve or get to the next level or what you're going to do? How? And I just want you guys to understand that people just don't progress in this world because they're focused purely on the wrong thing. And I study older people, for example, Older people are just focused on the wrong thing. Especially. Not every older person, but I feel like my generation, we don't really care for things like going to war, going to cause certain stems of violence. You know, we're trying to propel society forward. We're trying to push peace, love, and positivity. And focusing on your unit, focusing on your team. Try and build a team of positive people who do different things, so you all have a network, and y'all can put each other on different game, etc. But having a network is really, really powerful. Having a network is extremely powerful. Make sure you have a network of people who can help you in different entities. Say you might have an individual who does rental companies on one side here. Then you might have an individual who trades the market, right? Can tell you about certain plays, can tell you about certain companies that are looking to expand, making certain deals, etc. Pay attention to people who are in shape too. You got to have control over your mind in order to be in shape. Keep in mind, you have to have control over your mind, your body, and your spirit at all times. The success that people crave and the success that people talk about and want to get to the next level towards, and the success that people have in their head, the dreams, the aspirations, the car they want to drive, where they want to live, how they want to hit the beach. You have to ask yourself, is your life in tune with that? Is your life in tune with this lifestyle? I want you to close your eyes and envision absolutely everything that you want right now. Close your eyes and feel it. I want you to feel the car that you want to drive. I want you to feel yourself giving your mom $100,000 if that's what you want to do. Your dad, your grandparents. I want you to feel yourself opening the door to the house that you want to live in. And we're going to take a deep breath right now. And I want y'all to really feel that, man. And then open your eyes and look around. And if your reality is not what it currently wants to be, I need you to pray on it. I need you to ask God to give you all the strength, all the discipline, all the wisdom that you can ask for. And I need you to go hard and go ballistic every single day. I don't care if you're doing nails. I don't care if you're doing tattoos. I don't care if you code websites or make apps for people. I don't care if you are just a social media content creator. I don't care if you do graphic design. I don't care if you play tennis. You gotta go hard. Where's your discipline at? How hungry are you? How motivated are you every single day? We gotta get motivated. We don't have time to focus on negativity or focus on negative people. We gotta get motivated. We gotta be happy. We gotta go hard. We gotta be inspired. And this isn't gonna happen when we're letting ourselves down. This isn't gonna happen, most importantly, when we're letting God down. So stay away from the negativity, man. And woman. Stay away from the sadness. Stay away from the people hating on you. Stay away from the people who aren't living the way that you want to live, trying to tell you something. Because I'm telling you that they're not in the position that you want to be in for a reason, but they're trying to tell you something. Don't listen to these people, man. Get away from them if you can. They're parasites. It's parasites out here, man. It's absolute parasites out here. So all the haters, people who don't believe in your dreams, thank them. Tell them thank you. Because I need you to take all of that negative energy and transmute that. Go forward. Envision yourself at the beach. Envision yourself chilling out. Envision yourself getting to the next level. That's what I want for you. That's how much I care about y'all. That's how much I really love y'all, man. I'm not out here trying to just sell some course. I'm trying to sell love. So I put so much time into my websites, put so much time into the prompt shop, put so much time into the business, put so much time into getting to the next level. And don't let no one try and break you down. Don't let no one try and tell you that they know more than you. Well, you know you. And I'm not saying be ignorant or don't listen to nobody, but don't let nobody tell you about yourself. Now, if it's a negative thing that you're doing, if it's a negative thing or that you're moving, hear it. If it's something that you truly do need to change it. Go forward, because that's love. But people around here are moving around with too much ego, too much pride. And they don't know how to put that to the side. You got to put your ego and you got to put your pride to the next level. I mean, to the side to get to the next level. You got to put your ego and pride to the side to get to the next level. Your mind and how you interpret everything is what's going to calculate your success. You are not going to be successful if you have a negative mindset. Take this beach, for example, right? All behind me, you have stuff like that. We have monuments. We added chairs and stuff like that. Now we even have boats and stuff out inside of the beach to keep people safe. Like, hey, don't go this too far out. This is the red zone right here. Okay, we got stuff to keep people safe. This stuff wasn't here when we first checked this all out. Someone decided to literally tackle the ocean. Head first. Put on all the gear and they tackled the ocean. And said, you know what, I'm going to conquer this. And created a boat so people can literally travel across the world. It's wild. People were able to take stuff like glass, for example, and make sand into glass. They made sand turn into glass. I learned that through Minecraft. Shout out Minecraft. But the fact that sand is even somewhat in the process of glass, it's wild. It's absolutely crazy what we have on this earth, man. God's earth. And that's why I'm so motivated and so hungry and so passionate about making sure you guys are just happy here on this earth. I don't want y'all sad. I don't want y'all depressed. I don't want y'all angry. I don't want you going through it. That's why I'm on here telling you, if you're around any negative people who aren't trying to push you forward, you should only be around people who are trying to get you right with God. People aren't trying, if they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? What are they on? If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? If they're not trying to put some money in your pocket, what are they on? If they're not trying to protect you, what are they on? You gotta ask yourself this in every single scenario. What are they on? What are they on? Those people who are around you, do they really love you for you? Do they really hold you down? Do they really want to see you win? Because if so, help them. Help them, man. That means they're meant to be on your team. Take care of your team. If they really love you for real, if they're really in your corner, if they're really there for you, take care of your team. Hold your people down. Hold your team down. But your team will have to sacrifice for you. If you notice your team member doing you wrong, poisoning the team, it's time to let the team member go. It's time to let the team member go. Because they're weighing down the team. We really trying to build the team here. We're really trying to go hard. And we can't go hard when your brain is diluted by stupidity. Because you're so angry hanging around the wrong crowd. You should have free mental real estate. Your mind should be clear. Your mind should be absolutely clear. Okay? Clear. It should be clear. I need you to focus, man. Focus. 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 Get to the next level and focus. Live out your life and live out your dreams. It's imperative, man. It's imperative that we just don't give up. And it's imperative that you go hard. All right? Don't give up either. Times may get difficult. There might be times where you're not feeling encouraged. There might be times where you're not feeling motivated. But honestly, truthfully, those are the times to go the hardest. to be completely honest and sincere. Those are the times where you should be the hungriest. Those are the times where you need to want it the most. It's the times where you're just not feeling it. Go hard. Whenever you're not feeling it, that just means double down and go 50 times harder. Go 50 times harder. Because I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I love you so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
Welcome to the beginner-friendly guide to trading futures. I'm going to make it extremely simple for you guys. Futures might sound intimidating at first, but here's the truth. They're just contracts that let you trade the future price of things like oil, gold, and even like the S&P 500 or NASDAQ 100 without ever actually owning them physically. And the best part, you can start small, control big positions, and react fast to the market. And here's how it works. You pick an asset, whether an index, currency, or commodity, decide whether you think the price will rise or fall, and place your trade and let the market move. If you're right, you win, profit. And if you're wrong, then you lose, but only what you put at risk. And it's that simple. And when you understand the rules, it all comes together over time. But here's the real secret. New traders really fail because they treat futures like gambling. Successful traders treat it like a business and a skill. They use levels, trends, risk management, and most importantly, have a trading plan every single time. Because the thing about futures compared to any other asset, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose per trade. So in this video, I'm going to break down the basics in the clearest way possible, showing you exactly how futures work, how to manage your risk, and how to avoid the biggest beginner mistakes so you can trade confidently. Let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, let's talk about trading futures. I'm going to make this guide extremely simple, okay? I'm not going to make it difficult. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it easy, okay? I don't want you guys to be struggling. I don't want you guys to be going through hardship, okay? Futures is a way different game, okay? The discipline required to trade futures is night and day compared to anything else, okay? Futures, you need that real hardcore discipline. High risk involved into it, but you get disciplined. You learn how to control your flesh. There's a high reward involved into it, okay? And you can make money very, very quickly, okay? So let's go and let's jump into futures. So what is a futures contract in the first place? So let's talk about locking in the price. So a futures contract is simply an agreement to buy or sell something at a specific price on a specific date in the future. So let's say, for example, let's say a farmer grows corn, okay? And he's afraid that the price will drop before harvest. So he signs a contract today to sell his corn for $5 in December, okay? And no matter what happens, he gets $5, okay? He just traded a future, okay? Or a lot of people have been able to make money in instances like this. Say a price of something like eggs, okay, were to be increasing, okay? Some people were to buy futures and prepare for the increase and the cost of eggs, okay? So if you think the NASDAQ 100 is going to go up, the NQ, then you would go ahead and buy a long, okay? So a futures contract is being able to speculatively buy a directional bias and get paid based off of it. So you're buying whether or not if you want to buy a contract for buys, okay? Or you can buy if you think something's going to go down, okay? So it's going to be two ways you can be able to trade futures. You can buy contracts, or you can sell contracts if you think things are going to go in a downwards direction, okay? So you can prepare for the future in whatever speculative direction. So what are we actually trading in the first place? So we're trading standardized contracts. So we rarely trade the actual physical corn or oil. We're trading the contracts, and it's standardized. So every contract is identical, okay? Has the same size, same expiration date. And that's what makes futures so linear. On futures too, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose due to the fact that the tick sizes, okay, which is how much money a futures contract moves, okay, it's going to stay the same. Okay, only thing that's going to ever increase is the amount of contracts that you're playing with. Okay, but as far as your tick size and as far as the amount of money per tick, that is always going to remain the same per whatever contract you're looking at. Let's talk about liquidity. So you can buy and sell these contracts in milliseconds. Now, futures gives you a lot of control in your hand in 1 second. Okay, you can instantly click buy, and once again, it gives you the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay, so you have the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay, so has a lot of self-discipline that comes into play when it comes to trading the futures asset. Okay, because you can instantly just get in and get out. Options, you got to go out, find the contract, etc. It's not that easy to just enter in a trade. Okay, but with futures, you can instantly just click buy or instantly click sell and be placed in a directional bias trade. Okay, so make sure that you know what you're trading, you understand margins. Okay, and what margins are is going to be the amount of money the futures contract is going to require. Okay, so say for instance you're trying to trade the S&P 500 futures contract, the ES. Okay, if you're trying to trade the ES, then you might need at least $500, okay, inside of your futures account in order to open the trade. Okay, so understand that all the tick amounts are going to be the same, and as well as the margin amounts. Please look at the margin amounts on your broker before you start trading futures. And traders usually close the contract before the date arrives, so they never have to store 1,000 barrels of oil in the first place. So a lot of the times you're going to see an expiration date on futures contracts. Okay, so let's say for example you're trading the ES. Okay, you might see something like ESQ. Okay, and when you see letters, each one of the letters are going to represent different expiration dates. Okay, so let's go and jump into the next slide. And the main reason why people like futures in the first place is going to be the leverage. Okay, it's an extremely powerful asset class to be trading. Okay, but you can't blow the bag. You can't blow the bag. Okay, so you're going to be able to control more with less. Okay, so this is why traders really love futures. With other things, you got to deposit and it has more upfront cost in order for you to see some profitability. But with futures, you could really just deposit one time. Okay, you only need one small deposit, okay, to cover the margin. So make sure you look at it. It's going to differentiate per broker, so I can't just give you guys a solid answer. Okay, on the NASDAQ 100, in order to trade the NQ futures contract, one broker might require $1,000 in order to trade it. One broker might require $5,000 in order to trade it. Okay, so whatever broker you're trading on, make sure you're looking at your margin, okay, requirements, so you know how much money you need in order to trade in the first place. Okay, so here's an example. Okay, so let's say your contract, once again, okay, is requiring a $1,000 margin. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade gold. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade the GC futures. You're trying to say trade some gold. Okay, and the margin for gold, okay, is going to be $1,000. That means you would need at least $1,000 in your account in order to trade this futures. If you have less than $1,000 in your account, then what's happened is your account has the chance to get what's called liquidated. Okay, so if you need $1,000 in order to trade the asset class, you cannot go underneath that. Otherwise, your account is what's going to be called liquidated. Yes, futures is a leveraged asset, but that comes at the cost. You have to have the bare minimum amount in order to trade with the leverage. Okay, that's the only reason why people trade things like prop firm and stuff like that, is because they don't have the capital for the margin up front right now. But be patient and stack up that capital, because trading on your own live account really does help, makes things a lot easier, and you have full control over your funds, so you could feed yourself and your family however you want. You don't have time to be playing on other people's rules. When you want to withdraw your money after you win a trade, you should be able to withdraw your money. So I really recommend live account. Okay, get your life together, grind hard. Okay, work on your business, work on your job, level up, get some money together, and boot up a live account. Okay, I don't recommend you guys try and rush and go the prop firm route just to go ahead and avoid the margin. Okay, take your time, learn the skills. Okay, pay for some mentorship first, or sign up with a free call at Stackmode.net, and I'll teach you guys how we can trade futures before you just start trying to boot up a prop firm and trying to just take any type of ghetto weird trades. Okay, because there's a lot of things that come into the futures market. Okay, especially on a live account, your margin is going to be the most important thing. If gold says that they need $1,000 in order to trade gold. Okay, you need $1,000, okay, in margin, okay, which is the bare minimum requirement in order to trade the asset class. If you go under that, your account could be zeroed out, okay, or your account could go into the negatives, okay, if price action moves too fast and clips past your stop loss, if you have one, okay, and if it moves too fast and clips into the negatives, then you would have to owe the broker money, okay, and if you don't pay it back, then they could sue you, etc. Okay, so make sure that you're paying attention to the margin cost on whatever broker that you're trading on. Every broker is going to be different. Okay, gold might require $1,000 to trade on one broker, might require $5,000 to trade on one broker. Okay, check it out and make sure you're doing your research. Let's go to the next slide. So up or down? Okay, let's talk about long versus short. Okay, the difference between the two. So in stocks, shorting is when you're betting on the price direction to go down. Okay, shorting means down. Okay, and longing means you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're speculating that the Nasdaq 100, gold, or whatever asset class that you're looking to trade is going to go in an upwards direction, okay, then what you need to be looking at is looking to buy a long contract. Okay, so you're going to be buying, okay, and going long. Since you think price is going to go up, okay, then you need to be buying, and that's going to be the long direction. If you think price is going to go down, you'd be shorting, okay, and you'd have to go ahead and purchase a sell contract. Okay, so go long, you buy a contract, and you profit if price goes up. And going short means that you're selling a contract, okay, and you're profiting if price is going down. And that can be for anything. Okay, I don't care if you're trading egg futures. If you think the prices of eggs are going to go down and you buy a short contract in egg futures, then inshallah you would make some money. So that's just exactly how it works. So because it's just a contract, you can agree to sell at a high price today, even if you don't own the asset. Okay, so do your research, and when you guys start putting the economy and your technical analysis information together, okay, because your economy information is absolutely futile to be looking at. You have to be looking at it. It's essential. Okay, it's very, very important to be looking at your economy information, the CPI, PPI, inflation rates, etc. Okay, seeing what recent laws are getting passed. Okay, things like that have a big factor in where the market is and where it's going, most importantly. Okay, so put your economy factors and then get your technical side. Be like, you know what, are we at all-time highs right now? Okay, ask yourself some certain questions. Okay, am I ready to buy on this pullback? Okay, I'm going to wait market to go down, and then I'm going to buy back up again. Okay, take your time and strategically plot and plan your trade before you make any rash, wild decisions. Let's head over to the next slide, class. So the danger zone, margin. Okay, just like we talked about, margin can be dangerous. I don't want you guys getting sued. Okay, I don't want you guys getting served court papers or anything like that because you owe some money to the broker. Okay, and understand that sometimes your stop loss, okay, stop loss, that's what SL is, stop loss. Sometimes, okay, let's say you have your stop loss set at a certain price. Okay, if price decides to run past your stop loss too fast, you could end up losing more than you thought. Okay, so if you have your stop loss set for $300, okay, and price action moves fast way past your stop loss, okay, you could end up losing like $380. Okay, and if that goes underneath your margin requirement, also known as your maintenance margin, okay, which is the minimum amount required to even have the trade open. Okay, so since you're using leverage, you must maintain the minimum maintenance margin. Okay, so if you're trading the Nasdaq 100 on a broker and it says it needs $1,000 in order for you to have one contract open, okay, then you need to have $1,000. If you go under that, then you're going to face what's called liquidation, which is pretty much account death. And once again, if price action happens too fast, past your stop loss or whatever, you can end up losing more than you actually expected. Okay, and that could lead to, God forbid, a margin call. So if your trade goes against you and your account balance drops below the minimum, okay, the broker will automatically close your trades and take the rest of your money. Okay, so rule number one, never trade without a stop loss. Never trade without a stop loss. Okay, and it's very rare too. that price decides to just clip way past it instantly, and it fills you for a different number than what your stop loss was set for. But just know that it can happen. So it is good to have more money than your margin account. Okay. So if the margin or the maintenance margin requirements. So if the margin is asking for $1,000, okay, I would try and have like 2K. This way you guys can take some losses, etc., and you're not going to be panicking. So let's head over to the next slide. So the ticking clock. Okay. So unlike stocks, right, which you can hold forever, futures contracts actually expire. Okay. They have a time limit, and they're quarterly a lot of the times. So most of them expire in March, June, September, and then you got December. Okay. And then we have rollovers too. Let's talk about rollovers. You might have seen this on your broker asking you if it wants to roll over contracts, etc. So if you want to keep trading, you must close the old contract and open a new one before it expires. Okay. So don't forget too, if you hold oil futures to expiration, okay, you're legally asking for oil to be delivered to your house. Okay. And brokers a lot of the time usually prevent this. Okay. So if you're just trading for pure speculative reason, which means you're trading off pure technical analysis and the chart, okay, then make sure you guys are closing trades before expiration dates occur. Okay. Close the charts before the expiration dates occur. Makes it things a lot easier, and you're not going to have to stress out about anything. Okay. Just keep your digital money and hop off. And then you could take that futures income and buy assets with it. Okay. Take that futures income, buy real estate, buy real life stuff. Do what you want. Okay. And cycle your money like that. So what can we trade in the first place on futures? So we got the big three. All right. The big three. You got the ES. Okay. The ES is going to go ahead and represent the S&P 500. Okay. And then we got the NQ. NQ is going to go ahead and stand for the NASDAQ. Okay. That's going to be the NASDAQ 100. Okay. Which is going to be the powerful batch of tech stocks. Okay. And then you're going to have the YM. Okay. And YM is going to be for Dow Jones, also known as US 30 for any Forex traders out there coming to futures. Okay. So you got the ES, that's the S&P 500. NQ is the NASDAQ 100. And you got the YM, that is the Dow Jones. Okay. So the big three, okay, those are really going to be the big three. And yeah, and then you're going to have things too, like crude oil. Okay. People trade oil as well too. And then you're going to have things as well like gold, okay, which is a precious metal. So beginners often start with micro contracts too. Okay, so starting with micro contracts change the whole ball game. It makes things a lot easier when you can scale down, okay, and risk less. When you risk less, you have a lot less anxiety per trade, and you could catch way bigger trades as well too, due to the fact that you don't have that fear of, oh, I gotta hop out the trade, I have so much size in right now. No, you can let the trade ride out, do its thing, and play properly. Okay, you can let market do its thing. Okay, you can let market actually cultivate itself, and most importantly, you could risk a little and catch a big move. Okay, and continue to keep yourself profitable and stress-free just like that, inshallah. Let's over to the next slide. Breaking futures down, okay, from top to bottom is going to be extremely easy. Okay, so we're trading the US stock market. The US stock market, it's made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, and all of these stocks are put into one index, creating the futures indexes. Okay, so breaking everything down logically, if I head over to the stock screener, okay, and I have my market set to United States, okay, I can see the companies that are United States companies. I'm going to have companies such as Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Google. Okay, the whole world is using iPhones. The whole world uses Google to search. Okay, the whole world owns Microsoft products. Okay, the whole world orders off Amazon. Okay, and we have to also understand that these companies employ hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, okay, all across the world. And these people are paying taxes. And the more taxes getting paid, the more beneficial it is for the United States government. So of course, the United States stock market would be made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so forget getting lost deep in the technicals. Okay, because market is pretty easy to understand technically. It's just support and resistance and understanding where market wants to go. But understanding where market wants to go and why is going to be a big part. When you're trading the United States stock market, stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year, because that's the baseline of the company. America is built off of strong companies. Okay, so take this area for example. You're going to have areas where market decides to bounce from the bottom from. Okay, as you can see, this area here, market decided to bounce twice from this area. Okay, and as we know, whenever we see market bouncing within an upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate that, of course, buying is coming into place. Okay, and when buying steps into place, that's going to let us know that that's an area of support. Okay, and we want to be looking at everything on our higher time frames first. Okay, so doing top-down analysis and looking at your chart on your higher time frames is going to give you that real bigger picture for absolutely everything. Okay, so start on your weekly time frame and then head down to your daily, then your 4-hour, and then your 15-minute. Okay, your weekly time frame is going to be your bird's eye view. Okay, we need to zoom all the way out to see the true trend of the market, where stuff is heading to, okay, and how market wants to react on the higher time frame basis. Okay, the higher time frame is going to show us the true price action. It's going to show us where price truly wants to go, what it truly wants to do, and where the orders are truly being placed and stopped at. Okay, your daily time frame, okay, you're going to use just to see a little closer for take profits. Okay, and then your 4-hour. We know the 4-hour is going to be really important because on the weekly and the daily, you can't see everything you need to see. So you make sure that your electronic or extended trading hours is going to be enabled before you start trading futures. Okay, so now let me go ahead and pull up the futures chart once again. So now we understand what's inside of futures. Okay, we understand how it operates. Now let's talk about how to read the chart. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is start off on my highest time frame first. Okay, I'm on the weekly with it. Okay, so breaking down certain logical things. We know that market wants to go in an upwards direction due to the fact that it's the most beneficial for the United States economy. Okay, market wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay, it's the most beneficial for the economy. Okay, and the United States dollar is one of the most powerful currencies in the entire world. Okay, so our stock market is really, really important. We have innovative minds that build world-changing companies here. Okay, so putting that into perspective, we know that whenever we're trading the stock market or futures, as we can see on the weekly time frame, price is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, regardless of how many new lows are being made, okay, we could still see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. That's because that's what it's made to do. The United States' backbone is built off of companies and work. Okay, so this is pretty much going to be looking at real life in chart form. Okay, so as more companies get created, as technology starts expanding, okay, etc., you could start seeing more money being pumped in to the economy. Okay, thus leading the index to go in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. Okay, so trading futures, a lot of the times you're going to be looking to trade longs. Okay, so what a long is means that you're going to be trading in the upwards direction. Okay, so futures, you get paid based off speculation, which means you get paid based off your directional bias. Okay, so primarily, since logically on the higher time frames we see market going up year after year after year after year after year, okay, we're going to go ahead and focus on buying up. Okay, since the market is made to go up, let's focus on the direction where the market is made. Okay, the reason why people short is Forex traders came on and influenced US traders, and people who are in the US are now trying to short. Okay, So you can see this is going to be the United States index, the NASDAQ 100, goes up year after year after year after year after year, almost undoubtedly. Now let me go and pull up some Forex. So I got Forex here. Okay, I can go back all the way back here on Forex. We can see that all-time highs is way higher than it is today. It does not work the same. Okay, the United States stock market is meant to go in an upwards direction. Forex is going to be a lot more sideways. So don't let Forex traders influence you if you're a United States stock market trader. Meaning if you trade options, if you trade futures or shares, understand that these companies are meant to go in an upwards direction. It is not sideways like Forex is. It is two completely different instrument and asset classes and has to be treated as such. Okay, now let's continue. Okay, so we know price is going to go ahead and hunt this all-time highs up here. Okay, price is hunting all-time highs. And let's talk about the V formation. Okay, so market will continue to head up in an upwards direction year after year after year after year, once again for the greater good of the world. Now it's about knowing when to buy. So you don't want to buy when market is at all-time highs. Okay, because remember, we make money whenever we buy longs, which means we want market to go in an upwards direction. So in order to buy when and be profitable whenever market's going in an upwards direction, we can't buy at the tippity top, because then we're just going to eat the whole drawdown. Okay, so you never want to buy at all-time highs. Okay, never buy at all-time highs. Okay, so all-time highs is going to be the highest point into the market. Okay, you never want to buy at all-time highs. Not worth it. Okay, because then you're just going to get pulled back on. But understand that market always wants to try to make new all-time highs. Okay, so in that logic, let's put something together. That means that market will always want to hunt an area of resistance above current price. Okay, to try to meet it again and try to break it, or sometimes it might meet it again. Okay, and then price might decide to reverse hard. Okay, so this is why we want to go ahead and close at the area of resistance, okay, where market decided to fall down from in the first place at all times. Okay, all of our trades are going to look the same from now until we fall off the earth. Okay, until it's time to die, all your trades are going to look the exact same. Okay, we're going to focus on letting market make the top left of the V. Okay, that's going to indicate the area of resistance. We want market to fall down first. After market falls down, you want it to also make the bottom of the V. Okay, so you want market to do two things for you. Okay, you want it to make the left side of the V and the bottom of the V. Okay, the left side of the V is going to indicate where it decided to start falling down from. Okay, so the left side of the V indicates where market decided to start falling down from. And the bottom of the V is going to go ahead and indicate whenever price wanted to stop falling and catch itself. Okay, and whenever market stops falling and catches itself, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. So support equals buying. Okay, support equals buys. And the top left of the V is going to go ahead and equal resistance. Okay, resistance is going to go ahead and equal selling. Okay, sells. Hence why market's going in a downwards direction. And then once people start buying, longing, okay, buying and longing is the same thing, then market's going to start going in an upwards direction. And understand that logically, okay, because market wants to try and always make new all-time highs, we can put some logical perspectives together. Okay, we can understand that wherever market decided to fall down from, market will eventually try and reach that area again to smash past it, or reverse from the area to try to smash past it again. Okay, so understand that wherever market decided to fall down from originally, okay, wherever market fell down from, it will try and recover to. I don't care what it is. Okay, wherever market fell down from, I don't care if you're looking at futures, stocks, options, whatever. Okay, wherever market fell down from, if it's a half decent asset that people invest into, it will try and recover and break past where it fell down from every single time, because that's the greater good for the economy. Okay. The stock market isn't just going up to go up for no reason. Okay. So I don't want you guys to just be faked out, and I'm not going to be just showing little 15-minute breakdowns of structure and this and that. Understanding the true logistics between everything is going to give you a lot less anxiety when you're in your setups. You're going to have so much conviction. You're going to have so much understanding, and understanding that, you know what, price has to go up. It's logically meant to go up. Price already sold off. Buying has stepped in. Price is going to go ahead and meet up to the area where it sold off at to try and break into new all-time highs. And you continuously farm that logical structure. You continuously take the same setups. Okay, when you see the staircase stock chart emoji, okay, understand all you see is market going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back. Okay, and when you see market making these higher lows, okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, we got this low is higher than this low. Once you start seeing market making higher lows and breaking previous all-time highs, okay, you know you're trading a good asset class. Okay, that's going to be an asset class that you want to be focused on primarily, because all you have to do is wait for market to make these little pullbacks. Okay, please pay close attention to this drawing. Okay, that's exactly how market works. All market does is go up, come down, then go back up and break where it previously fell down at. Okay, and take advantage of that. Wherever market previously fell down at, it will almost always want to meet it, because it has to break it in order to make progress. So wherever market decides to fall down at is going to be your take profit. Okay. So your take profit, which is when you close and you get your money, that is going to be wherever market decided to fall downward at. Okay, wherever the left side of the V was created is when you're going to take your profit, because we don't know if market always wants to break into new all-time highs. Okay, market could easily come into the resistance again, okay, and fall down extremely hard, okay, and then break one day again. But still, you don't want to eat the whole fall down. Okay, just take advantage of the logic that's there. Understand that the right side of the V wants to be filled. Price wants to recover from where it fell down from. Okay, it may not want to break it immediately, but understand that a lot of the times it will want to at least recover from where it fell down from. And that window of price recovering to where it fell down from is our money window. Okay, that's going to be our money window. So using all of our time frames and seeing everything and doing our top-down analysis is going to help us put it all together so that we can make the right profitable decisions. Okay, so let's go and let's keep going here. So take here. Okay, even if I'm on here, let's say I start on my weekly. Okay, I know price wants to come up to this all-time highs. Okay, we just went ahead and broke down all the reasons why. Okay, I can see we're not at all-time highs right now. If you're not at all-time highs, okay, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're not at all-time highs, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're at all-time highs, you do not trade. Do not trade at all-time highs. Okay, we need market to make the left side of the V, let market pull back, okay, make the bottom of the V, form support, and then we catch the right side of the V right back to where it fell down from. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Some of you guys are making market way too difficult. No need for all this weird stuff on the 1 minute. No weird terms like the silver bullet. Just understand that wherever market fell down from, if it's a profitable asset class, okay, and the whole United States runs off of these futures, okay, if you turn on the news and you look at the bottom left, you're going to go ahead and see it tracking futures, okay. The whole United States runs off of the stock market, okay. So understand that. Once you understand that, you can easily just start using your higher time frames and making a lot better decisions, okay. So even here on futures, if I wanted to do something like this, okay, you could easily make your trades, okay. You could easily put down a trade, okay, and just catch it all the way to all-time highs, okay, and catch the whole thing. You know price wants to go ahead and fill all the way up here, okay. But even if you didn't do that, say you didn't have enough margin, right, to hold overnight, right, here's what you would do. Okay. What you can do is hop on your daily. Okay. If you wanted, you could put your, depending on how big of it is, depending on how big of a stop it is, saying have your stop loss set. Okay. Find a good stop loss that works for you and your account. Okay. You can go to your 4-hour time frame after your daily, and you want to find yourself a support candle. Okay. Find yourself a support candle if you can. Okay. Whether it be this one. Okay. This one. This one. Okay. Try and find yourself support candles. Okay. Then from there, go ahead and just read the structure. Okay. So we can see market is making higher lows. Why? Because I'm looking at the support candles. Okay. So I'm seeing each of these support candle conjunction areas heading in an upwards direction. Okay. Time after time after time again. Okay. So it's letting me know that, okay, this asset class is definitely bullish. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. Okay. This low appears higher than this low. This low appears higher than this low. This low appears higher than this low. Okay. And you keep taking your formations like that. Okay. Now, I can go to my 15-minute time frame. Okay. And I can see everything more logically for what it is. Okay. So I can see here. Actually, I'll stay on my 4-hour for a second. Okay. We could see price decided to come in contact with this area here of resistance. Okay. We could see price wants to come up here first on the 4-hour. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to my 15-minute. Okay. And I want price to show me bullish structure. Okay. So this is exactly what I mean. So price decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. And getting on the 15-minute is where it gets nitty gritty. Okay. It's really turning on your Sharingan, making sure you can see everything that you need to see, and putting that same higher time frame logic on the lower time frames is what's going to make the world of difference. Okay. So go ahead and get on your lower time frames after you've done your highest time frame analysis. Okay. I'm trying to make you guys the best traders in the entire world because it's not that difficult. Okay. After I touch $1 billion from this, so many free guys that's going to be out for you guys. Okay. Because it's not hard. It's just you have to get your psychology down packed. Inshallah. So look, you could see market decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. So on the higher time frame, this is the ultimate beginning of the V is up here on the 4-hour. Okay. We can see market topped out right here before it decided to fall down. Okay. Market decided to fall down all the way down here. Okay. Found an area of support and then started to make some higher lows. Once I start seeing things like higher lows come into place, I'm like, oh yeah, we're trendy. Okay. Because market doesn't want to go past these supports. Okay. Look at this line right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and change the color of this. So if you look at the yellow line, we can see market has these 2 wicks that did not want to go beneath. Okay. Now we have this line up here. Did not want to go beneath. Okay. And then we have the support accumulation zone up here. Okay. And price looks like it wants to hold this area right here. Okay. Price looks like it wants to hold this area very, very confidently. Okay. Price looks like it found another area of support right here. Okay. So I can start seeing here, I have my 4-hour wick and I have a 4-hour close above the zone. Okay. So I like that. Okay. I have a 4-hour candlestick above the zone and I have a 15-minute candlestick above the zone. Okay. So I can see that market is trending. Okay. In an upwards direction. Market fell down and it looks like it's trying to make the V right here. So then it can go in an upwards direction from here. Okay. And at least hit this resistance. Okay. And this profit window is what we're going to use in order to make our trade. Okay. Then from there, you'd be able to pull out your risk to reward tool. Okay. This would be long position. Okay. You could put your stop loss below this area of support if you wanted, and then take profit would go ahead and be the area of resistance up here. And we play this for a 1 to 2 about. Okay. So you play this for about a 1 to 2, catch your trade and hop off. Okay. Or even if you wanted to play the take profit up here, you could play this one too. Or if you had multiple contracts, you could do it like that. Okay. But if you just wanted to play the first 15-minute V structure, after the higher lows were created, then you could go ahead and get in just like that. Okay, so it's doing that top-down analysis, seeing everything, okay, and then catching the V structure, even on the smaller time frames, breaking everything down and seeing it for exactly what it is really going to help you put things into logical perspective and help your trades over time. Okay, so we could see market decided to make the main V here. Okay, so starting off on the weekly, okay, we got all-time highs. Okay, I can see market decided to make some higher lows here, even on the weekly. Even on my daily here, I can see market made the top of this main V up here all-time highs. Market fell all the way down and made the bottom of the V on the daily. Now I'm going to go to my 4-hour time frame, okay, and I can see market deciding to do its thing. Okay, market's deciding to trend in an upwards direction, and I can see all the higher lows on a smaller time frame for exactly what it is. Okay, I can see that market decided to make this area of resistance here, fell down, but it's still trying to trend up to fill in this V right here. Okay, and ideally it wants to fill in the whole V. Okay, so what we can do, I could get on my 15-minute time frame here. Okay, and I can open my trade. Okay, catch my 1 to 2 and catch it up here, or I can move my take profit to up here if I wanted to as well. Okay, again, keep my stop loss as this support right here. Okay, and have the take profit as the final V all the way up there. Okay, so it's just about knowing when to enter. Okay, so on your 15-minute, you want to make sure that you're seeing that recent support structure. Okay, and you want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Once again, let me repeat that one more time. You want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Okay, so if market right here just made the left side of the V, okay, and then the bottom side of the V already got made, so market already dumped down and it already made a bottom. Okay, what direction is it most likely going to go into from here? Buys. Okay, because people already sold. Okay, and the low already got formed again. Okay, and understand that this asset class also has laws in place to make sure it doesn't flash crash to zero, the short sale restriction. Okay, so don't expect more markets going in a downtrend for it to last too long. Okay, because people are going to be fiending to find a new low to buy it again because they know it's going to go up year after year after year. Okay, so on futures, primarily try and focus on the pullback formations. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500 futures, known as the ES. Okay, let's go ahead and let's cover this and break it down. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, just like we talked about, is I'm going to start on my weekly time frame first. Okay, then I'm going to go to my daily, then to my 4-hour, and then to my 15-minute. Okay, then to your 15-minute finally. Okay, so what I like to go ahead and do is ask myself, are we at all-time highs? We cannot trade if we're at all-time highs. Okay, we just can't. We want market to pull back first, and then we take it back up. Okay, don't trade at all-time highs. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't short, don't long, don't do nothing. Wait for market to pull back and then take it back up. Okay, wait for market to form. If there's no resistance above current price, do not trade. Once again, if there is not resistance above current price, okay, if you can't get on your time frames in market area of resistance above current price, like right here, okay, then you shouldn't be trading. If market's way up here and there's no resistance above current price, you're gambling. Okay, you're not playing logically. Okay, market works in structured formations. Okay, you know market wants to come up and head to this area of resistance right here. As you can see, market decided to make this bottom right here. Price went all the way up from this bottom and stopped up here. Okay, after it stopped up here, it decided to make it flash down all the way to this low. Okay, so this is a pretty strong area of resistance. If it can make it flash for about a month downwards, okay, that's a strong area of resistance. Market wants to dust off its knees, throw on its gloves, and get ready to fight again. Okay, it doesn't want to lose at this area. Okay, so after it lost the fight once and it fell down, it's ready. You know, it's ready to go back up and fight again. So always think of market as a fighter. Okay, after it got knocked out, punched in the teeth, all their teeth on the ground. Okay, they come back, mouth guard in, gloves in, training sessions done.
and it's ready to try and fight and break the new all-time highs again. Okay, so it's real life too. Okay, there's going to be seasons where you're dumb up, but when you fall down, are you going to panic? Okay, and trading's the same way. If you panic sell while market's falling in a downwards direction, okay, instead of just waiting for market to bounce at a certain low and then buy then you're going to get your results. Okay, so when you're drowning, you're falling down, you can't panic. Okay, you got to wait, catch yourself, and then go right back up. Okay, so right here, even logically, I know price wants to reach this area of resistance. Okay, price is upset that it fell down from here. It almost can't believe it that it lost. Okay, it lost at this area right here, and sellers stepped all the way in, stopped buying from here. Okay, and market's like, hold on, you know what? Who said sellers could step in right there? Okay, it doesn't like that. It's going to try and break past that area and do it over and over and over again until we die. Okay, that's just how it's created. It's how it works. It's welfare sitting here for us. Sitting here. Okay, all you have to do is plant your seeds. So boom. So market is going to go ahead and chase this main V up here. Okay, and I can know that because one, market decided to bottom out after making that heavy fall down. Okay, and we're almost fully recovered here too. But I can also see market making on my 4-hour higher lows. Okay, so I can see that this low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. Okay, and I can start seeing this low even here too. Okay, and then let me get on my 15-minute time frame. Let's check it out. Okay, so I'm on my 15-minute time frame. Let's see everything a little bit more logically. Okay, even right here, this is going to be an area of support here too. Okay, that's a very, very recent low. Okay, and we could see, okay, price decided to fall downwards recently. Okay, price recently fell down from this area of resistance here on the 15-minute. Okay, so what we need is to see market hold an area of support and see if it's really for true. Okay, so after market decided to fall down from this area right here, okay, it came down and it looks like it made this kind of candle right here of support. Okay, so after a heavy sell-off, you want to see, okay, did the market try and bounce from that at least? Okay, so we could see even right here for this top, okay, market decided to have a heavy sell-off, but it decided to find a low right here, correct? Okay, market decided to even come down and test it in the same area. Okay, so I want to see, okay, is this a higher low? Okay, this low right here. Okay, I want to see if this low is a higher low than this low for real. Okay, so what I want to be waiting for is I want more 15-minute candlesticks that are green filling in the right side. Okay, so I can see this low right here is real. Okay, you know this low is real because outside of the zone, okay, you start seeing green candlesticks heading up in an upwards direction, buying multiple green candlesticks in a row. Even down here with this low, okay, you know this low is real because you start seeing green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction, ready to fill in the resistance gap. Okay, but we could see here from this low, okay, it's just a wick. Okay, after this, it's red candlesticks, green, red, green, red, green, really choppy. Okay, really choppy. Hasn't started fully trending yet. Okay, has not started fully trending yet. Okay, after market found this low, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. You start seeing them rapidly success in a V direction. As you can see, it decided to kind of make this wick, but then a red candle, and then a green, but then red dojis, and then not really consistent. So I don't even know if this low is real. Okay, so I'm not going to take the trade here yet. Okay, I'm going to wait for more 15-minute candlesticks to keep heading in an upwards direction. Okay, I want to see price fully give me that V curl. Okay, one thing too, especially when you first start off and it's helping you eyeball, you can draw trend lines too. Trend lines, like when you first start, could help you out too. Okay, it's really just knowing where the area of resistance is. Okay, so look at where price decided to start falling down in the first place. Okay, so price started falling down up there. Okay, in this area up here.
Okay, from there, you could draw the trend line off of that. And a lot of the times, by the time the trend line gets broken, it'll let you know if the area of support is real for the most part. Okay. But that's why trend lines work, because price is confirmed. Okay. But you have to close at the area of resistance above current price. Otherwise, it's all going to be shambles. Okay. It's not going to work how you want it to. Okay. So even with here, honestly, it's been a couple minutes, honestly. That's why I like to wait for multiple 15-minute candlesticks. So you have this low, and then you have a bunch of candlesticks above the zone too that's closed. Okay, so you could either wait for the trend line to get broken and then enter, and then stop loss could be under the low and take it up to the high. Okay, and it's about knowing when to buy. You buy directionally. Okay, you want to buy after market sells. Okay, we just play logically. Buy after market sells. Okay, that's it. You buy after market sells, and that's literally how you trade. Okay, that's how you trade the United States stock market. Okay, is you buy after market sells off. Okay, after it sells off, then you buy. Okay, so even this here too, like, yeah, you could avoid a fake out if you wanted to just wait for the trend line, honestly. Or you could take your chance and see if this low is pretty real. We're starting to get some more 15-minute structure here that I like. Yeah, and we could either do that, or I really like this too, though. We have a kind of higher low being formed here on the 15-minute. So a lot of the times too, you see how this area of support got tested like twice. So sometimes it'll do that. Take like a price like right here. We got two 15-minute candlesticks stopping in the same place. Okay, after I see something like that, that's going to let me know, okay, price doesn't want to break below the support. Okay, giving me way more conviction. Okay, price would have broke below the support if it wanted to, not bounce at the same place. Okay, once I start seeing stuff like that on my 15-minute, for sure, yep, I can go ahead and I can get in right here if I wanted to. Okay, stop loss underneath this low. Okay, and then take it all the way up here. Okay. Yeah, for it's a 15-minute time frame. So yeah, this could be like overnight. Could be a couple days. Yeah, for sure. A couple days at max if it's choppy. But a lot of times it'll be like a couple hours. So yeah. And then you just take that structure and you just keep taking your trades. Just keep taking your trades. Okay. And this is a very small stop loss here. It's 37. Let me go ahead and log into my paper trade here to break down the math. Okay. So boom, you'd be playing for about 108 ticks. Okay. So this is a really, really good trade. Okay. So you're only risking, okay, let's say you're on the micros. Okay, you'd be risking $45, right, to make 135. Okay. So that's over double your money. Okay, and this is a pretty small take profit. You could definitely take the take profit up here as well too, if you feel comfortable holding a little longer, for sure. Okay. So if you wanted to take the take profit up here, okay, that would be playable up here as well too. Okay, so you'd be risking $45 to make 180. Okay, and just wherever market decided to fall down from, it'll want to return to. It will want to return to almost every single time. As long as you're trading, whenever market is making higher lows, okay, understand that market is always going to want to fill in and return and try for vengeance again from where it fell down from. Okay, wherever market fell down from, it's going to try to recover. Okay, it's going to try to recover, and keeping that perspective is really going to help you. Okay, after market makes its low and falls down, okay, let market make its own area of support. Okay, and we can see on the 15-minute here too, once again, areas of higher lows being formed. Okay, I have this area right here. Okay, I like this candle a lot. After that, price went all the way up. Okay, fell all the way down and then made this low. Then price went up. Okay, came down and then made this low. We got two 15-minute candlesticks chilling in the same place here. Amazing, amazing area. Okay, so I wanted to stop loss underneath this area of support since we look like we're trending here. Okay, and then take it up to this area of resistance, okay, for the whole formation fill, okay? And it's about just waiting for pullbacks, taking the trade, wait for a pullback, and then take the trade, okay? And being as patient as possible is really going to be the determining factor versus profitability and just unprofitability, okay? And buying during trending times, okay? Because you can't just live on your 15-minute time frame and try and do things like that, okay? It's still important to do the whole top-down analysis. Because we did the top-down analysis, I was able to understand the 15-minute time frame structure a lot different, okay? Because the 15-minute, if I just pull it up, it could be a whole different story, okay? But when we're on our higher time frames, we can see everything for what it is. We can see that this is a bullish asset class year after year after year, and all we got to do is buy the dips and catch the sweeps back up, okay? And that's it. So get ready to rumble, traders, okay? If you guys want more help with futures trading, okay, whether it be education, technical analysis, or anything, head over to stackmode.net. You guys can book a free call with me. I got free courses, free ebooks for you guys, and there's just too much information out there, okay, that I really try and give you guys to help you get profitable, inshallah, if God wills, okay? And let's break down these things, okay? Understand that leverage gives you a lot of power, okay? But you gotta be in control of this. This could be a really good thing or a really bad thing if you don't have it down packed. So make sure you study yourself as a human. Make sure you're aware of your emotions and don't crash out and make irrational bad decisions, okay? And liquidity gives you speed, okay? When everyone is buying, okay, you're going to start seeing price action flood in a upwards direction. When everyone's selling, you start seeing price action flood in a downwards direction, okay? And risk management is the thing that's going to keep you alive, okay? And your risk to reward, okay? So if you're risking $50 a trade, you need to be at least trying to make 100 to 150, okay? If you make 100, that would be a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. If you make 150, that would be a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio, okay? And focusing on your risk to reward ratios is how you're going to become profitable. It's all in the math. So if you're making more than you lose consistently, you will become profitable, okay? And start with paper trading and start with mentorship first, okay? So head over to stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Keep grinding. Stay prayed to God. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
We all need to get money, I understand, but your health needs to be a priority. If you guys aren't in shape, how can we even innovate or think of the next business idea that we have to keep up? So, just want to go ahead and talk to you guys the importance of health and fitness when it comes to running a business, when it comes to being taken serious, and there's a lot of psychology in it as well too. So, number one, okay, first thing I wanted to talk about. When it comes to working out, the first thing that's going to really help with is your consistency. So a lot of people in business, even in music, I see, I work with a lot of people in a lot of different industries. Some people in car sales, some people in the fitness industry, some people who do product sales, etc. Some people who sell clothes, barbers. So I've worked with a lot of different people, financial consultants, other trading mentors and business mentors as well too. So been around the block a little bit. So I just want to let you guys know that when you're in shape and when you start working out, your consistency level gets to the point to where if you aren't on your P's and Q's, meaning that if you aren't working out, if you aren't doing what you're supposed to do to progress your business, if you aren't praying to God, your body is not gonna like you, okay? Your mind isn't gonna like you. Your spirit isn't gonna like you, okay? And rightfully so. So working out really builds a level of consistency and discipline that really helps business in the long run in every single way. So we have to understand that working out, okay? Working out is going to be essential. Okay, it's going to be absolutely essential. You want people to, one, respect you. Okay, respect. Respect is going to take you a long way in business. Okay, when people respect you, when people respect your product, when people respect what you're doing, it's going to be a lot easier to make sales, for them to trust you, for you to book calls, for you to get to the next level, for you to generate income. Also, working out is going to build a lot of confidence. Okay, especially in business, you're going to need confidence. There's going to be people who aren't going to like what you're doing. Okay, say for if you're using AI right now to build some crazy software that is really personal to you, there's going to be some people who might not like it. Okay, there's going to be some people who might not like your website, who might not like your services, who might not like your music. But working out, it's a great confidence booster. I'm going to go and put on my gloves real quick. But working out is a great confidence booster. So in business as well too, when it comes to progression, people want to get better. Okay, so no matter what business you do, you're trying to make the person better. Even if you do hair, nails, for example, any type of business that you do, okay, you could be a fitness trainer, okay, any specific business that you do, you could be a plumber, you could be an HVAC person, okay. Understand that it's their first impression of you and your team as well too, especially if you work with other individuals too. The first impression of you and your team is absolutely important. So take Louis Vuitton and Gucci, for example. They put all their employees in nice suits, okay? You're not even gonna walk into the store if you ain't got no money, okay? You're not gonna do that. So you have to apply that same kind of psychology to yourself and to your business, okay? Especially if you're gonna be the face of your business. So even if you do have a team, okay, behind you, say if you're an artist, for example, or say if you just do business online, social media, or you're just a social media influencer, okay? Understand that when people first see you, you are the face, okay? And humans will find something to talk about. Humans are always going to try and find some type of flaw, okay? Some type of flaw in you, some type of flaw in what you're doing, some type of flaw in who you are, okay? And you can't let that get to you, because the second you let that get to you, you're going to get destroyed, okay? You're going to get absolutely destroyed. The second you let that get to you, you're going to get destroyed. So put yourself into a mental framework, okay? Put yourself into a perspective to where, okay, I'm going to be able to dominate under any circumstance. You feel me? So you have to be able to dominate under any circumstance. Once you're able to dominate under any circumstance, the game changes. Okay? The game changes. And working out is going to be a good way to build that confidence to where even if one of the worst things happens, you're still going to feel confident when you look yourself in the mirror. You're still going to feel mentally headstrong, even when people aren't supporting you, supporting your business, seeing your vision, seeing your ideals, seeing how you want to progress, okay? But you're still going to be headstrong enough because you've gone through that pain of picking up the weights, okay? Running those extra miles. And I'm telling you, working out really does transition into your business success. So, and that goes for the same thing for trading as well too. It's also a good way to not be as frustrated or angry. So if you're feeling extremely frustrated, angry all the time, or you're feeling just angry all the time, feeling like you want to crash out, don't crash out, okay? Instead of crashing out, work out, okay? Working out is going to be a great, fantastic way to get all of that out and progress and get to the next level, okay? Within your body, within your mind, within your spirit. When you're able to do that, you're going to see how quickly it all translates into business extremely, extremely fast, okay? It translates into business quickly. So I want you guys to win. And in order to win, you have to learn how to push yourself to the next level as well too, okay? Even if you've never worked out before, okay, try it. Try it. Okay, try it out. See how hard you can push your body. See how hard you can push your mind. See how hard you can break your limits. Okay, because then by the time you get on the computer, by the time you pull out your journal and it's time to do work, it's going to be easy mode. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. And when you're stepping out your Rolls Royce, stepping out your Ferrari, whatever you want to drive, okay, even your Honda SUV, if that's what you like, that's you. I don't judge, but you're going to be feeling strong. You're going to be feeling confident. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Okay, being in shape helps your mental, okay, helps your perspective of yourself, even when people don't see your views, see you, because you're going to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to be able to respect yourself. You're going to be able to feel confident, okay? So working out, it's going to be a fantastic way to stay focused. It's going to be a fantastic way to be consistent and progress, okay? So consistency and progression, those two things, those two simple things right there is how you win in pretty much any endeavor, okay? Your relationship in God, your relationship with God, okay? And your belief in God all relies on to your consistency. How often are you praying? When things are going fantastic or when things are going horrible, okay? And your discipline. Are you listening to God's rules? Are you listening to what he says? Okay? And the framework that the Lord has sent down for us. Okay? Alhamdulillah. All credit to Allah. So, understand that we have to stay hungry. Okay? Too many people too fall down to weakness. They fall down to mental health issues, suicide, God forbid. I've lost a couple of friends to mental health issues and mutuals, some mutuals. But just even the fact that I knew them and just losing someone that I've seen smile to mental health issues, you know, that's why I'm really passionate about coming on here, directing these videos, coming on here, making sure you guys are good mentally, making sure you guys are in a good mental framework, making sure that you understand how you have to keep pushing on forward, even when people are hating on you, when people aren't believing in you. So it's really, really important that you set a good example as well too for the youth and even the older people, so they can look at you and be like, yeah, I need to do X, Y, and Z better. So just set a great example for the world, set a good example for the community. Don't let people hate on you. Do not let people hate on you. There's going to be people hating on what you do. But if you know that God put that in your spirit, if you know that your business is going to be successful one day, if you know that your business is going to help millions or even billions of people one day, keep going hard at it. Okay? Keep going hard at it. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be times where you're going to be feeling mentally drained. There's going to be times where you might not even believe in yourself. Okay? There's going to be times where you're going to be tired, working relentlessly, not seeing the results that you want to see immediately. But that's the time to double down. That's the time to triple down and go even harder. Execute all of your plans. Think of new strategies and progress even harder and take all of that anger out into the gym. Okay? Because by the time, once again, you sit down at that desk, you sit down at wherever you work, or even if you stand up and work, okay, you're going to be feeling good. Okay? You're going to be feeling relaxed. You're going to be feeling calm because you trained your body. You trained your mind and you put your mental perspective out. You put yourself in a position to where you were able to succeed and you were able to win. Okay, so that's all I want from you guys, man. I just want you guys to be able to win and to succeed. I want you to be able to win and to be able to succeed. In your discipline and consistency that's founded through your prayers in the gym really translates into business really, really well. You have to have a healthy gym routine. Okay, do not just sacrifice your body to run up money. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, because you're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor. And this is something that my mom broke down to me when I was younger too. You're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor whenever you're unhealthy. Okay. And I'm someone who used to be unhealthy. I'm going to drop a full progression video for you guys. Thinking about maybe starting a fitness program. So if you guys want a fitness program, if you guys do business, and if you guys trade, let me know if you guys want to see some fitness stuff as well too. Okay, because I just want to keep you guys healthy. I want to keep you guys in a good position, and I just want you guys to progress. Okay, so listen, we have to win. Okay, we have to win. We have to win. That's going to be done through praying to God and definitely working out, keeping your body agile, keeping your mind sharp, keeping your heart healthy, pumping. So then you can focus your mental framework and the rest of your ideas, okay, can flourish when it comes to your business. You can see the clear setups that you need to see when you're on the charts, okay? So transition the way that you need to transition. And there's a lot of psychology built into working out as well too. When you push your body through hard limits, by the time things do get hard within your life, it's going to actually be pretty easy to manage, okay? Because of the fact that you've been putting in a lot of physical effort and strain on your body, okay? So I should see you at Stackmode Network. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
So imagine waking up in an economy where money can appear out of thin air, or one where every coin is locked behind an unbreakable vault. And that's the clash we're diving into today. Let's talk about quantitative easing versus Bitcoin's fixed supply. And it's a true economic showdown to be talked about. So in one corner, you've got quantitative easing. It's the central bank's money creation lever. And when the economy slows, they print even more, inject more, push more, and it can rescue markets. But it can also quietly stretch your dollars thinner over time. And in the other corner to fight against it, you have Bitcoin. It's a digital asset that refuses to bend, and only 21 million will ever exist. No printing press, no emergency button, just a predictable, halving-driven drip of new supply that's immune to human panic. So let's go and let's jump into it, class. Inshallah, if God wills. All right, so let's go and let's talk about the economic showdown. So, Bitcoin has scarcity involved within it. There's a limited amount of Bitcoin available. 21 million Bitcoin exist. But versus fiat currency, the traditional fiat currency, such as the US dollar, there's an unlimited supply, okay? But with that unlimited supply, things catch up over time. So let's go and let's talk about exactly what I mean. So mechanism, quantitative easing, right? So the term QE, let's talk about it. So QE stands for quantitative, Q stands for quantitative, okay? And E stands for easing. Okay, and here's how it actually works. So it's not just printing cash, okay? It's an asset swap. So step number 1, the central bank creates digital reserve, okay, out of nothing. And they use these reserves to buy treasuries and mortgage-backed securities from commercial banks, okay? And now banks now have the cash reserves and are incentivized to lend it out to companies and people. And in result of all of this, the central bank balance sheet then explodes, okay? And the Fed's balance sheet grew from 4 trillion, okay, to 9 trillion during 2020 through 2022, okay? So let's go and let's break down the further logic of what this all means, because there's definitely going to be consequences for everything that we just spoke about. And let's talk about it. The canceling effect. So who gets the money first? So new money doesn't reach everyone at the same time. It flows just like a river does, okay? And one, the insiders, okay, banks, okay, / government, they get the money first at near zero interest, okay? And they buy assets for cheap, okay? They buy it for a low price, okay? God says no interest anyway, so they finesse the whole system. So the asset owners, right? Let's talk about the rich people.
So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital. Okay. And let's talk about the wage earner. Okay. By the time money reaches you, prices for food, okay, just a basic item, let's say like a piece of chicken, for example, okay, or macaroni, okay, 1 year you might be paying $5, okay, for a chicken sandwich. Next year you might be paying $7, okay. 5 years down the line, you might be paying $13, okay. You went from paying $5 a chicken sandwich to $13, okay. Yes, we can print infinite currency, right? But there's going to be consequences to everything, okay. It's going to be supply and demand, equal opposite forces in everything, okay. So understand that the fact that infinite money gets printed means that over time things have to get more expensive in order to compensate, because people are going to start just having more money, okay. There's going to be more money flowing in the river, so the numbers have to balance out logically, okay. So knowing this, we have to understand that your income has to catch up. So let's focus on point number 2 here, okay. So point number 2, the asset owners and the rich. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital, okay. So they go up due to the influx of cheap capital. We need to think about this logically, okay. So while food, rent, and stuff is getting more expensive, okay, stock and housing prices are also rising. You guys should be trying your hardest to stack as much assets as possible. If you don't know what an asset is, that's going to be anything that's pretty much going to turn your money into more money, okay. Whether it be real estate, okay, you could do stocks, okay, cryptocurrency, so many different avenues, okay, business, pay for ads and start you a digital business or physical business, whatever, okay. Just whatever is turning your money into more money, that's going to be an asset, because you have to understand that your income has to catch up. I don't want you guys to be struggling in society, okay. Your income has to catch up, and just like God says in Quran, we have to spend moderately, okay. We have to spend moderately. I'm really telling you guys, the key to life is just following what God says, okay. If you guys aren't religious, you need to go start reading the word, man, okay. It really helps a lot. It's a lot of psychology in there, okay, especially as a trader, an investor, somebody trying to have their finances together. You need to definitely read Quran if you can, okay. So spending moderately, okay. So stop being so much of a consumer. If you realize, okay, there was times I was spending my whole bag on DoorDash, on this and that, okay, having no assets stacked, okay. And I'm not saying don't live life. There's going to be times where we want to live a little life, okay. I understand, okay. There's times, you know what I'm saying, I go out, you know what I'm saying, you might pop it a little bit, live your life, do your thing, but that doesn't need to be a consistent every single week, every single day thing, okay. Save your money, invest your money, okay. So when I say save your money, save it in some assets if you can, okay. Don't just have your money sitting in your bank account, because inflation, food, rent, etc. is rising, okay, which means if you just have money sitting still, you're going to pay more taxes over time, okay. So always try and keep your money flowing in the river, okay. This way, by the time tax time comes, you're going to have an easy time paying it off, inshallah, if God wills, okay. So let's head over to the next slide. So the response, okay, absolute scarcity. Bitcoin, where my Bitcoiners at? All right. So Bitcoin, the 21 million hard cap, okay, and this limit is not something that needs to be taken lightly, okay. Bitcoin is gonna go away one day, okay. Bitcoin is not infinite, okay. It is not infinite, okay. You need to understand that it's a resource that is going to expire, okay. That in itself, that alone gives it value, okay. So there's 21 million, okay, Bitcoin that has to be mined until it goes away, okay. Depending on when you're watching this video, you should be able to do a quick Google search to see how much Bitcoin is left. Okay. People are starting to buy hundreds of millions of dollars worth, including the US government. So check your watch, okay, because time is ticking. Okay. So this limit is not a promise. It's math. Okay. It's enforced by tens of thousands of nodes globally. To change it, you would need to convince the entire network to devalue their own wealth, which would be practically not something that people will be wanting to do. Okay. And there's a whole decentralized consensus behind it. So that word decentralized, okay, you might have heard of it. Let's talk about it. Decentralized means no banks, okay, control anything. Okay. No banks control anything. What it is all peer to peer, okay, which means person. Okay, so we got Joe, and then I'm gonna go ahead and we got Jack. Okay, so we got Joe and Jack. Okay, Joe lives in the US. Okay, and Jack lives in China. Okay, Joe hired Jack to do some work for him. Okay, Joe hired Jack to make some ads for him, okay, for his company. Okay, but he's in China though. He's in China. Keep that in mind, guys, okay? If you're trying to wire transfer some money to somebody in China, okay, or somebody in, let's say, Africa, okay, for example, okay? 'Cause I know China has some cryptocurrency laws and stuff like that. So let's say Jack is in Africa. Okay. So Jack is in Africa and you're trying to send some money to him. Okay. He's making some ads for you. He's trying to get his paycheck. And what's a good way to pay him? Okay. Might be a little difficult to use PayPal. Might pay a lot of transfer fees. Might pay a lot of this. Okay. Especially if you start trying to send large amounts of money, they might flag your account and be like, hold on, why are you trying to send so much money to somebody in another country? Okay. They might get questioned. And it's your money. Okay. Not cool. This is where cryptocurrency comes in. God is the greatest. Okay. So thank God crypto exists now. Okay. If you want to send some money to somebody that you hired in another country, your family, whatever, however much you want, whenever you want, okay, you can instantly send your currency. And that's the decentralized network. Okay. That's the difference between centralized and decentralized. Decentralized, you can send it when you want, you can send it to who you want, and you can send it to where you want. Okay, whenever you want. Centralized, stuff works on times. Okay, I'm sure you guys know that direct deposit time. Okay, waiting for that 6 a.m., waiting for that check to hit. Okay, certain times like that. That's the whole centralized system. Okay, cryptocurrency strikes that out. Okay, and let's talk about an immutable ledger. Okay, so once a block is confirmed, it is thermodynamically secured by energy. Okay, rewriting the history would require more energy than a medium-sized country could consume. So once it's confirmed, once it's on the blockchain is going to be where all pretty much the cryptocurrency information lives. Okay, once all the blockchain information has been confirmed, okay, and set in stone, shouldn't change. Okay, inshallah. It shouldn't change. So that's what makes Bitcoin a big help in society, especially when we're just trying to live some life and do some things. Okay, we might have some family in other countries and we just want to live like people. Okay, come on, let's go to the next slide. So the supply shock. Okay, let's go and let's talk about the halving. Okay, halving. So half, as you guys know, 50%. Fraction is 1/2. Okay, because 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay, so programmatic disinflation. So every 210,000 blocks, okay, which happens every 4 years, okay, which is, yeah, pretty much how often it happens, the issuance cut happens by 50%. And this creates a predictable supply shock.
So let's break it down. So pre-2024, the Bitcoin inflation, okay, was around 1.7%. Okay. Post 2024, okay, inflation went down to 0.85%. Okay, which became scarcer than gold. Okay. And projections, if this math continues by 2028, we should have the inflation at 0.4%. And then 2140, when Bitcoin decides to go away, which is by the time when people calculate, inflation will be at 0.0%, of course. So while the fiat supply accelerates, right, exponentially to pay the debts, Bitcoin supply decelerates, okay? You have to understand that it happens because it's a limited currency, okay? It's limited. It's not something that's going to be here forever. Try and get it when you can. You don't want to be one of those people who regret it and be like, oh man, I should have bought some Bitcoin. And you just didn't, okay? So make your decisions now. Put some money to the side, okay? You don't need to be buying no clothes, McDonald's, no DoorDash, nowhere now. Buy some groceries, okay? Buy some groceries and grind, okay? Wake up, pray to God, grind, and stay down, okay? Live a little life, of course. Take care of your mental health. But try and put some money away, okay? We got to have this asset flowing. Okay, let's get it. Inshallah. So the systematic comparison. So fiat currency, US dollar, man, cash, you know, good old dollars. Let's talk about it. So policy, okay, it changes based on politics and crisis, okay? If the US economy is doing well, then that means our dollar is going to be more valuable. If it's doing bad and we have a lot of debt, etc., the US dollar is not going to be as valuable. Okay, and that's just what it is. And people will want to run to other assets, which once again, assets are things that turn your money into more money. Okay, because fiat currency, that money, is not as valuable. Okay, so they at least want to try and generate more, which makes logical sense. Defense, survival. Okay, so unlimited amount of fiat currency can be printed, press of a button. It's kind of just numbers on the screen. Even kind of same thing with credit too. And system, okay, permissioned. Banks control the access. Okay, they can tell you no, and they can tell you yes. Okay. And the outcome, right? Your savings lose value over time. Okay. Due to the fact that it's not growing in anything. Okay. It's not in the river. Okay, it's sitting still on the rocks. Okay, and let's talk about some Bitcoin. So policy, okay, set in stone with code, okay, can't be changed, which means Bitcoin is gonna have the same intrinsic value baked into it a lot of the times. Okay, and of course there's gonna be chart depending on where the price is at, all-time highs versus a low, for example. Okay, but for the most part, with it having that fixed supply, okay, it's going to remain valuable. Okay, fiat currency, if the US started getting bombed right now, the US dollar probably wouldn't be as valuable. Okay, so certain things just are logical with that. So supply, okay, strictly capped, okay, 21 million, and it's very costly to mine. Okay, you can't just spawn Bitcoin at a press of a button. You actually have to have a whole logistical system. Okay, Bitcoin is created by proof of work. Okay, the computers have to show math. When your teacher asks you to show work, that's what the computers have to do. So it's pretty much a bunch of computers. Okay, or it might be one, however much the person has who's mining the Bitcoin. Okay, and what they're gonna go ahead and do is look for mathematical equal signs. Okay, they're trying to solve a code, okay, to give the hash. Okay, and in that, the computer has to keep solving these codes. Okay, and it has to show work. Okay, and that proof of work, and if it's correct, okay, then they're rewarded with a piece of Bitcoin. Okay, and then they keep doing that, and then every mathematical problem that's solved, then a Bitcoin gets created. Okay, and it's all solved by supercomputers. Okay, could be very, very expensive to run depending on your country. Okay, so before you just go try and boot it up, look into it. Please do your research. Pray to God on it. Take your time. Okay,
And it's open to all. Anybody can buy Bitcoin. Okay, you can buy some Bitcoin right now if you want. I don't care if you got $2. Okay, get in that habit of buying assets. Try and keep yourself broke. Okay, because what do you have your cash in your bank account for? Go buy some assets, live off of credit if you can, and stay down. Okay, keep doing that. And then when it's time to pay your credit, boom, 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 and keep the money flowing. Keep it flowing. Okay, don't stop hustling. Okay, I know life happens. Don't get depressed. Keep your head on straight, man. Okay, there's gonna be things that go down in life. There's gonna be times your emotions are gonna be shook up. Okay, there's gonna be times where you can't stack up. Okay, your car might break down. Okay, things happen in life. Okay, you might have to pay rent. You might have to pay direct deposit on a new crib. Okay, and rent. Okay, depending on whatever it is, any situation, right? Hospital bills. Okay, just pray to God on it. Okay, pray to God on it and keep hustling. Okay, don't get in your head, don't get poopy pants, and don't get depressed, because you got to get to this money. Okay, I'm telling you, when you pray on it, you keep going forward, you keep hustling, things get easier. Okay, but you got to keep hustling. Okay, after you pray, you got to keep hustling. Okay, don't grieve. Okay, don't get sad, just focus. Okay, don't take that money and indulge in food. No alcohol. Okay, if you're drinking, quit that. God says don't do it. It makes you weak. Okay, no alcohol. Take that money, buy some assets, buy some Bitcoin. Okay, change up your lifestyle. It's really deep. Okay, if you catch yourself buying certain kinds of food, ask yourself why. Okay, why? Why am I eating these Doritos? Why am I booting this up right now? Okay, when's the last time you had some vegetables, some fruit? Okay, you gotta change your lifestyle. You guys are so obsessed with investing and trading, but we all have to realize that we have to change our lifestyles. Okay, this stuff takes money. Okay, it takes money to invest. So if you want to invest, you need to change your lifestyle up. Okay, put some bread away. It's cool to stay down. Okay, it's cool to save some. Okay, wear the same clothes for weeks if you got to, but you know how much Bitcoin you have in the stash. You know how much assets you have stacked up. Who cares what anybody's saying? Okay, because if you want to get to this Bitcoin, it's gonna take a certain level of discipline. Okay, it's gonna take a certain level of staying focused. Okay, we can't be being lazy when we say we want to be stacking assets. You gotta choose. You gotta be relentless. You gotta be a dog. Okay. So, before Bitcoin expires, I don't want you guys to be like, man, I wish I bought Bitcoin. And it's like, that's not how you want to go out. Okay, leave something for your family. Okay, and take care of yourself, inshallah. So let's go. Let's head over to the next slide. So the hardness of money, right? Stock to flow. So why hardness matters in the first place? So money is a technology for storing time and energy, and hardness measures how hard it is to produce more of it. So let's talk about the S to F ratio. Okay, and existing supply, okay, divided by the annual production. So let's talk about the real estate, right? High S2F, okay, because real estate is pretty hard to build. Okay, you need a whole crew of people. Stuff could be changing now though, because they do have houses that you can just drop on a plot of land. Okay, that's like carried by a giant truck. Okay, so it really depends. That could change as humans develop more innovative technology and ways to get housing quicker. But as for now, real estate is pretty hard to build. And let's talk about gold, right? So gold takes about 60 years to double supply. Okay. And Bitcoin, okay, it's the hardest asset ever discovered. Ever. Okay. So gold has a 60 S2F. Bitcoin, as of 2025, has 120 S2F. Okay. And if money is easy to produce, right, such as fiat currency, which is unlimited, people won't save it. They're just going to go ahead and dump it and blow it. Okay. And if money is hard, okay, Bitcoin, civilization can save for the future. Your Bitcoin is like your gold. Okay. You should not be touching your Bitcoin. 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 Okay.
Keep it in the stash. Keep it locked away. Keep those secret keys locked up. Okay. Don't be touching that Coinbase card. Don't do it. It's not worth it, guys. Okay. So let's stack it up. Let's stay down. Okay. Spend that credit. Okay. Spend that credit and build it back up. Spend that credit, build it back up. Pay your bills, spend that credit, build it back up. Keep hustling, keep grinding. Okay. Spend that credit. Credit. Fiat currency, unlimited, pretty much almost not real. But think something like Bitcoin. Okay. Something like real assets like gold. Okay. That there's limited resources and actually exist. Okay. Whether you're buying the gold, ETF, etc. Just understand that investing into assets that have value are going to be a lot more worthwhile than hoarding fiat currency for no reason. So let's jump into the next slide. So the verdict of everything. Okay. We're witnessing a global competition between two monetary operating systems. Okay. You got the debt path. Okay, fiat requires inflation to service global debt. So your savings are the fuel for the system. Okay, eating it all up. And then you got your true savings path. Okay, Bitcoin, it's an exit valve. Okay, a savings technology that cannot be debased by any central authority. Okay, and this is not financial advice. Do your own research. Okay, do your own research. Okay, I'm not saying go take all your money, dump it into Bitcoin, but do your research. Check it out. Okay, check it out and do your thing. Okay, stay prayerful to God. Keep grounding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. And I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
If you don't have an LLC formed, a lawsuit can wipe away everything you've been working hard for years. Let me show you exactly why you need to form an LLC if you're a business or brand owner and how we can do it the cheapest and easiest way. Let's get into it. Your LLC, it's extremely important. You got to build your fortress up. So we're going to be covering your LLC formation, right? What your EIN number even is, keeping yourself anonymous. Some people register their LLC underneath their actual house address. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, it's going to make it easy for people to find exactly where you live, and that's not what you're going to want. So you're going to want to set up your LLC underneath a registered agent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about the operating agreements, and we'll make sure everything is done right and done cheap. Let's go. So what is an LLC and why does it protect you in the first place? So an LLC is a limited liability company. An LLC is a legal wall between you and your business. If your business gets sued or owes money, your personal assets, your car, your home, savings are all legally untouchable. Without an LLC, you are the business. Every lawsuit, every debt, and every mistake hits you personally. And understand that an LLC is not an expense. It's the cheapest insurance policy that you'll ever buy for your business. It's pretty much preparing yourself for any future endeavors, any mistakes, or any things that you're expecting to go wrong. Future-proofing yourself. You know, that's the reason why you pay for insurance on your car. Future-proofing yourself. Even if you yourself didn't get into the accident. For example, my first car ever was a 2013 Audi. And I woke up one day and someone just totaled it. And it just was what it was. And I had to go buy the Mustang Coupe. And I had to go forward. And I had to progress. Okay? But understand that sometimes in life, things are going to happen. So instead of you getting sued and getting all of your resources extracted that you've been grinding for years, let's be smart, let's get an LLC, and let's make sure that we can protect ourselves and our assets. And a real example, right? Let's say a freelance web designer gets sued by a client for $50,000, right? God forbid. But without an LLC, their personal bank account could be wiped. And with an LLC, only business assets are at risk. Their personal savings stay safe completely, okay? And 3 things an LLC gives you. Personal asset protection. Business debts and lawsuits cannot touch your personal belongings at all. Tax flexibility as well too. So you could choose to be taxed as a sole proprietor, an S corp, or a C corporation, and pick whatever saves you the most or whatever functions the best for whatever type of business you're trying to do. And as far as credibility and legitimacy, so ABC LLC, for example, or Stackmode Network LLC, looks professional. Clients, banks, and platforms start taking you more serious when they see you went through the time to submit the paperwork, open the business bank accounts, and do what you need to do in order to be credible. And without an LLC, you're just a sole proprietor by default.
So one by client, one accident, or one lawsuit equals total personal financial exposure. And I don't want you guys to be going through that. Okay. So choose your state. This matters a lot. So you don't have to form your LLC in the state that you live in. You can form it in any state. So here's how the top 3 compare. So I'll talk about Wyoming, right? So Wyoming, there's no state taxes. Filing for an LLC costs you $100 USD. And it's strong anonymity. And you have $60 a year cost for a renewal. Okay. New Mexico costs you $50 in order to file your LLC. No member disclosure. No annual fee, and less business friendly. You got Delaware. It's $90 for the filing. It's VC or investor preferred. It's a 300-year franchise tax on it, and it's less private. So the cheapest and the most private option is going to go ahead and be the New Mexico option. So the New Mexico option is going to give us the most definitive and cheapest option for both as well. Okay. So, do you need a local address? No, absolutely not. So, if you form a LLC in Wyoming or New Mexico, but you live in Texas, you may need to register as a foreign LLC in your home state if you do business there, but that costs $5,200 and it's worth it for the privacy. So, here's the smart play. So, let's say, for example, a client named Maria lives in Florida, but they form their LLC in Wyoming. Let's say they use Wyoming for their registered agent as their address, and a registered agent is pretty much going to be a address that's going to have all your mail directed to it, and then it's also going to be able to send mail to you. So instead of having your LLC address as your home address, what it's going to go and have is have the LLC address as like a suite address, for example. Okay. So their name doesn't appear publicly anywhere, keeping themselves fully anonymous and making sure that they're fully secure. Okay. And they just use your home state trap. Most people default to their home state, and that's often fine if you don't care about privacy. States like California, though, can charge $800 a year minimum franchise tax, while Wyoming is like $60. So think about that too when it comes to your yearly expenses. So as far as filing your LLC in 5 simple steps. So what you want to do is choose your LLC name, okay? Choose your LLC name, choose a name that you're going to be happy with, and understand that it must be unique in your state. It must include LLC or limited liability company in it, and check the availability for free on your state Secretary of State website. So for example, Apex Media LLC, okay, YouTube LLC, Lamp LLC, search Wyoming, SOS site, look what's available, and then you're good. Then from 2, I want you guys to go ahead and get a registered agent. So a registered agent is required in every state. It's a real person or company who receives legal mail for their LLC. Do not use your home address, okay? On the next slide, I'm going to give you guys more information on how we can go ahead and understand how we can keep ourselves anonymous and how we can open our LLC without using our home address. So you have to file articles of organization as well. So it's a short 1 to 2 page form. You have to fill it out on your state's SOS website. And Wyoming is $100 online. New Mexico is $50. And it takes about 1 to 3 business days, sometimes about 1 to 7 in order to fill out online as well too, and for it to get approved. And the required info. So what you're gonna need is your business name, your registered agent name plus your address, your business purpose, okay? Just write in what the purpose this is. Use AI in order to help you as well too. Your management structure, okay? The member manage equals that you run it. Then from there, you just gotta go ahead and pay your fees. So Wyoming, once again, it's going to be a $100 fee. New Mexico is going to be a $50 fee. And we got Delaware with a $90 fee there, okay? So you can pay online with a card. Okay, keep it simple. Understand that, once again, you could pay online with a card. Do not make it more difficult than it actually needs to be. Keep it simple. Okay, whip your card out, open your LLC, get started. Don't waste your time, because you need to start having time available for your EIN number. Your EIN number is a free number, okay? But you need that in order to progress. When it comes to opening your accounts on Shopify, for example, you're gonna need your EIN number, okay? So that's why I want you guys to get on these things as quick as possible. I don't want you to procrastinate at all. Get your EIN number. You can get it for free on irs.gov, and then from there, you can get your employer identification number. So instead of using your social security number on everything, Okay, what you're going to go ahead and do is use your EIN number and use your LLC name on your documents or whenever you're opening up accounts. And you're going to need it in order to open a bank account, hire employees, file taxes, or even get PayPal, Stripe, etc. accounts. Okay, so once again, you're going to go to irs.gov, get to the EIN assistant, and it really takes 10 minutes. It's completely free and never pay a third party for this. So don't overpay. Companies like LegalZoom try and charge $79 to $300 to form your LLC. You're just paying for them to fill out a form. Do it yourself. It's that simple. Okay. So your registered agent is going to be your legal shield. So what is a registered agent in the first place? Every LLC must have a registered agent. A registered agent is a person or a company with a physical address in the state where your LLC is formed and who receives legal notices and lawsuit papers called services of process, government correspondent papers and annual report reminders, as well as tax documents and compliance notices. So why not use your home address, right? Your registered agent's address becomes public record. If you list your house, anyone can Google your LLC and find where you live, which could be dangerous potentially. So use a service instead. So as a real scenario, a disgruntled client looks up someone's LLC name, sees their home address, and then shows up. So try not to use your home address. Okay. And the best cheap registered agent services, right? The Northwest registered agent. So best overall, includes privacy by default. Real Humans answer. $39 a year at the time of this recording. We got Registered Agents Incorporated. That's the one I personally use. We got $50 a year. No upsells. Keeps your info private on state filings. And just helps you progress. We got Inc. File. Now busy. Okay, it's free for 1 year. Free first year if you use their formation service, or you could be your own agent if you have your own physical address or your own business address as well too. And a pro tip here. So Northwest registered agent for $39 a year. It's pretty much #1 recommended at the time of this video. It's the cheapest. They don't sell your data and actively protect your privacy on state filings. Many services list their own address, which hides yours. Okay, keeping you safe, protected, so you can get to the next level. And the anonymity stack. So why stay anonymous in the first place? When you file an LLC, in most states, your name goes on a public database. Anyone can look you up. Competitors, stalkers, litigious clients. And the goal of it, your name appears nowhere on public records while you still legally own and control everything. So privacy state formation. Once again, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana do not require member owner names on public filings. They just file there, use the registered agent, and then done. So as far as privacy, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana, filing through there really does help. So you could form a Wyoming LLC, use Northwest as a registered agent, and your name appears on 0 public documents, and it costs around $139 a year total. Okay, keeping you fully anonymous, keeping you safe, okay, and helping you progress. And the double LLC stack. So for maximum protection, you could form a holding LLC in Wyoming to keep you anonymous, which then owns your operating LLC in your home state. So your home state sees Wyoming Holdings LLC as the owner, not you. And Wyoming sees no member names. Okay. And the double LLC anonymity stack, right? Let's say it's you. Private person. Okay. Our name. Then from there, for Wyoming, okay. Anonymous, not public. Meanwhile, the operating LLC is Apex Media LLC, which is whole time in Texas. Okay. So your public records only show Apex Holdings LLC here. Okay, which is not public. Your name never appears. So lawyers who want to see you hit a dead end. Okay. So it's really smart doing it in this way, and it helps a lot. Okay. So your LLC constitution. So what is it? So the operating agreement is the internal document that defines how your LLC operates. It's not filled with the state. It's for you and your bank and any partners. Think of it as the rule book for your LLC. Without one, your state's default LLC laws apply, and they may not favor you. So what it must include: ownership percentages. Who owns what percent of the LLC? The management structure. Who makes the decisions? Was it member managed or manager managed? Profit distribution. How and when the money gets paid out to its members. Buyout or the exit rules. What happens if a member wants to leave or dies? And dissolution clause. How the LLC can be shut down. So what's critical about this? Single member LLCs need this too. Many solo founders skip the operating agreement because it's just me, which is a big mistake. Banks a lot of times can require it. If you're ever sued, courts look for it to verify your LLC is legitimate and separate it from you personally. Okay. So it's pretty much a rule book. Okay, it's just a rule book. So a judge could decide your LLC is just an alter ego of you personally and pierce the corporate veil, wiping out your liability protection entirely. So you can go ahead and get one for free at Northwest Registered Agent, Rocket Lawyer, LegalZoom, or your state SOS website. Okay. So for a single member LLC, a one-page operating agreement is enough. Sign it, date it, and then done. Okay. So it costs under $200 to launch. Get to it. So your LLC filing, if you do it in New Mexico, one time, no annual report required, $50. Then from there, you got your registered agent. You got your $50 a year. Okay, New Mexico doesn't require one, but it's smart to use. And then your EIN, it's going to be free. Operating agreement, free. Business bank account, Mercury, Relay, Novo, Wells Fargo, Chase, etc. free. So for the first year, you'd only be paying $100. So really, really nice. And then option number B here. Option B, we're going to have the Wyoming. Okay, best for laws and privacy. File it through Wyoming for $100, then $39 a year. Northwest Registered Agent. And then from there, get your EIN and your operating agreement for free. And 1 year total, it's going to be for $139. Okay. And what to skip and what to never pay for. So LegalZoom LLC packages. So $79 or $299. Okay, what you're paying for is absolutely nothing at all. So your EIN filing services, irs.gov is free and takes about 10 minutes. And your LLC kits with binders and seals, useless. And attorneys to form a basic civil LLC, just don't need. So the bottom line, for under $140, you can have a fully legal, private, protected LLC with the EIN number, a registered agent, and a bank account. No lawyer needed. Make it simple. So your LLC launch roadmap, right? Pick your state, get your agent, file your articles, get your EIN, do your operating agreement, get your business bank account. Okay? It's really, really simple. Follow the steps. Filing time takes about 3 weeks max for everything. That's for getting your EIN number. That's for getting your registered agent. That's for getting your LLC approved, getting your name done, and getting your business bank account with your operating agreement. I'd say everything would set up about 3 weeks, and then you'd be good for the rest of your life. So put in that time now. It's really, really important to start today. Do not procrastinate. Absolutely no procrastination at all. Please don't waste your time like that. Okay. And after filing, don't forget, okay, keep your personal and business expenses 100% separate. Never pay personal bills from an LLC account. Mixing these equals losing your liability shield. Keep these separate. Keep it consistent. Okay. So form it in Wyoming or New Mexico. Go get your registered agent. Get your EIN number. Write your operating agreement. And keep your business and personal expenses 100% separate. Okay. It's going to be really, really simple. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
If you have trading anxiety, you break your rules, or you overtrade, we have to rewire your brain completely. I'm going to go ahead and teach you guys how we can profit within this guide. Let's do it.
Welcome to the Triple Threat course. So we're going to be talking about neuro trading here within the first episode here. So trading, whenever you become an investor, you have to completely rewire your mindset. Think about work, for example. What do? You get paid every 2 weeks, every week. Okay, get that deposit, you get that consistent $15, $20, $25 an hour, okay, plus onward. The more you go to school, the more you level up, etc. Trading is completely different. This is a completely different realm. I'm not gonna lie. Thing about trading is your income is going to be multiplicative. Not only is your income not going to be, I'm not going to say consistent, because you're consistently going to be making money, especially after you finish this, inshallah. But your income is not going to stay flat. It's not going to just stay the same. So if you hit $250 on a trade, you put that money back into it, then your next trade you could hit $450. Loop it back, next trade you could hit $750. And then it keeps scaling up. The more that you win, the more consistent that you are, and the healthier that your mindset is. And that's going to be exactly what we're going to be covering in this course today. So you're not losing because you can't read a chart. You're losing because you can't control your own biology. So let's go ahead and let's jump into exactly what we need to cover in order for us to be successful. So why do smart people make stupid trades in the first place? Fiending for money. Okay. You cannot fiend for money. You have to follow the process, and you have to follow the anatomy 101. Do not break the cycle, and your brain is not one single unit. Okay. It's 3 brains stacked on top of each other, constantly fighting for control of the steering wheel. Okay. You're going to have 1, the reptilian brain, also known as the basal ganglia. And this is going to be your instinctive brain used to react. And it's pure instinct. It controls heartbeat, your breathing, and your fight or flight senses. It is fast, dumb, and reactive. So if you ever made a irrational, impulsive decision, a lot of the times it's due to the fact that your basal ganglia triggered an emotion that just made you do a certain impact. Okay. And the mammalian brain. So the center of emotion. It seeks social status, pleasure, and connection. It hates pain. So the mammalian brain, the limbic system, this is going to be more human-based. Let's talk about this, for example. This is going to be a very, very, very important topic here. So whenever we are progressing, we have to understand what we're trading for. What are you on the charts for? Okay. Are you trying to buy a house? Okay. Are you trying to just increase your income if you already have a house? Are you trying to take care of your family if you have one? There's going to be a lot of different factors, but the main factor is the fact that you're trying to provide for yourself and build a better life for yourself. So do not do anything trying to please people. Do not fiend for social media screenshots, okay, to go post on Instagram your P&L and be like, oh guys, look, I'm making all this money. Okay, we're not trading for people. We're trading for ownership. It's really important to have a mindset where you're just focused, you're locked in, you're dialed in, and things can't break you down whenever you have an iron mindset like this. And I'm trying to prepare your brain for the dramatic numbers that you're going to reach, because the thing about trading too, it's really easy to get to the income that you want to get to. But once you get there, staying consistent, staying afloat, and not getting greedy and losing yourself is going to be a challenge a lot of people struggle with. And I don't want you guys to struggle with that. So that's why this was being created. And the human brain, right, as far as the neocortex, this is the logical side, okay, the side used for math, planning, and risk management. Risk management is going to be the amount of money that you're going to be risking per trade. Let's say you have a $1,000 account. If you're willing to risk $100 for the trade, then you're going to be risking 10% of your account, or a 10th of your account. Okay. So it's 100. Okay. Is going to be a fraction and a 10th of 1,000. That is why you're going to get the 10%. So that's how you do your risk management. If you have a $500 account, if you're going to risk 10% of your account, then you're going to be risking $50. Okay, that's how you break it down. And the human brain, this is the only part of your brain that can actually trade profitably. Okay, the neocortex, you have to function with this. You have to understand that in order to progress, you have to be one with your mind, body, and soul. You cannot be making impulsive decisions, random stupid decisions, and you have to just be extremely locked in, stable, and you cannot be an emotional human, especially if you're going to talk about being a trader and getting to where you want to be. And the saboteur, okay, the amygdala, okay. There's a lot of deep neuroscience involved into this. Let's talk about it. The fear center. So the amygdala is 2 almond-shaped clusters deep in your brain, and its job is to detect threats. And the problem, your amygdala cannot tell the difference between a lion chasing you and a red candle on the chart. Okay, it thinks fear. As soon as you see red P&L, as soon as you see P&L going in a downwards direction, fear comes in sadness comes in, anxiety comes in when you're not a prepared trader. When you're a prepared trader, and especially after this course, all the sadness, anxiety, and even red P&L consistently should be gone. Okay. And when your amygdala detects a threat, which such as losing money, P&L going in a downwards direction. And let me talk about this too. If you're noticing P&L going in a downwards direction when you open your trade, you have to ask yourself, why are you sitting there staring at the chart? There's a lot more work you could be doing. There's a lot more work you could be putting in, and you could be building. You have to always be building so that you don't get in your head, you don't get emotional, and you don't make decisions that you shouldn't be making. A lot of the times, if you're sitting there staring at the charts, you could close your trade early. Okay, you could end up dragging your stop loss or moving your take profit, ruining your whole plan, and ruining what's called your risk to reward. So your risk to reward is how much you're risking and how much you're gaining. Okay, so let's say if you're risking $100 to make $400, okay, that's going to be a 1 to 4 risk to reward ratio. Okay, due to the fact that 1/4 is going to be part of the fraction here. Risk 100 to make 400. Okay, it's going to be a 1 to 4 risk to reward ratio. And you literally become incapable of rational thought when it comes to your amygdala detecting threat. Okay, if you don't train that, if you don't train your emotional side, your brain could definitely take over and chemically shut down the connection to your logical side, also known as your prefrontal cortex, which you guys might have heard of. And the prefrontal cortex gets developed the older that you get, and I believe it gets fully developed at around like 25, 24. And you literally can become incapable of rational thought for a second, which is why you freeze or panic sell, even if you have a giant account. And honestly, the bigger your account is, the more it really could affect you. So you could freeze, you could shut down, and I don't want you guys to be panic selling and losing your account for no reason, especially if price ends up blitzing way past your stop loss. Please don't freeze. Just close your trade for a loss. If it's way past your stop loss, you don't want to delve deeper into the red. Okay, just hoping that price is going to come back up, especially if it's already past where it's supposed to even be in the first place. Okay, do not gamble with your account. Do not risk your account in certain ways. That's not going to benefit you. Okay, I just want you guys to be successful. I want you to go forward, and I don't want you to have any fear. Okay, your fear can be an issue. It's gonna hold you back. You cannot be scared. You have to be cautionary, and you have to make sure that you can progress. And the CEO, the prefrontal cortex, right? PFC. So the executive center. So located behind your forehead. So this is the newest part of your brain it handles, right? And it handles probability analysis, impulse control, and long-term planning. So your prefrontal cortex, once again, it gets developed the older that you get, but you can train it by doing more logical, hard analysis, as well as hard tasks too. So let's talk about hypofrontality. It's a state where the blood flow to the prefrontal cortex is really reduced down due to stress. When you're stressed about bills, okay, or a loss, your trading CEO goes on vacation, leaving the lizard in charge, putting you in panic mode sometimes, also known as survival mode. So you have to trump out survival mode. Even if you have $0, you got to just trust God. Okay. You cannot panic. You cannot fold. Even if you notice your account is blown, don't fold. You have to be able to get in stack mode, have a good mindset, and be a CEO. When you're a CEO, you're going to take some losses. Okay. There's going to be times where things aren't going to go your way. And there's going to be times where you're going to hit certain lows. But if this happens, don't crumble. Don't crumble. Okay. Even if it's outside of trading. Okay. Even if it's not trading related, if your car broke down. Okay. That's more inspiration to hit better trades. That's more inspiration to wait for the setup. You need to get on your higher time frames. Okay. Ideally, be using your weekly, daily, and your 4-hour time frames. And you need to be waiting for the proper setups in order for you to make that income so you can get out of that bad situation. Okay. I don't want you guys to struggle, and I want you guys to focus on long-term planning as well too. So even if you are a futures, Forex, or options trader, okay, these are all what I call the income generators, okay? If you're getting profit from these, what I recommend is taking at least 50% of your profit and funneling it back into the stock market. Put it into some shares. There's going to be a lot of companies we're going to go ahead and talk about how to research, but especially recently, there's a lot of new tech companies coming out, innovating the world, changing things around, and creating a lot of new technology. So I don't want you guys to struggle, okay? You guys have to be strong. You guys have to be logical, and you have to stay humble as well too. Even when you start touching 6, 7, 8 figures, 5 figures a trade, stay humble, okay? And shares are going to be important too, because at a certain time, your futures, Forex, and options account, especially once you start getting in the 7 figures plus, it gets a little bit difficult to trade. So that's why you want to funnel it into your shares account, because shares, you could trade billions and millions of shares. And why can't you stop over trading? Ask yourself that, okay? Let's talk about it so we can trump this disgusting disease called overtrading. It's holding you back. I know you guys have goals, you guys have dreams, and it's a lot of chemical warfare going inside of your brain. You have to be focused, you have to go hard, and you can't let things slow you down, break you, or stop you. Let's talk about dopamine. Dopamine is not the pleasure molecule. It's the molecule of craving and anticipation, and the reward prediction error. When you take a random trade and you win, your brain releases a massive spike of dopamine, okay? It's like, whoa, we're the best trader of all time. Let's go ahead and let's keep doing this. You have to rewire that. Even if you make $1 million from the trade, you have to be able to come back to the charts the next day, keep your risk management intact, stay consistent, and not get overzealous, okay? Your brain learns random clicking equals pleasure. So you've now trained yourself to be a gambler, and God says not to gamble for a reason. So do not do that. We're here to be traders, we're here to be investors, and we're here to be serious about the money we're putting into the market. Do not trade off of dopamine, and some of you, for example, scalp, okay? I do not recommend scalping at all. Even if you're able to make some okay money from scalping, it's not worth the stress. You could be building a business, working on work, and spending time with your family instead of scalping, okay? Instead of staring at the charts all day taking risk, you could take one calculated risk, hold that position for multiple weeks, days, or hours at least, and then from there, you can go ahead and work on other things in real life, generating more income, and then you could take that income, funnel it back into the charts, and you're going to go ahead and have the asset river flowing. And cortisol, the stress hormone. Chronic cortisol from watching the charts all day kills brain cells in the hippocampus and shrinks the prefrontal cortex. So do not sit there scalping all day, taking 1 million trades a day. It literally can fry your brain and make you feel burnt out, never make you want to trade again, give you a whole bunch of anxiety, and just make you feel stressed that you do not need to be feeling. And as a result, you become biologically worse and more reactive the longer that you stare at the screen, okay? Do not sit there staring at the chart, watching every single candlestick go by after you've entered in. Please rewire your mindset so you're able to make some progress. You have to lower your cortisol too. There's a lot of herbs, okay? A lot of herbs I recommend. You guys can get these on Amazon too. You guys are going to have things like ashwagandha. I would check that out. You're going to have St. John's wort. You're going to have things like teas, chamomile tea if you want to calm down and breathe. And another thing too is make sure you exercise. These are going to be all good ways in order to reduce your cortisol. And try and eat a good balanced diet. Try to stay away from things like canola oil. Okay, you don't want to be eating canola oil. It's really, really, really bad for you. And you don't want to be eating things like fried foods. Okay, try and stay away from fried foods. That also fries your brain, makes your brain more mush. And it just makes you struggle in ways that you just don't need to be struggling. Okay, I want you guys to be successful. I want you to get to where you need to be. And I don't want you to stop. Okay, keep going. Do not trade for pleasure. You are trading for consistency, success, and if you have one, to provide for your family. You have to go hard. Do not disappoint yourself. Do not break your rules. Keep going. Once again, there's a lot of herbs you could take as well too. Black seed oil, make sure you guys are eating honey, eating fruits, vegetables, eating a highly good balanced diet, so you guys are going to be able to go ahead and progress forward the way that you need to. And the neuroplasticity has to be rewired in your brain completely. Let's talk about the solution phase, how we can fix these things. Okay, there's a lot of good news involved into this. Okay, put a smile on your face. Let's solve these issues. Let's get to it. And even if you lost it, we can get it back. We can fix it. And there's a lot of forward momentum you can pick up. Do not give up, even if things are hard right now. Okay, even if you bought this course with your last couple of dollars or not, even if things are hard mentally right now, even if you're struggling, I don't care if in real life, relationship, whatever, you have to stay forward. You have to stay focused. You cannot give up. So the good news, the brain is soft and it can be remolded. So let's talk about neuroplasticity. So the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. And these are neurons that fire together and wire together. So think of your brain as a big connectivity receptor, okay, connecting multiple pathways, doing different reactive things so we can function. Hence why we have different emotions, such as happy, neutral, and sad, of course. And of course, mad. Okay. So then from there, we're going to go ahead and have awareness involved into us, so we don't get ambushed by life. So recognize when the amygdala is active, and you can tell that by having anxiety, your heart pounding. If you're feeling cold hands before you're about to enter a trade, you do not need to be entering that trade. Okay, why aren't you confident? You have to fix yourself. If you're not confident, you're probably risking way too much money. Okay, if you're afraid of losing, you're probably risking way too much money. And you have to give yourself time on the trade too. I don't recommend you guys trade prop firm due to the fact that you cannot hold your trades overnight. Most of the price action happens overnight, and most of the millionaire and billionaire traders hold their positions for multiple days, months, and years. You have to play with the big boys. You have to play with the whales. Wherever the money is moving and flowing, that's where you need to be moving and flowing too. And let's talk about the pattern interrupt. So physically stand up, walk away, and make sure you disrupt the loop and have some repetition. So every time that you wait for a setup, you strengthen the prefrontal cortex, which is going to be your patience muscle. Do hard things. If it's cold outside, go on a run. Okay, go on a run. Challenge yourself. If you feel like you're not going hard enough in your business, post more, do more, put in more volume, try and get more clients. You have to maximize your time. The prefrontal cortex is something that can be trained even if you're a young individual, but it's not going to get easier if you don't put yourself through hard, disciplined things. You have to be extremely consistent. And a hard discipline thing is going to be waiting for the trade to hit, take profit, or stop loss without watching it. What we're going to go ahead and do is get on our phone, make sure you guys have TradingView or whatever broker you're using, and set your alerts. When you set your alerts, you're going to go ahead and get a time notification letting you know that it's time to close and that either take profit or stop loss was hit. You're going to go ahead and set that alert at your stop loss level or your take profit level. In this way, you're going to be able to not stare at the charts all day, focus on getting more income outside of the charts. So when you come back to the charts, you're going to be booted up, ready to progress. I don't want you guys to be held back by yourself for literally absolutely no reason when you don't have to. Let's go harder than that. And the power of God, okay? God is absolutely our creator, okay? He's created us so special, and even down to the fruits that grow out of the ground, okay? This world is built absolutely perfect the way it is. Fruits grow consistently. They have seeds within them, and you have a seed within you. You have to grow that seed, but that seed is not going to grow within you without consistency. You have to wake up and make sure you guys are praying and taking care of yourself, okay? And this is biological optimization. Trading requires you to accept uncertainty, okay? For real. You could wake up and your trade just straight down to zero, okay? And the human brain hates uncertainty. They think it's in control of everything, okay? We have to understand as humans that God controls everything, and everything is already wrote. So you have to understand that when you put down your trade, it's going to go to either take profit or stop loss. You moving your trade or you looking at it has nothing to do with anything. It's going to go where it needs to go. And you need to just focus on putting yourself more on the wavelength of life so you can continue going forward instead of trying to control and jurisdict everything. Because that's going to give you a lot of anxiety, frustration, and it's going to be hard to get to where you want to be when you're not expecting certain results. Sometimes you got to just sit back, stay consistent, keep hustling, keep praying, most importantly, and then see where you're at and be happy with your results. Yes, have certain goals and objectives, but you can't control things that take time. If you know the trade takes time to hit take profit, why are you trying to risk 80% of your account to make some money? You could risk a smaller percent of your account, hit a bigger trade, have less anxiety, and keep working harder so you don't blow up your account and go back to zero. Stop going back to zero. I'm tired of you guys blowing up your accounts. I'm tired of seeing people even committing suicide due to the fact that they're not able to keep a consistent account. And I was tired of myself back in the day of blowing up accounts too. Okay, even when I was greedy, making $1,000 days and not closing, etc. Okay, so I have a lot of game to teach you guys and learn because I don't want you guys to go through painful, hurtful things like that. And how prayer affects your brain. So vagus nerve stimulation. So prayer, especially when you get down on your hands and knees and you're really just talking to God, prayer calms the nervous system, shifting you from sympathetic fight or flight to parasympathetic rest and digest. And as far as the surrender of control, so by giving the outcome to God, you release the burden of needing the right section in your brain to be in control of everything. Okay, this lowers cortisol instantly. You already planned out the trade. You already planned out the take profit and the stop loss. Otherwise, you shouldn't be in the trade. If you planned out the take profit, your stop loss, and your entry, what are you tripping about? Okay, leave it up to God. And if you lose, take it to the next trade. If you win, take it to the next trade. You have to learn how to be based. Even if you win, you have to literally pretty much be at the same emotional status, even if you lose. Okay, don't crash out. Don't be mad. And even if when you win, don't get overly zealous. Don't be overly happy and start breaking your rules. You still have to have tons of detachment. And detachment is going to be the spiritual state where you perform the action perfectively, but have zero emotional attachment to the result. And once you guys get to this point, you guys are going to be in Zen. Okay, you're going to be in Zen once you have detachment to your trade. Put down the trade and have no emotional attachment to it. Whatever God plans out is whatever's going to happen. Okay, you marked out your levels, right? You know that it's a good trade. You're confident in it. Let it rock out. So have you ever put down a trade and then checked it back and been like, oh, why did I close this trade? And then take profit got hit. If you're tired of that, why are you doing it to yourself? Some of us as humans don't realize that you can literally just do things. You can take control of your emotional state. Instead of trying to take control of the uncontrollable, take control of the thing that you can take control of in this world. Us, ourselves, okay? Take control of yourself. You're in full control if you're moving your stop loss or take profit. So don't do things like that and don't hold your account or yourself back. You got yourself to be taken care of. I want you guys to see the world, drive what you want, eat where you want. I'm extremely passionate about this because getting to where you need to be is literally a couple of emotional changes away. You have to change the way that you think, the way that you are, and the way that you're going to progress. I'm telling you. And moderate living, okay, that's going to go ahead and equal maximum performance. Your environmental control is going to be extremely important. I don't care if you live in a high rise in Miami, okay, that doesn't mean you need to be going out every single night to the club, for example. Okay, you need to be living an extremely disciplined lifestyle. If you're going to focus on getting income, then the income has to always be flowing. Has to be more income coming in than out. Okay, we want income coming in. We want more coming in than out. Okay, do not start living a bad lifestyle. Do not start ramping up your income just because your income is ramping up immediately. Give it time. Give it some months and years of consistency. Build up a stash. Try and build up at least 6 to 7 figures. Okay, get in stack mode. Eat groceries. Stay down and take your time. And let's talk about the needs versus wants trap. So if you increase your lifestyle expenses as soon as you make profit, you trap yourself in a high stress loop. And high expenses equals the high need for cash. Okay. And a high need for cash equals a fear of losing. So the higher your bills are, the more you're going to be starving to hit a trade, the more desperate you're going to be to hit a trade. And you cannot be desperate in this market. Like I said, you have to wait for take profit to get hit. I don't care how long it takes. You have to let the trade do its thing. You have to let the market makers in the market flow the way it needs to flow. Do not try and oversize or scalp just because you need some money fast. Stick to swing trading, give your trade some time, and the cash will come. But do not hyperinflate your lifestyle immediately, okay? You have to be hustling, you have to be grinding, and you have to be putting money away. Put it away into your Webull, to your Robinhood, whatever broker you use. Put it into some shares, so your money is always making you money, and I just want you guys to progress. And the fear of losing is going to be the amygdala activation. And the amygdala activation equals bad trading. So the fix. So live below your means, okay? Live below your means. Groceries. You guys need to get on DoorDash, and if you have it, you guys can look up something called Restaurant Depot. Okay? They have halal meat on there. It's meat that's prayed over. It's clean, and it's really, really cheap. I recommend you guys go into the farmer's market as well too. Okay? Stop DoorDashing. Okay? Quit DoorDash. If you're DoorDashing, you need to hop off of that right now. Delete it from your phone. Unless you're ordering groceries, but if you're ordering single meals, spending $20, $30, please, for the love of God, stop. That could be $20, $30 into some shares, into some options, which could be multiplied 5, 10x really, really easily. Okay? Please do not do that to yourself. Do not hold yourself back because you're wanting to feed your flesh today. Think about your future self. When you always think about your future self, you're going to live a happy life. I'm telling you. That's why it's really, really important for us to pray to God, even if we make mistakes, so we can repent, so we don't get punished in the future, inshallah. It's important for us to eat healthy so that we don't get health problems or get fat in the future. It's important for us to consistently invest and save our money so we don't go broke on a rainy day in the future. Okay? You have to think future. When you think future and you live like that in your present day by day, you're going to be ruthlessly consistent. It's going to be really, really easy for you to progress. And I want you guys to get to where you want to be. So the fix, live below your means, cancel some subscriptions, cancel that Amazon Prime, cancel that Netflix, that Hulu, all those little random subscriptions you guys got going. You got to fix that. You got to change that. Okay. A trader who doesn't need to win today is the one who will win today. Have that future mindset. The trader, once again, who doesn't need to win today will win today. I want you guys to be focused. I want you to be strong, and I want you to be able to progress the way that you need to. Don't give up. Even if you got to stay down, eat rice, tuna, just stay patient. Stay patient, stay down, pay your bills. Okay, even if you got to live a couple of years of staying down, you're going to get to where you want to get. When you're running around with bands, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures on you, okay, based off of a couple of years of just being disciplined, future you later down the line is going to be extremely happy that you put in the work. You're going to be talking like, yeah, you know, I put in the work, I stayed down and I invested, and I'm here today. So live below your means. That's going to be the fix to where you want to get to. Live below your means and invest more. That doesn't mean save it in a checkings account, because checking account is literally a scam. Okay. And the reason why checking account is a scam, let's go and let's talk about it. So a house, let's say 10 years ago, a house that was $50,000 would now be $250,000. Okay. Due to the fact that inflation exists, the United States keeps printing money, giving out free money, things like food stamps and stuff like that, etc., are going to be printed virtual dollars. So since we have more dollars floating around, in order for things to compensate with that, things naturally have to get more expensive. Now, one thing that hasn't changed much is going to be job income. Job income is pretty much the same, although things have gotten more expensive. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this economy because of not making smart financial decisions. We are heading forward into an economy where if you are not making smart financial decisions, you will struggle hard. If you are not hustling in a strategic way, you will struggle hard. And here at Stackmode, that's not what I want for you. And the ecosystem approach. Do not let your trading account be the only source of dopamine or survival. So your trading engine, Okay, this is for high velocity growth. It's risky and it's aggressive. Okay, and rule: never pay your bills directly from here. It creates performance anxiety. Okay, try and pay your bills through your business. Okay, your business is going to be your investment engine, and this is going to be for stability. You're going to go ahead and take that trading profit and buy different assets. You can buy real estate, buy business inventory, index funds, or put it back into more shares as well, so your income continues to progress. And rule: reinvest profits. Compound interest in a business creates a safety net for your mind so you can progress. You have to stay hungry for it though. If you're going to trade and run a business, then you're signing up to be disciplined. You're signing up to be consistent. You cannot be having things alter your mind. You cannot be having things slow you down. Monitor the people who are around you. Watch who's around you. And if anyone who's not hungry, who's not on the same path as you, could slow you down extremely. And that's not what I want for you. I want you to be able to achieve your goals. So it's important that we are extremely focused during these times. And let's talk about how to never blow up an account, inshallah. So risk management. So blowing an account is a mathematical certainty. And if you don't understand drawdown recovery, right? If you lose 10% of your account, then you need 11% to recover. You lose 20%, you need 25% to recover. You lose 50%, you need 100% to recover. You lose 90%, then you need 900% to recover. That's literally just how it works since the math decides to go down like that. And the 1% rule. So whenever you first start trading, you can start off with just risking 1% of your account. So if you risk only 1% of your account per trade, then you would have to lose 100 trades in a row in order to blow your account. And this keeps the amygdala quiet, and a 1% loss is not a threat to your survival. Now, as you get better, you're going to want to go ahead and increase that as you get more consistent. And I want you guys to monitor your progress within a trading journal. You guys can use Notion or book a free call with me at Stackmode.net, and I'll go ahead and make a full plan for you guys in order for you to track your trades. But after you start being consistent, making some money and being profitable consistently, then you could increase that 1% to maybe 3% per trade. Then after you're consistent from there, up it to 5% per trade. Okay. If you do 5% per trade, then you're going to have 25 trades. Okay. Then if you want, you could up it to 10% per trade once you get better. Okay. That's going to go ahead and give you 10 trades. So the more that you increase it, the more that you're going to make per trade, but the more that you're going to also lose per trade. So the better that you get, the higher that your win rate is, the lower and better position size you're going to be able to put down per trade. And what is conviction in the first place? So let's talk about model number 2. So conviction, it's not hoping a trade works. Conviction is the biological state of certainty within your edge. And probabilistic thinking, it's the ability to accept that any single trade is random, but a series of 100 trades is predictable. Conviction comes from knowing the math, knowing the fundamentals, and knowing the technicals, especially about the V setup. Let market make the left side of the V, we catch the bottom, and close at the top, especially if you're trading the stock market, options, or futures. Okay. And the conviction gap. So amateurs have high conviction in the outcome or prediction, and professionals have high conviction within the process. Boom. Does the entry criteria look how I want? Is the market trending in upwards direction? Yes. Am I on my higher time frames? Yes. Am I marking out my take profit before I enter in? Yes. Do I have my stop loss down? So if price goes down, do I know where I want to close? Yes. Okay. So you have your entry, your take profit, your stop loss, and you have certain factors of how much you're going to risk as well too down packed. Okay. That is what makes you a good trader. Even if you lose the trade and hit stop loss, if you put your whole process down, you're a good trader. Okay. You won the trade. Even if you didn't make any money, if you stuck to your plan, you stuck to your process, then you're a good trader. And why you sell winners way too early. So let's talk about the advanced psychology. So the disposition effect. So this is a cognitive bias where traders lock in small gains, not only to feel good, but to hold onto large losses to avoid pain. And dopamine urgency. When you see green on the screen, your brain screams, take it. To secure the dopamine reward, it fears the profit will vanish, disappear. And the fix. You must train your brain to view unrealized gains, not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding. Do not stop the process, and do not fail. Okay? You need to stick to the plan. I don't care if trades go to stop loss. At least you stuck to the plan. You won your trade if you stuck to stop loss. You committed to it and you didn't alter your trade. But if you're selling your winners early, you are staring at the charts way too much. You have dopamine urgency, and this isn't it. Okay? You need to completely change your brain, and your brain must view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding. Do not interrupt the compounding. And the art of taking a loss, ego management. Why is it so hard to cut a loss in the first place? So because to the brain, being wrong feels exactly like physical pain, death, but it's really not. So cognitive dissonance. The mental stress caused by holding two contradictory beliefs versus I'm a smart trader versus this trade is losing money. Your brain solves this by denying reality, hoping that it comes back. And the sunk cost fallacy. I've already lost so much, I might as well hold. Okay. And that's financial suicide. That's literally giving up. That's what we call low thumos. We call that low thumos. Extremely low thumos. Okay. That's not it. Okay. That's giving up. We are not here to give up. Stop. Do not just blow up your account because you're already down. Stop. That's crashing out. Don't do that. Have a great stack mode alpha mindset. Okay, a small loss is simply the cost of doing business, and it's an operating expense. You didn't win that trade, it's cool. Take another one. Come back stronger. See what you can do the next time. Don't let yourself get broken down, especially by the charts. And build mental iron. Okay, the brain gym. Make sure you guys are hitting the real life gym too. Get strong. You cannot just decide to be tough. Okay, you must train for it like a muscle. And here's a training protocol. Okay, wake up, pray to God, work out. Try and wake up early in the morning. Try and wake up 6 a.m., 7 a.m., start the day early, and just grind. Hustle hard. Put down your trades. Do your market analysis. After you're entered in, do not stare at it until your alerts go off. Rinse and repeat, and I promise you, watch how this works. And the progressive overload. Do not jump to large lot sizes. Slowly increase your risk as your nervous system adapts to stress. And as far as certain visualization. So before the market opens, visualize yourself taking a loss calmly. Breathe. Whew. Okay, visualize yourself holding a winner through a pullback while you're in drawdown. And then boom, market decides to sweep back up. Like a boss, you held through it, CEO. You got it. And pre-program the amygdala. And post-game review. Journaling activates the neocortex and helps process the emotions of the day, turning trauma into wisdom. Okay, so you have to learn, you have to progress, and you have to get past whatever trauma that you were going through. Okay. And consistency versus intensity, the boring truth. Okay. And amateurs look for home runs, which is known as intensity. And professionals look for base hits, which is consistency, constantly winning, constantly compounding their account, multiplying it, getting that multiplicative effect, and taking the same type of setup over and over and over again, regardless if they have 4 figures, 5 figures, 7 figures in their account. Doesn't matter. You're literally going to take the same setup over and over again until you perish off this earth. And that's literally the challenge of trading too, is who can literally continue to do the same thing. And the compound effect. And it's crazy because it's not really the challenge. It's not meant to be fun. Okay. It's cool learning it, but after you learn it, you're just going to keep taking the same setups over and over again. Small, consistent gains reinvested over time produce exponential results. This requires patience. And neuro tip, celebrate following your plan, not the money. Okay. Rewire your dopamine to trigger when you follow your rules, even if the trade is a loss. Okay. Once again, if you put down your take profit, you knew where you're going to enter, you have your stop loss, and you stuck to your plan with your risk to reward, you won the trade. Whether take profit or stop loss gets hit, you won the trade. Hunter versus prey. Identity shift. Okay, the prey, the impulse trader looking to get hunted, and what we call liquidity. Okay. So what liquidity is pretty much all the traders who are losing. Okay. It's trading for a reason. When you're winning, somebody's losing. When you're losing, somebody's winning. And the prey, the impulse trader, they run around chasing price, FOMO, and eats whatever is in front of them, which is known as bad setups. And they just get eaten alive by the market and all the decent patient traders. And the sniper, right, the patient trader, they lays in wait for days, controlling their breathing, and they only pull triggers when the probability is overwhelming in their favor. And the art of absolutely doing nothing. 90% of trading is waiting. If you cannot sit on your hands, you literally can't trade. You have to have patience and impulse control. The psychological strength to override the urge to act. This is the defining characteristic of a professional. And mantra, okay? Let's say that you're paid to wait and you're paid to execute your edge. Okay, you're not paid to gamble. God says not to gamble for a reason. Do not come on here doing random bonky things, blowing up your account for no reason. Please treat your account more preciously than that. And the neurotrading protocol, your biology, okay, you're fighting your amygdala. That's the fear, the stradium, and that's the greed part of your brain. Rewire that. In your chemistry, stop chasing dopamine hits and detox your brain. And as far as God, okay, use prayer to stabilize your nervous system and just leave it up to God. Have some conviction within your setups too. Understand the math in your risk to reward. Cut your losers at your stop loss and hold your winners to your take profit. Be a sniper, wait for A+ setups, and start your risk stall and continuously increase it up to 10% of your account as you get better. Get in the stack mode alpha state. Do not have a beta brain. Get alpha brain. Be proactive, logical, grounded, patient, manage your risk, and that's how you get wealthy. Okay. All of these emotions here, we're not even going to go ahead and name. Let's go ahead and head over to the next part of the course. Peace.
We all need to get money, I understand, but your health needs to be a priority. If you guys aren't in shape, how can we even innovate or think of the next business idea that we have to keep up? So, just want to go ahead and talk to you guys the importance of health and fitness when it comes to running a business, when it comes to being taken serious, and there's a lot of psychology in it as well too. So, number one, okay, first thing I wanted to talk about. When it comes to working out, the first thing that's going to really help with is your consistency. So a lot of people in business, even in music, I see, I work with a lot of people in a lot of different industries. Some people in car sales, some people in the fitness industry, some people who do product sales, etc. Some people who sell clothes, barbers. So I've worked with a lot of different people, financial consultants, other trading mentors and business mentors as well too. So been around the block a little bit. So I just want to let you guys know that when you're in shape and when you start working out, your consistency level gets to the point to where if you aren't on your P's and Q's, meaning that if you aren't working out, if you aren't doing what you're supposed to do to progress your business, if you aren't praying to God, your body is not gonna like you. Okay, your mind isn't gonna like you. Your spirit isn't gonna like you. Okay, and rightfully so. So working out really builds a level of consistency and discipline that really helps business in the long run in every single way. So we have to understand that working out, okay, working out is going to be essential. Okay, it's going to be absolutely essential. You want people to, one, respect you. Okay, respect. Respect is going to take you a long way in business. Okay, when people respect you, when people respect your product, when people respect what you're doing, it's going to be a lot easier to make sales, for them to trust you, for you to book calls, for you to get to the next level, for you to generate income. Also, working out is going to build a lot of confidence. Okay, especially in business, you're going to need confidence. There's going to be people who aren't going to like what you're doing. Okay, say for if you're using AI right now to build some crazy software that is really personal to you, there's going to be some people who might not like it. Okay, There's going to be some people who might not like your website, who might not like your services, who might not like your music. But working out, it's a great confidence booster. I'm going to go and put on my gloves real quick. But working out is a great confidence booster. So in business as well too, when it comes to progression, people want to get better. Okay, so no matter what business you do, you're trying to make the person better. Even if you do hair, nails, for example, any type of business that you do, okay, you could be a fitness trainer, okay? Any specific business that you do, you could be a plumber, you could be an HVAC person, okay? Understand that it's their first impression of you and your team as well too, especially if you work with other individuals too. The first impression of you and your team is absolutely important. So take Louis Vuitton and Gucci, for example. They put all their employees in nice suits, okay? You're not even gonna walk into the store if you ain't got no money, okay? You're not gonna do that. So you have to apply that same kind of psychology to yourself and to your business, okay? Especially if you're gonna be the face of your business. So even if you do have a team, okay, behind you, say if you're an artist, for example, or say if you just do business online, social media, or you're just a social media influencer, okay? Understand that when people first see you, you are the face, okay? And humans will find something to talk about. Humans are always going to try and find some type of flaw, okay? Some type of flaw in you, some type of flaw in what you're doing, some type of flaw in who you are, okay? And you can't let that get to you, because the second you let that get to you, you're going to get destroyed, okay? You're going to get absolutely destroyed. The second you let that get to you, you're going to get destroyed. So put yourself into a mental framework, okay? Put yourself into a perspective to where, okay, I'm going to be able to dominate under any circumstance. You feel me? So you have to be able to dominate under any circumstance. Once you're able to dominate under any circumstance, the game changes, okay? The game changes. And working out is going to be a good way to build that confidence to where even if one of the worst things happens, you're still going to feel confident when you look yourself in the mirror. You're still going to feel mentally headstrong, even when people aren't supporting you, supporting your business, seeing your vision, seeing your ideals, seeing how you want to progress, okay? But you're still going to be headstrong enough because you've gone through that pain of picking up the weights, okay? Running those extra miles. And I'm telling you, working out really does transition into your business success. So, and that goes for the same thing for trading as well too. It's also a good way to not be as frustrated or angry. So if you're feeling extremely frustrated, angry all the time, or you're feeling just angry all the time, feeling like you want to crash out, don't crash out, okay? Instead of crashing out, work out, okay? Working out is going to be a great, fantastic way to get all of that out and progress and get to the next level, okay? Within your body, within your mind, within your spirit. When you're able to do that, you're going to see how quickly it all translates into business extremely, extremely fast, okay? It translates into business quickly. So I want you guys to win. And in order to win, you have to learn how to push yourself to the next level as well too, okay? Even if you've never worked out before, okay, try it. Try it, okay? Try it out. See how hard you can push your body. See how hard you can push your mind. See how hard you can break your limits, okay? Because then by the time you get on the computer, by the time you pull out your journal and it's time to do work, it's going to be easy mode. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. And when you're stepping out your Rolls Royce, stepping out your Ferrari, whatever you want to drive, okay? Even your Honda SUV, if that's what you like, that's you. I don't judge. But you're going to be feeling strong. You're going to be feeling confident. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Okay, being in shape helps your mental, okay? Helps your perspective of yourself, even when people don't see your views, see you, because you're going to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to be able to respect yourself. You're going to be able to feel confident, okay? So working out, it's going to be a fantastic way to stay focused. It's going to be a fantastic way to be consistent and progress, okay? So consistency and progression, those two things, those two simple things right there is how you win in pretty much any endeavor, okay? Your relationship in God, your relationship with God, okay? And your belief in God all relies on to your consistency. How often are you praying? When things are going fantastic or when things are going horrible, okay? And your discipline. Are you listening to God's rules? Are you listening to what he says? Okay? And the framework that the Lord has sent down for us. Okay? Alhamdulillah. All credit to Allah. So, understand that we have to stay hungry. Okay? Too many people too fall down to weakness. They fall down to mental health issues, suicide, God forbid. I've lost a couple of friends to mental health issues and mutuals, some mutuals. But just even the fact that I knew them and just losing someone that I've seen smile to mental health issues, you know, that's why I'm really passionate about coming on here, directing these videos, coming on here, making sure you guys are good mentally, making sure you guys are in a good mental framework, making sure that you understand how you have to keep pushing on forward, even when people are hating on you, when people aren't believing in you. So it's really, really important that you set a good example as well too for the youth and even the older people, so they can look at you and be like, yeah, I need to do X, Y, and Z better. So just set a great example for the world, set a good example for the community. Don't let people hate on you. Do not let people hate on you. There's going to be people hating on what you do. But if you know that God put that in your spirit, if you know that your business is going to be successful one day, if you know that your business is going to help millions or even billions of people one day, keep going hard at it. Okay? Keep going hard at it. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be times where you're going to be feeling mentally drained. There's going to be times where you might not even believe in yourself. Okay? There's going to be times where you're going to be tired, working relentlessly, not seeing the results that you want to see immediately. But that's the time to double down. That's the time to triple down and go even harder. Execute all of your plans. Think of new strategies and progress even harder and take all of that anger out into the gym. Okay? Because by the time, once again, you sit down at that desk, you sit down at wherever you work, or even if you stand up and work, okay, you're going to be feeling good. Okay? You're going to be feeling relaxed. You're going to be feeling calm because you trained your body. You trained your mind and you put your mental perspective out. You put yourself in a position to where you were able to succeed and you were able to win. Okay? So that's all I want from you guys, man. I just want you guys to be able to win and to succeed. I want you to be able to win and to be able to succeed. In your discipline and consistency that's founded through your prayers in the gym really translates into business really, really well. You have to have a healthy gym routine. Okay, do not just sacrifice your body to run up money. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, because you're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor. And this is something that my mom broke down to me when I was younger too. You're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor whenever you're unhealthy. Okay, and I'm someone who used to be unhealthy. I'm going to drop a full progression video for you guys. Thinking about maybe starting a fitness program. So if you guys want a fitness program, if you guys do business, and if you guys trade, let me know if you guys want to see some fitness stuff as well too. Okay, because I just want to keep you guys healthy. I want to keep you guys in a good position, and I just want you guys to progress. Okay, so listen, we have to win. Okay, we have to win.
We have to win. That's going to be done through praying to God and definitely working out. Keeping your body agile, keeping your mind sharp, keeping your heart healthy, pumping. So then you can focus your mental framework and the rest of your ideas, okay, can flourish when it comes to your business. You can see the clear setups that you need to see when you're on the charts, okay? So transition the way that you need to transition. And there's a lot of psychology built into working out as well too. When you push your body through hard limits, by the time things do get hard within your life, it's going to actually be pretty easy to manage, okay? Because of the fact that you've been putting in a lot of physical effort and strain on your body, okay? So, I should see you at Stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace. Organic content will always be better than AI content in literally every single way possible. If you want to succeed in business, you have to know how to get into your clients' and viewers' hearts before you just jump into their wallet. Let me show you guys the exact guide how. Let's do it. Yo, so I just want you guys to know that organic content will always outperform AI content. Once again, organic content will always outperform AI generated content. So understand that there's a couple of reasons why for this, okay? One, especially when it comes to social media and things like that, you have to know how to get into the user's hearts, okay? Whoever's watching your videos, make sure that you're getting into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet, okay? It's very, very important that we pay attention to that. If you're able to get into a user's hearts, right, they're going to come back to your business, come back to your service. Let's say you do hair, for example, okay? If you're able to give them a good quality hair service or plumbing service, HVAC service, trading mentorship service, whatever you do, and they're able to leave feeling joyful, or they're able to scroll on your post and feel joy, feel happiness, that is going to stick in their heads and most importantly, stick inside of their hearts, okay? You want to get into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. So that's why it's really, really important to understand that organic content will always get into the user's hearts quicker than AI content can, okay? So we have to always keep that in mind. So look, take person A, for example, okay? My amazing drawing here, okay? Picasso. So person A. Person A is scrolling on their phone. Let's say person A is looking to get into trading, okay? Person A wants to learn how to trade, okay? There's going to be two types of reels they're going to be able to see, okay? You're going to have reel number one, okay? Reel number one is going to be a testimony, okay? So they saw a whole life change, or someone 360 their whole life because they were able to make it from trading. Or let's say they see post number two, okay? They're just going to go ahead and see a Gemini image ad, okay? The life testimony really showing people how you were able to change your life, right? Real pictures, real results, real situations of you not being as successful as you wanted to be, okay? Those types of videos will always outperform the best Gemini image ad that you could find, okay? Because you were able to capture the user's emotions. So capture the user's emotions. That's going to be extremely, extremely important. So we're going to start it off with this. So how do we capture the readers or watchers? Okay, if it's a post, then it's going to be the readers. So the watchers, or let's say the viewers. So how do we capture the viewers' attention? Okay, there's going to be a couple of things that we can do. Okay, one, be genuine. Okay,
Talk about real situations that have occurred in your life. Okay. Talk about real situations if you're a plumber, for example, maybe trying to start some plumbing mentorship, or maybe just trying to teach people more about plumbing, okay, etc. So just understand that whatever you do teach, whatever you do teach, just be genuine, okay? Be genuine. Have real funny perspectives, real life perspectives that people can actually feel. And then it's going to be a lot easier to get into the framework of success, because people are going to be able to feel you. And once again, once you're genuine, you're going to be able to have trust and get into their hearts. Okay. They're going to trust you. Okay. 2, another way to capture viewers' attention: results. Results. Show some work you've done. Show some results. Show some clients that you've helped. Show yourself doing live actual examples. Because once people start seeing results, okay, once people see results, then people start to build trust. Okay, results equals trust and retention. So when they're seeing results from your service, from your education, and they're seeing other people get results as well, that's going to be a good way to incline trust and retention. Okay. So trust is going to be really, really important, because 1, you want people to whip out the card and buy your service in the first place, or feel confident enough to get in a position to even want your service. Okay. And then we're going to have retention. Okay. Retention is going to be extremely, extremely important. You want retention. Okay. You want customers to be retained to your service. You want them to be coming back over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. Take Tupperware, for example. A company, Tupperware, went out of business due to the fact that their product wasn't retention based. Okay. It was a product that people bought once and then they never needed it again. Okay. Retention. Focus on your retention, and retention is going to bring you your monthly income. Okay. Retention is going to bring you your monthly income. So you need your customers to stay retained. You need your customers to stay engaged, and you need your customers to stay paying every single month. Okay. So that way you're going to have an easy time when it comes to paying your bills. So how do I get more followers? Okay. So how do I grow on social media? Okay. A big question a lot of people have. One, for example, on Instagram Reels, one of the videos that I posted that blew up firstly was just a video of me talking about God and just talking about real stuff and how you shouldn't give up on trading in the backyard. Okay. So number 1, understand that genuine, relatable content is the number 1 way to blow up content wise. So understand that genuine, relatable content is the number 1 way to blow up content wise. Okay. This is because it's going to be something that everyone's going to be able to have a laugh at. Everyone's going to be able to feel. Everyone's going to be able to understand. And that directly correlates right into the user's heart. We want to get into their heart. Get into their heart. So when you're dropping relatable content, even if it's something that somebody hasn't done yet, post stuff that people want to do. If you know people want to learn how to trade, then you need to be dropping videos of you teaching people how to trade and showing your results of you actually getting in actual setups, etc. Okay. So it's going to be really, really important. Understand that genuine, relatable content is the number 1 way to blow up content wise. I want you to win and be successful. Okay. But we can't do this without getting into the client's heart. I cannot emphasize that enough. AI content. Okay. AI does not know how to get into the user's hearts or the viewer's hearts. Okay? So being an empath in business really, really helps too. Okay? Make your post emotional. Okay? If you were having a hard time trading and then boom, you hit a massive breakthrough, that's going to build a lot of trust. Okay? People are going to be like, whoa, I was struggling just like that guy and he was able to climb over the hump and become profitable too. It's going to build a lot of trust in your community. People are going to know you, especially when you're a mentor. People have to know you. It's really, really important for people to know you. So that's why you're going to, guys are going to start seeing more of my life story and stuff come out as well too. So understand that AI, once again, does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. You must make your post emotional. You have to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Too many people make social media too hard. And too many people just don't trust themselves. Okay, you have to trust yourself in the first place. So, how do we capture viewers' attention? We're going to be genuine. Genuineness equals trust. Results as well too, when you're posting that, equals trust and retention. When you're posting your results, then they're going to want to get results just like you, keeping them shopping for your client, getting your mentorship service, etc., so you can progress along, or they can progress along with you. Okay. Number one way growing social media is you need to drop genuine, relatable content. Genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content-wise. I'm telling you guys. Okay. I'm telling you. So AI does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. Make your post emotional. Okay, make your post emotional. That's how you're going to separate yourselves from other content creators as well too. What type of emotions can you engage from your user whenever they're watching you? Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I should catch you guys at Stackmode. .net. Okay, I should genuinely catch you there. If I don't see you at Stackmode.net, you're going to confuse me. Okay, you're going to confuse me and you're going to make me think that you don't want it. You don't want money for real and you don't want to improve your life. Let's grow your business and let's take that business profit and let's go ahead and let's translate that into more money with trading. Okay, trading, business and trading. That is what we teach here. Okay, and we funnel these into each other to build a giant income loop. Okay, love you guys so much. I'll see you there. Peace. Been using AI for the past couple of months, and I just want to let you know that AI will not automatically make you rich. Okay? It would definitely not automatically make you rich. You still have to be consistent, disciplined, and know how to grasp humans to buy your product, book your service, buy a piece of art or something from you, whatever you do. If you sell music, if you sell art pieces, if you sell gym memberships, no matter what you do, understand that it's still going to have to come from a place of genuineness. Because genuineness will always win over what's perceived as the most organized or structured way possible. Genuineness, whatever touches in here, the human's heart, is your business, is your service, is your product touching the human's heart. You have to touch their heart and their brains before you just touch their wallets. All AI is trying to do is touch the humans' wallets. Okay, it's going to give you the best perspective to the humans' wallets. But we have to think of a raw perspective. Psychology can only come from what's happening around us. Psychology is just the study of the human anatomy, okay? The human brain. So we have to understand that in order to get the real psychology and the most updated, just as diseases do, just as evolve, business evolves, technology evolves, everything evolves. Of psychology, you have to be actively A, doing, and B, talk to people, ask people questions, get people's perspectives, see how people perceive modern changes before you just completely implement and go forward with certain things. Because you might run into an issue down the line, your business doesn't have a raw value, or your business is just thrown into a pool of other businesses that everyone else is doing too. Why do you think certain food stores and restaurants succeed so often? This is due to the fact that people's birthdays are held at those restaurants. If someone was having a sad day, I know for me, for example, one of my favorite restaurants, El Ranchero, for example, okay? One of my favorite restaurants, I would always pull up there and get me something to eat if I was feeling sad. Now I pull up on halal restaurants. Okay, I only eat halal meat now. Okay, I evolved. I progressed. My mindset changed. If you guys don't know what halal meat is, it's meat that's only prayed over. Okay, making sure that the animals are taken care of, prayed over before that they're killed, and making sure that they're respected. Okay, I evolved. So business will always evolve. Human perspective will always evolve. How can you still have your business, your service, your teachings in a perspective that's in place with the modern day society? And AI will never be, because AI doesn't know that a lot of people are already tired of it. AI doesn't know that it gets flagged when it comes to certain posts. I believe YouTube just wiped a bunch of channels that are purely AI off of as well too. Run off of purely AI, voice, images, text, everything. Okay. So you have to understand. You have to get into the perspective. And of course, AI will be used for things like movies and stuff like that. But a lot of the times too, those are real voice actors behind it. Okay. So I just want you guys to get into the real perspective. You know, I used AI for a couple of months. Used it to drop some products, some certain things. But after using it, I realized that it's strong at certain things like organization. But it's never going to have that raw human feel, connection, or emotion. Okay? And that is what's going to separate between someone just seeing your post or someone just seeing your product and scrolling past it or walking past it if it's in stores and actually buying that product. Okay? Actually investing in that product or service. Actually listening to your mentorship and trusting you as their teacher. Trusting you to do their hair if you're a hair lady or a hair guy. Trusting you to do their nails. Trusting you to get their hair cut. Okay? Trusting you to wear their brand because your brand represents high quality luxury. Giving them a good feeling when they put on your clothes or brand. Understand that business is purely psychology and we have to get into the hearts. We have to get into the hearts of the people. Okay? Get into the hearts of the people first before you try and jump into their wallets. Even when you guys are sending emails, for example, SMS text messages, understand that we have to be sending them organically. Once again, I used AI for a couple of months. Use it to drop some products. Use it to help me out with some organization. But now I'm evolving into the next stage of business. I gained all the psychology that I just used from using AI. And now I'm getting into a perspective where I'm turning back away from it. Okay? I realized I dabbled into it, didn't want to be quote unquote left behind like a lot of people might think. Okay, and instead of just running away from it, I decided to take my time to learn it, jump into it. I understand its strong suits, its advantages, and I understand its disadvantages. So now I have a modern day advantage over the modern day business scalers, for example, since I jumped into actually coding on VS Studio Code using Copilot and putting everything together with the terminal and shipping to Vercel and Netlify and making sure that the code errors are fixed and making sure that the right files are organized in the right place, etc. So I have a real perspective over using AI. I have a lot of videos using presentations where I used AI to organize them as well too, and just put some of the topics behind them that I wanted to teach about. Okay, and then was able to give my own perspective as well too. Figured out certain things, how you could drop HTML coding presentations as well too. So understand that everyone has the same access to the same resources at the moment, but how are you going to tap into the people's hearts? Whoever can tap into the people's hearts, that is going to be the winner. That is going to be who succeeds. That is going to be who gets to the next level. And if you want to get to the next level, I should see you at Stackmode.net. For example, we got this digital business card here. Okay, can't rip, cannot break, cannot be destroyed easily. Okay, digital business card. You can get it at Stackmode.net. We got a whole shop. You can go up to somebody's phone, tap it. They got all your social media links, your website right there. And you're going to be able to get some psychology baked in from there. So understand that technology is not bad. Artificial intelligence has also been around for a very, very long time. It's just the way that things are marketed nowadays. Understand that a lot of this stuff is old. Streaming has been around for a long time. Technology has been just advancing in different ways. I'm sure when the car first dropped, people were still on the horse carriage. You know what I'm saying? And now people value horse carriage rides as a valuable experience. So you see how things change? So understand that when you go backwards and we do things genuinely, that's going to give the raw perspective. Now, if you use AI, don't go back and just delete a whole bunch of stuff. You don't have time for that. Go forward, come with a brand new perspective. You tried something. If you notice that the results didn't work, come different. That's going to be business. That's going to be music. Don't go emo mode and deleting everything. You don't have time for that. You have to go forward, come different with a new perspective. Leave all those posts up. If you have AI posts or AI generated content, AI products, leave all of it up. Okay, leave all of it up. You put the prompt engineering behind it. It didn't just automatically make it for you. So leave all that stuff up. But if you notice that it's not bringing you sales, if you notice that it's not making you happy, if you notice that your engagement is not as genuine as it should be, then you need to go ahead and go back to raw cold emails, raw cold leads, raw cold texting and messaging, and understand that you need to get to the next perspective and understand that people don't really like AI. People don't really like AI stuff. They don't really trust AI stuff, and they want a genuine community. Genuineness is going to be at all-time highs, especially as AI tries to innovate. Okay. So I just want you guys to win. I want you to be successful. I don't want you to fail. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
If you're using Linktree, Jotform, Typeform, or you're just tired of your website not making sales, I'm going to give you guys the full guide on how to actually start making some conversions. Just listen closely, pay attention, and let's solve your problems if God wills. Let's go. All right, so let's go and let's talk about some website psychology here. So you guys need to understand that your site has to be interactive. It has to be emotionally intertwined with your user. What value is your user getting when they come on your site? Ask yourself that question, okay? What value is your user getting when they come onto your site? Some of you guys are trying to get into the user's wallet way too fast. You need to be getting into their heart. You need to be understanding that your site can't just be a bunch of text slop, okay? Or just a bunch of animated 3D slop as well too. Some of you guys are focusing way too much on looks instead of actual compatibility. You have to think about people on lower end spec computers, people who don't have great Wi-Fi, and especially if you're running a service in an instance to where people are trying to learn how to make more money, you want to be coming into a place to where your site can be loading quickly, okay? So if you want your site to load fast, you can't over animate your site. What you can do to still make your site extremely engaging is a format that you can get in the brand boost, where you can book at stackmode.net. But taking kind of the quiz format, you know, building that into your site. So let's go and let's check this out here. So the first thing I asked the user here is, how do you want to build wealth and scale your income? Okay, that's what my services are, helping you make more money, whether it be through business or on the charts. That's just what I do. So you can learn multiple high income digital skills,
building a powerful brand and automated business, or mastering the financial markets and algorithms. Okay, be able to choose what you want. So if you want to master the markets, cool, we'll go here. What would elevate your trading to the institutional level? Okay. Psychology. What is your primary goal as a trader for the next 6 months? I want to achieve consistent daily profitability. How do you prefer to reach peak performance? Let's say I'm a self-paced kind of person. Then the academy is going to be for you. Okay, let's go ahead and go through it again. So mastering the financial markets. Let's say I want a proven strategy. I want to automate my entire analysis workflow. Okay, and I want some direct one-on-one mentorship. And instead, it's going to take you to the one-on-one trading mentorship. Okay, so each question is going to bring you to a different section. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for users. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for you. Okay, so checking out here, we have the prompt engine, the prompt prompt here, giving straight value. Okay, giving straight value. You're going to be able to check out some certain prompts here and copy and paste them and use them to build whatever you need to do. Here's an example of just a clean section of reviews too. People should be able to see what type of results your site gives or what type of value you provide. Clean, simple, pretty much kindergarten level site. Okay, it's going to be the highest converting. Do not over explain on your sites. Okay, do not get into a place where you start over explaining everything for no reason. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. So here, once again, results section. Okay, you want to have real proof as well too of people actually succeeding of your service or product. Now this is really going to depend too. If you're more of a personal brand, reviews are really going to help you in your portfolio and stuff like that. But if you're not a personal brand, then you still want to have a clean understanding of what the user is going to get. So, and this should be explained and given to them very, very easily and quickly. Okay. So here we'll go over the prompt shop. So even if I wanted to view this prompt here, copy this prompt, you could use this. Okay, you could use this prompt too. Feel free to use and get any prompt that you want. Okay, once again, just giving straight value. Straight value. So I'm logged in here if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to the brand boost here, clear value as soon as the text comes up. You don't even have to make this animated if you don't want. Simple sites are really the highest converting sites. But once again, what's really going to separate these sites from other sites are going to be your questions. Okay, focus on your questions. The questionnaire system, and if you guys want a site built with the questionnaire system, head over to stackmode.net. I'll get you right. Okay, but the questionnaire system makes it very engaging. So it's holding back your income. So let's say people are struggling with visibility and people want to make an extra 50K per month. And people might be concerned that they can't afford it. Okay, they want to stop chasing clients. So let's say they have a few questions. Then boom, then they'll come with me on the brand boost. Okay, so it really, really depends on what they depend. And the start over button, they might want to run it back and change a couple of things. So have different sections. Once again, your portfolio on the site too. Show them what you've done. Show them the progression that you've made. Show them certain things and certain value that you just give in all aspects, So here, once again, we'll go over the pricing page too. Very, very clean. It's a very, very clean pricing page. Very, very simple value that we just give here. So we have $1,000 mentorship, $50 a month group people pay for, and then the $4 a month for the architect role. So your pricing page, make it very, very structured. Understand that your pricing page has to be in a format to where you just need to have clear value. Okay, clear value on your site. So once again, for the brand boost custom, simple check marks here, simple check marks here,
simple check marks here, simple check marks here. Really, really grabbing their attention and letting them know that they're going to be gaining success if they select any of the options. So really, really a lot of psychology in every little icon, and you have to think of it like that. So the question format, once again, it's very, very strong, very powerful. And you guys can head over to Stackmode.net if you want a site built with the question format. And the reason why you want your site built with the question format built inside of the site, actually, instead of using external links, is because when you start using external links, you're running into load time issues. Once again, you have to think about people in other countries. You have to think about people who don't have good Wi-Fi or who don't have good computers. People are going to click off of your site or not going to be able to participate in whatever good service you actually do have because your site isn't going to be loading fast. So you have to think about everybody. Okay, think about all types of users, and your site doesn't have to be over animated. Do not over animate your site. Okay, I'm going to say it once again. Yes, we do have very powerful tools. We have Claude Code, Opus, Cursor, VS Code, just manual CSS coding as well too. A lot of cool stuff you can do. Okay, but the furthest I would go is like 2D animations using CSS. Just copies and paste this. Okay, but over animating your site is gonna be thumbs down. Okay, it's gonna be completely thumbs down. So understand that you do not want people to click away from your site. As soon as they land, give them value, give them something to do. Okay, give them an activity, give them a login. Either that or directly give them the buttons, or what was really popular for a lot of people was the VSL. That stands for video sales letter. A lot of people like to put the video at the very top, but a lot of people get tired of that. So I feel like the question format is going to be the next strongest format for the websites. So instead of the VSL, this format here, very, very strong. Gonna try this out for a couple of years. Honestly, gonna gain some data on this, see how this does compared to just traditional button websites, and we're gonna go ahead and see how certain things can progress, especially as we just continue to keep building. So just because AI is out, don't over animate your site. Have a pretty static site, and if you look up some of the most profitable companies, you'll actually notice their site is quite static. They might have examples, but for the most part, their examples are in a framework where you're still going to be able to see what type of value you get, but it's not going to be destroying your RAM usage. For example, if you have Chrome and you only have like 4 gigabytes of RAM on a laptop, you know what I'm saying? You want to think about those users. So it's really, really important. Don't destroy your sales because you want to over animate your site. 2D is cool. Once again, I'm going to say it one more time. 2D is cool. Okay? So check out Stackmode.net if you guys want a site built just like this. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
I want y'all to stay away from negativity. That is not going to keep your life going forward. It's not going to do anything for you. Negative people around you, negative people not believing in your dreams, people who don't have anything positive to say, people who don't wake up every single day and pour positivity and love and good ideas back out into the universe. That's really just the difference between a negative person and somebody who's really trying to propel society forward. So, watch who you're around. Like, really watch who you're around. You guys can fall into a sense of maybe needing to feel comfortable or being around certain people. You don't need to be around those negative people talking about things you don't believe in, having ideas or different perspectives than you have, right? I'm not saying everyone's going to be just like you, but try and stay around people who have a positive mindset. Try and stay around people who genuinely believe in your goals, and try and stay around people who have things going on for themselves. You know, I'm at the beach right now. I'm chilling out. You know, thank God, alhamdulillah. All credit to God. But not only would I not be here without God, I would not be here without God. Absolutely not. But I would not be here without the positive network that I've had around me, or without the certain people in my lives telling me to keep going, even while other people were hating on me. Even while people who didn't believe in me, who now do believe in me, didn't see the vision. They didn't understand what I was talking about, thinking I was crazy, thinking that they knew what I was going to be. And that's why I just want to tell you guys here personally, don't ever let people tell you what you're going to be. If someone tells you you're going to be X, Y, and Z, and you know in your soul, in your spirit, and in your body, you don't want to be that, or that you're not that negative connotation, or if they told you you're going to be a bum, if they told you you aren't going to succeed, if they told you your business is not going to work, if they told you your ideas weren't creative, fresh, or new, and innovative, and world-changing, why are you around them? And you also need to learn to take pieces of that, take the negativity, and just go forward. Okay? Learn to just go forward. So I just want you guys to understand that in order to get to the next level, you have to watch who you're around. Your energy is really, really important. How you perceive the world, how you perceive your reality, it's really, really important. And that's why I say try and stick around positive people only. People who have things going on for themselves. Don't just sit around people talking about negativity, talking about politics, talking about other people all the time. Focus on yourself. Most importantly, focus on God. How's your relationship with God? You know? And what are you guys, you know, this is why I love Rick Ross. Shout out Rick Ross. That's someone I really look up to, and he's an inspiration. And he asked himself, or he posted on his story, what are you trending for? What are you trending for? Are you trending for getting money? Are you trending for being a real human, being a real man, being a real woman? Are you trending for being honest? Are you trending for motivating people and helping get people to their destinations and their landmarks? Are you helping people get to the next level? That's what separates the consumers versus the producers. That's what separates the people on this earth who are just wandering and the people on this earth who have created what we have. The cars that we drive, the tables that we use, the floors that we walk on, the AC that was used, all just an idea at one point in time. Keep that in mind. All just an idea at one point in time. How world-changing are your ideas? How hard are you going to change the world? What piece of the world are you trying to change? What piece of the world are you trying to improve? Are you trying to improve or motivate the whole world? A lot of that really depends. And in order to see that success that you want to see, in order to get to this next level, it's important. It's real important that we're focused on God, most importantly, and that we have a positive outlook on life. Sometimes people just have a straight negative mindset. I don't like to hang around negative people. Negative people, I don't hang around. I don't hang around. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hang around no negative people. I don't like controlling people. And if you guys feel like you need to get away from everybody to flourish, do that. Then you need to do that. Don't let these people destroy your reality. Go hard. Okay? Don't let these people make you think that you shouldn't be here shining bright on this earth. Go hard. Don't be in a moment of darkness. Don't be in a moment of desperation or depression, making you have bad thoughts, making you not cherish and value your life. And it's really important that we focus on positivity. You know, I'm not just at this camera spewing you guys nonsense. I want you guys to get to the next level. I want you to be strategic. And I want you to operate your mind. You know, before you operate your business, before you even operate your body, your physical, you have to make sure that you're operating your mind first. You know, operating your mind first really separates the weak from the strong. People talk about the leaders of this world, the people who control the world. The people who control the world, and I'm talking about the humans who control the world, the people who run the governments, they have control over their mind, and they have control over their mind so much that they know how to control other people's minds. So it's really, really important. That's also why I spoke about politics, for example. When you're too caught up in other people's lives, what other people are doing, how are you ever going to think about what you're doing? How are you ever going to think about how you're going to improve or get to the next level or what you're going to do? How? And I just want you guys to understand that people just don't progress in this world because they're focused purely on the wrong thing. And I study older people, for example. Older people are just focused on the wrong thing. Especially. Not every older person, but I feel like my generation, we don't really care for things like going to war, going to cause certain stems of violence. You know, we're trying to propel society forward. We're trying to push peace, love, and positivity. And focusing on your unit, focusing on your team. Try and build a team of positive people who do different things, so you all have a network, and y'all can put each other on different game, etc. But having a network is really, really powerful. Having a network is extremely powerful. Make sure you have a network of people who can help you in different entities. Say you might have an individual who does rental companies on one side here. Then you might have an individual who trades the market, right? Can tell you about certain plays, can tell you about certain companies that are looking to expand, making certain deals, etc. Pay attention to people who are in shape too. You got to have control over your mind in order to be in shape. Keep in mind, you have to have control over your mind, your body, and your spirit at all times. The success that people crave and the success that people talk about and want to get to the next level towards, and the success that people have in their head, the dreams, the aspirations, the car they want to drive, where they want to live, how they want to hit the beach. You have to ask yourself, is your life in tune with that? Is your life in tune with this lifestyle? I want you to close your eyes and envision absolutely everything that you want right now. Close your eyes and feel it. I want you to feel the car that you want to drive. I want you to feel yourself giving your mom $100,000 if that's what you want to do. Your dad, your grandparents. I want you to feel yourself opening the door to the house that you want to live in. And we're going to take a deep breath right now. And I want y'all to really feel that, man. And then open your eyes and look around. And if your reality is not what it currently wants to be, I need you to pray on it. I need you to ask God to give you all the strength, all the discipline, all the wisdom that you can ask for. And I need you to go hard and go ballistic every single day. I don't care if you're doing nails. I don't care if you're doing tattoos. I don't care if you code websites or make apps for people. I don't care if you are just a social media content creator. I don't care if you do graphic design. I don't care if you play tennis. You gotta go hard. Where's your discipline at? How hungry are you? How motivated are you every single day? We gotta get motivated. We don't have time to focus on negativity or focus on negative people. We gotta get motivated. We gotta be happy. We gotta go hard. We gotta be inspired. And this isn't gonna happen when we're letting ourselves down. This isn't gonna happen, most importantly, when we're letting God down. So stay away from the negativity, man. And woman. Stay away from the sadness. Stay away from the people hating on you. Stay away from the people who aren't living the way that you want to live, trying to tell you something. Because I'm telling you that they're not in the position that you want to be in for a reason, but they're trying to tell you something. Don't listen to these people, man. Get away from them if you can. They're parasites. It's parasites out here, man. It's absolute parasites out here. So all the haters, people who don't believe in your dreams, thank them. Tell them thank you. Because I need you to take all of that negative energy and transmute that. Go forward. Envision yourself at the beach. Envision yourself chilling out. Envision yourself getting to the next level. That's what I want for you. That's how much I care about y'all. That's how much I really love y'all, man. What I'm out here trying to just sell some course. I'm trying to sell love. So I put so much time into my websites, put so much time into the prompt shop, put so much time into the business, put so much time into getting to the next level. And don't let no one try and break you down. Don't let no one try and tell you that they know more than you. Well, you know you. And I'm not saying be ignorant or don't listen to nobody, but don't let nobody tell you about yourself. Now, if it's a negative thing that you're doing, if it's a negative thing or that you're moving, hear it. If it's something that you truly do need to change it. Go forward, because that's love. But people around here are moving around with too much ego, too much pride. And they don't know how to put that to the side. You got to put your ego and you got to put your pride to the next level. To the side to get to the next level. You got to put your ego and pride to the side to get to the next level. Your mind and how you interpret everything is what's going to calculate your success. You are not going to be successful if you have a negative mindset. Take this beach, for example, right? All behind me, you have stuff like that. We have monuments. We added chairs and stuff like that. Now we even have boats and stuff out inside of the beach to keep people safe. Like, hey, don't go this too far out. This is the red zone right here. Okay, we got stuff to keep people safe. This stuff wasn't here when we first checked this all out. Someone decided to literally tackle the ocean. Head first. Put on all the gear and they tackled the ocean. And said, you know what, I'm going to conquer this. And created a boat so people can literally travel across the world. It's wild. People were able to take stuff like glass, for example, and make sand into glass. They made sand turn into glass. I learned that through Minecraft. Shout out Minecraft. But the fact that sand is even somewhat in the process of glass, it's wild. It's absolutely crazy what we have on this earth, man. God's earth. And that's why I'm so motivated and so hungry and so passionate about making sure you guys are just happy here on this earth. I don't want y'all sad. I don't want y'all depressed. I don't want y'all angry. I don't want you going through it. That's why I'm on here telling you, if you're around any negative people who aren't trying to push you forward, you should only be around people who are trying to get you right with God. If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? What are they on? If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? If they're not trying to put some money in your pocket, what are they on? If they're not trying to protect you, what are they on? You gotta ask yourself this in every single scenario. What are they on? What are they on? Those people who are around you, do they really love you for you? Do they really hold you down? Do they really want to see you win? Because if so, help them. Help them, man. That means they're meant to be on your team. Take care of your team. If they really love you for real, if they're really in your corner, if they're really there for you, take care of your team. Hold your people down. Hold your team down. But your team will have to sacrifice for you. If you notice your team member doing you wrong, poisoning the team, it's time to let the team member go. It's time to let the team member go. Because they're weighing down the team. We really trying to build the team here. We're really trying to go hard. And we can't go hard when your brain is diluted by stupidity because you're so angry hanging around the wrong crowd. You should have free mental real estate. Your mind should be clear. Your mind should be absolutely clear. Okay? Clear. It should be clear. I need you to focus, man. Focus. 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 Get to the next level and focus. Live out your life and live out your dreams. It's imperative, man. It's imperative that we just don't give up. And it's imperative that you go hard. All right? Don't give up either. Times may get difficult. There might be times where you're not feeling encouraged. There might be times where you're not feeling motivated. But honestly, truthfully, those are the times to go the hardest. To be completely honest and sincere. Those are the times where you should be the hungriest. Those are the times where you need to want it the most. It's the times where you're just not feeling it. Go hard. Whenever you're not feeling it, that just means double down and go 50 times harder. Go 50 times harder. Because I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I love you so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
I just built this client's website, and I'll show you how to take your files in your IDE, deploy them to GitHub, and then send that to Vercel. So then you can then have a live, active, working site. So then you can either start your own company or start converting clients. Let's get into it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to actually get your site that you created in any IDE that you use. I don't care if you use Cursor, Anti-Gravity, whatever you used, VS Code. I'm going to show you how to get it onto Vercel so you can actually ship live. So first thing you're going to go ahead and do is open up your IDE where your files are hosted. So that's going to be your VS Code, your Anti-Gravity, or Cursor, wherever you actually built your site. You're going to go ahead and head over to your file section. Then from there, first thing I want you to go ahead and do is see what GitHub account that you're logged into. Okay, so go to where your files are located, wherever you built your website, and then I want you to go on to the terminal section here. So if your terminal is not at the bottom of the screen here, what I want you to do is go at the very top, and you're going to go ahead and click on New Terminal. If it brings up a little folder here, click on the folder where your website is located. Then from there, what you're going to go ahead and type in is GH space auth space status. So first thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to run this command, and we're going to go ahead and check the status of everything that we have going on here. So we're going to check the status of the GitHub accounts that we have. If you guys don't see any, then we need to go ahead and log in to GitHub. Okay, if you don't see any here, what you're going to go ahead and do is this: GH auth login. You're going to go ahead and click enter. Then from there, it's going to ask you, where do you want to use, or where do you use GitHub? You're going to go ahead and click github.com. What is your preferred protocol for Git operations on this host? Click HTTPS. Then from there, it's going to say log in with the web browser, or you can paste your auth token if you have one. Click login with the web browser. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and get a one-time code. Okay, you're going to get a one-time code. From there, you're going to go ahead and click enter. And then from there, you're going to be able to log in to your account. Okay, you're going to be able to log in. So this is going to be a one-time code, so it's going to change every single time. So as you can see, it's ending in 4000A. So if you make a new one right here, GH auth login, enter, 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 boom, you're going to get a whole different code. Okay, so the code is always going to generate, so feel free to stream and stuff like that, and that code's okay to be shown. So then from there, once you're logged into your GitHub, okay, on your terminal, first thing you're gonna go ahead and do, make sure you push all of your updates. So you can go ahead and your repo should actually already be connected via the source control. It actually makes it really, really easy. And you're gonna get a messages box here. You need to go ahead and type in your message for the changes that you just did. So you could say, I updated the layout V4, okay? Or you could do V1. Then we're gonna go ahead and commit, and then it's gonna say sync changes. I'm gonna do okay, and then it's gonna go ahead and give me a check mark. Okay, if you don't see a check mark, if you are getting errors here, go ahead and copy that error, paste that into the chat, and see if you can get it resolved, or you're probably not logged into the right account. You need to switch to the right account. You can also use the extension Get Lens, which is pretty good. It'll let you log in through here. You'll see your main branch, and then from there, you'll be able to commit and push the changes from here as well too. Okay, so now we're gonna have our site on our GitHub. Now I'm gonna go ahead and open up GitHub here. Okay, and I wanna make sure that my project is actually here. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is click on the top right here, and then I'm gonna go to repositories. Then from there, I'm gonna go ahead and click here. So boom, I'm gonna be able to go ahead and see the repository here. Okay, very, very clean, nice files here. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll keep this public. By the time it's posted, I'll make it private. Okay, so jarrettdeals.com. Okay, this is for a client that I've been doing. Okay, so we have the skills in here, etc. So now from here, I can see the repos clearly here. Now what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna go to Vercel. I'm gonna go to vercel.com. So on vercel.com, I'm gonna log in using GitHub. Okay, so you guys need to log in using your GitHub account where your repo is connected to. It's gonna be the easiest way. Then from there, you're gonna click on the top right. You're gonna click on this Add New section. I want you to click on Project. And then from here, you're gonna say Install the GitHub application for the accounts you wish to import from to continue. You're gonna go and click on Install. Click on Install Vercel. Okay, you could do only select repositories if you want. Select your repository. Okay, then from there, click Install. After that, your repository is then gonna be lined up here. If you use Next.js, you'll have the Next.js logo. If you use Vite for your file servers, then you're gonna see the Vite logo here. So for Next.js, we're gonna go ahead and click on Import. Okay, we're gonna leave the root directory here, jarrettdeals.com. Next.js, that's the application that I decided to build the program on. Okay, so we're gonna have the build command, next build. Okay, default directory here. Okay, and then the install command. So we could really do npm install, and then that should work too. If you guys have any hidden environment variables too, you can go ahead and put those in here. And what these are going to be like secret API keys, Stripe API keys, etc. This is more of just a simple landing page that I created for a client. So I'm going to be keeping it quite simple for him in this example. Okay, so from here, I'm going to go ahead and deploy. So I'm going to click on deploy. I'm going to wait here, wait for the build logs to go ahead and generate everything. And if you guys are getting an error, make sure that your build commands are correct. Okay. If you're getting an error, also make sure that your application preset is correct. Okay. You should either be building your projects majority of the time on either Next.js, which is really, really popular. It makes it really, really easy to build your applications and ship them and deploy them easily. Or you can use Vite, which is also going to be really, really good too. So while this is building, I'm going to go ahead and break down. Okay, never mind. It happened so fast. No time to talk about anything else. So cool. Congratulations. We now deployed a project. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, right? So here, you can install the plugins if you want. If you wanted to add Vercel plugins and stuff like that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back into my anti-gravity, right click, and the paste. And then I'm going to click yes. So you're going to right click, install all the ones here. So if you're using Cursor or Claude, it should work. I thought it would work on anti-gravity, but I guess not. But if you guys are using Cursor and Claude, I guess that's the special ones they want to support. But if you guys want to do that, then yeah, that's that. So then from there, you know, job's not finished. So I'm going to continue the dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and click on jarrettdeals.com. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and check it out. Make sure all my buttons work at the very top. Very clean 2D site here. So Jarrett the Deal Maker. Boom. Top left sends me back up here. Have here. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Text now. Call now buttons. Very clean messages. Call button straight through the browser. Very, very clean. Sales group button as well too. Straight to his group. All the deals he's done. Very, very clean. Straight text for him. Straight SMS. Everything he offers. Clean 2D diagonal cards. We have a on load in here chart. So very, very cool. So as the chart scrolls, you can see the chart decides to go up as you scroll. Little animations like that. Very, very interactive. Very cool. Let's make him a deal. Awesome. Y'all know what loan song that is. Boom. Send your inquiry, which will send it straight to his email. And then we have the social medias here as well too. Privacy and terms and conditions pages. Got to generate those too. Okay. So yeah, now that the site is working, we have the Vercel.app. Let's go and let's change this from the Vercel.app to an actual domain. So I'm going to go to Vercel here. I'm going to go ahead and click to the left. Okay. And I'm going to click here where it says domains. So whenever you click domains, I'm going to click on add existing. Okay. So the existing domain that I do have is going to be jarrettdeals.com. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. Copy and paste your domain name. Connect to an environment. Make sure you're doing production. So it's doing the one that's actually live. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and create it. So after that, it's going to say invalid configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and click on edit. Edit. Make sure it both says jarrettdeals.com. Okay. You can go ahead and completely ignore that. Go ahead and click on your DNS. And what you're going to go ahead and do is put the Vercel DNS on your name server. Now, I can go ahead and it's going to completely ignore the DNS records. It's just going to disable it. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on refresh. And then there we go. It's going to go ahead and generate certificates. And then from there, we can go ahead and update your SEO images and stuff like that too. So I'm going to go ahead and go to anti-gravity. I'm going to say, use this picture that I just added in the chat and optimize it for SEO, this title and description, and use the pasted image for the SEO when people search. Okay. Then from there, we're gonna go ahead and make a custom J logo. With SVG, optimize the SEO heavily. Okay. So I'll go ahead and I'll swap to a decent model. We'll go Claude for that. Okay, so before you finalize everything, make sure that you optimize your SEO, your search engine optimization. So when people search whatever it is that you're looking at or looking for, then yeah, it's going to be pretty simple. Okay, you can see, safe. All right, so extremely simple here. Don't make it hard. So I need to make sure that these SEO updates are completed though. One moment. Go ahead and accept these. Now your changes are going to go ahead and be done. Accept them all. Super SEO. And click commit. Sync. Okay. So chances are So now what I'm going to do is go back to Vercel deployments. Pray to God that these go through. God, please. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. We're live. Boom. Nice. Now we have the J in the top left here. So super duper cool. I don't like that SMS. Okay, it just kind of ruined a lot of the text. That's ghetto. Okay, now we're good now. All right, we're good, stream. I don't know why I just deployed that like that. But yeah, we're good. All right, live. That's how you go live. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I pray that was easy. Peace.
Yes, sir. Boom. Profit. All credit to God. So, one, very, very happy that I exited the corporate field. Business has been going well. Just been working on my SaaS. And I just want to let you guys know I wouldn't have any of the success without God. I'm on my third read of Quran. And this book has really helped me push through a lot of depression. It's put a lot of things into perspective for me that's been going on within my life. It teaches you a lot about relationships, family, how people maneuver in this world. And it's just a lot of just general psychology in there. So yeah, about to go ahead and get started on the day. About to go ahead and push forward and keep grinding. So today I need to finish the client's site, get him shipped up and stuff like that. Just took a shower, so excuse the water coming down on my face. But yeah, what I need to go ahead and do is I need to get into the groove. So I just put on some drip for the day, some good professional drip. About to go start my stream up and stuff like that and start working on the client site. So when you're making money online, you can't think of yesterday as, oh my gosh, that was the best day in the entire world. No, don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. Don't over glorify your profits. Like, don't over glorify the fact that you made $1,000 2 weeks ago and keep thinking about that. No. Think about how you can just make more money next time. You know what I'm saying? How you can make more money next time in a better way. I'm finna roll up a little bit of Wawa. You know what I'm saying? Got some loose leaves here. So yeah. Well, roll up while I talk to y'all. But yeah, man. Just another thing too, for any of you guys who do smoke the herbs out there, understand that you're the only thing that can slow you down. You know what I'm saying? If you're generally an already like inconsistent or lazy person, right? Smoking is gonna like slow you down even more. That's just gonna be straight up the honest truth. So if you're already a lazy person, someone who's not consistent, someone who doesn't know how to scale or build or be disciplined regardless of like outside factors, regardless of if you're feeling tired or and stuff like that, then I'm really telling you guys, like, this right here, even though it's getting more legal everywhere, right? This right here, it can slow you down. And I'm just gonna like keep it completely transparent and honest with you guys, because we're here, we're real humans, And that's why I did challenge myself to read Quran too, just because I don't drink alcohol, but God did create all the herbs. So I'm really, really big on the herbs. I also take ashwagandha, a lot of ginkgo biloba as well too. Here's the chill pill. You guys can get this on Amazon. And some cordyceps and reishi mushrooms and stuff like that too. So yeah, I just want to be fully transparent with you guys, man, on like what I do, how I like actually live, and yeah, the things I like actually have going on. So mushrooms are really, really, really good too. There's a lot of different types of mushrooms other than the psychedelic ones, of course, but there's a lot of ones you guys can get on Amazon, and like the mental benefits it's nice. It's really, really nice, especially when you're off Rodila Rosa. It's like a natural antidepressant. If you guys struggle with anxiety or fear, or if you guys have any like just feelings of the fact that you won't make it, that you won't succeed, a lot of the herbs and stuff like that can really help you out. I've been taking them for a few years, especially like ashwagandha and stuff like that really helps balance out like cortisol and stuff like that. So I just want to come on here and just be real with y'all, man.
I just want to come on here and be fully transparent and just be open. You know, there's no more hiding myself. Tomorrow's not promised. So I've realized that the more transparent I be with you guys, that the more real you'll be able to actually feel me. You know, I'm just a real person trying to grind. You know, yes, I have acquired a little bit of success and a little bit of things, right? Asset wise, all credit to God. But I would not have these things without God. And there's also times where I'm extremely flawed too. You know, so just want to always be transparent with y'all and just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Don't let people dictate your life. You know what I'm saying? Don't let these humans dictate like what you enjoy. That's going to be a big piece of advice that I have to give you, especially if you're going to go into business. Do not let humans dictate like what you think success is. You know what I'm saying? If you think success is doing X, Y, and Z, right, and someone doesn't agree, then that's fine, right? But if that person continues to be around and they don't agree with what you think success is, then that could frustrate you. It really could frustrate you. See me rolling up, we good. Rolling up big John here. But yeah, that really could frustrate you. And I don't want you to be into the framework of where you are frustrated for literally no reason. Because people just around you don't see your vision, aren't believing in you. And that can be really, really frustrating, man. I'm telling you, it can be really, really frustrating. Growing up, was told that I just had to go to school. And especially after moving to Vegas on my own, it made me realize like, okay, like you can do what you want to do on this earth. And as long as you take care of yourself and you pay your bills, you're good. So just do what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? Now, if wickedness makes you happy, you got to rechange that mindset. But if what makes you happy isn't harming anyone on this earth, you're not harming yourself. You're not spreading negativity. You know what I'm saying? That's you. Do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just want you guys to just be happy on this earth, man. Like, tomorrow is not even promised. So just being transparent. And, like, I'm not going to be on here playing perfect either. Like, y'all might see me in the suit and the nice clothes and stuff like that. But I'm just a real human, man. I just wake up, I pray to God, and I just try and get to some cheese. Like, that's all I do every single day. I'm not in the business of hurting nobody. I'm not in the business of sliming nobody. I'm not in the business of like breaking promises or robbing people. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm really adamant on my clients' success. I'm big on making sure that they can win. I'm big on making sure that they can get to the next level. I'm big on making sure that we're going to be able to succeed. You know what I'm saying? But how are we going to succeed if our mental and our mindset is not ready for the success? So we have to train our mindset. Okay, it's really important that you're consistent. The more consistent you are, the more your mindset is just built up. You know, the more consistent you are, the more your mindset is built up. So focus on consistency. Cut this off. Focus on your consistency and just watch how things translate in your life. That's really why I love praying 5 times a day. Islam really saved my life. Alhamdulillah, all credit to God. And I know what you guys must say, oh, but you smoking weed right now. In my opinion, and just like Quran says, God gave us all the herbs. This isn't an intoxicant to me. When it comes to getting drunk, that makes people do weird stuff. Makes people crash their cars, hurt people, do weird immoral stuff. This right here has you chilling. Do not compare this to alcohol. Not the same thing at all. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Gotta stand on business with that for sure. So let me finish up this wow, you feel me? Let me finish this up right here. But yeah, man. Just success. I really don't want to roll 2 papers. I really just want to do one. I'm saying it's kind of unraveling here. I'm gonna get it though. But making money in a day too, like you can make like a band a day. You can quit your job, and it might not be immediately, but as long as you have good sales skills, like you can make a band a day for sure. Absolutely. Just depending on what you do. I don't care if it's car sales, even some HVAC guys, you know what I'm saying? No matter what you do, just like scale it up. You know what I'm saying? Scale it up. When you scale, things get a lot easier to come into perspective. You know what I'm saying? Oh, scale your business. If your business right now, if you feel like you have a great product or you're building a great useful software or a great app, what you need to do is you need to focus more on your marketing. You know what I'm saying? Why is this product or service relatable to people in the real life? So when we start having that mental framework and model and perspective, things change. So think about food, for example, right? We literally need that. We literally need that. So food is a really, really good business to start. It's just about making your food the best. You know what I'm saying? That's why people, this is a good business too. People kind of need this, especially after long work hours, feeling stressed out, feeling drained. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of factors on why people indulge in this right here. So pinpoint your business to exactly what people need. Once you're able to cross the bridge between someone's need and your product, like if your product becomes the need, then that's how you win. That's genuinely how you win. That's for sure how you win. So you have to make sure that your product becomes a need. Okay, it has to become a need. No ifs, ands, or buts. So I'm about to go hop on the laptop right now. I want to show you guys a little bit of some segments from the call we went over yesterday as well too. And got some juice ready. I'm gonna get on the laptop. So first thing I do after I pray, work out, and shower and stuff like that too, I'm gonna go ahead and mark it. So I like to get these little excerpts done as well too. Sometimes I'll journal as well too in my journal, but for the most part, I'm gonna go ahead and just get on the laptop and start the workday. And I'm gonna go ahead and catch you guys there. Blam. Yeah, it's different without registered agent. You can do your. You can always change it. Your store location should be fine. All right, bet. All right, you bought it? Yeah. All right. That's it. You're good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna push the site, and then when the site is ready, I'm gonna give you a call back, and then it'll be really, really simple. You just change two settings, and then your site will be live. Cool. Now we have Jared.
All right, do you need access to the information I just put in there or not?
I was gonna just have yeah. If you wouldn't mind, you could always change the password too. Yeah, because they make it really easy now. Before I would have to say definitely yeah, but they changed the setting to where you only have to like click 2 buttons now to make it work now. So it's good. But yeah, I got you though. Bet that.
Is that all the information you need?
Yeah, bet that. I'm about to get straight to work. And then were you able to check out the list? Let's go and we can scan through the list real quick. It's fire. Yeah. And it tracks too. Like it's coded to the network, so it tracks everything that you do. It's not just like a list, it's real interactive, so it's cool. And I know how to make mobile lists, so that was cool. And then you don't even have to do them one by one. You could just scroll through and then click check, and then whichever one you click on, it'll save. Even if you refresh the page or close it and come back later, it'll always save for you. And then like really just breaking down like what you do, like how you just didn't let that guy go, or like how you get them the keys in their hands quickly. Like just little psychology tips like that will pop, 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 pop. Like you'll blow up fast, real fast.
I like that 90 training weapons.
Yeah.
So that would be like the course.
You could call it whatever you want. You could call it like the deal maker
No,
school.
I'm just saying like the full
Yeah.
collection would be the 90 training weapons.
Yeah.
30 minutes, and then you break it down: mindset, tactics, system. Okay, bet.
Yeah. It's real cool. My bad, it took me a couple tries. I wanted to make it special.
He's over.
I said my bad, it took me a couple tries. I wanted to make it special for real. Yeah, make sure it's P.
No, I mean, that's like, that makes it extremely easy to break down though.
Yeah.
Like then I can do.
And the psychology videos will be big, bro. Like why customers ghost and how to fix it. You know, and you fix it by.
Is this right here my website, or this is a link?
Oh no.
to-
No, this isn't your website. This is it's a custom coded like guide for you that's tracked, and you can use this for your video list. Yeah, your
I thought
website.
this is showing me how I low key am gonna want to set up my school.
Okay, bet. And I like this template too. Just tell me, feed me ideas like that. Anything you want, I got you. Bet. Because I like this.
feel like the school could be kind of set into different subsections.
Yeah.
Kind of how it is right there. Like you got mindset, tactical, and system. So like mindset's good, tactics is good, process definitely needs to be its own subset column.
Right.
Process needs to be by itself because that's very important in the sales industry. Systems, that's going to be more like I would say systems is more like how you set your day up, how to move throughout your day,
Okay.
and how to have a set schedule set you. Like the biggest reason people fail in car sales, and a lot of people don't know this, is a lack of systems. There's so much freedom in car sales. It's very easy to get distracted, or you know what I mean? There's just a lot of freedom. Your own individual business, you just work for a business. So it's kind of like if you're somebody who would fail realistically being a business owner, you'll fail trying to be in sales. Okay.
Right.
So it's like having a set pair of systems overall for just little shit you have to do daily is extremely important to
Right.
keep you on track.
Right. Like
So I thought that would be good. Some cool little and then of course I do a deeper dive into each one of those subsections. Did you need any help? Terry? He is he was out here a second, but he could phone.
You doing all right today?
Oh yeah, how are you? Just got your hair done. What's going on? Where'd you go? You doing? She's in the new X3 Dome. Fucking problem. You got this back here. She's outside. Back to it like I never left.
All right, bet that. So I got you. Don't even worry about making the WAP. I'll make it for you. I'll make all the sections for you, and then I'm gonna just give you the login.
Say no more.
So I got you. Yeah.
So
you,
is WAP like school? Or
yeah,
like, what's the correlation there?
yeah. It's better than school. I mean, you could go school. I just hate school because everyone uses school. Like WAP was school before school. But I mean, you could go school, honestly. If you want to go school, we could go school. So actually, the problem with school, I think you got to pay for school.
I'm telling you, these ladies just came in the door next 30. What the hell are you?
Wait, school free?
I swear niggas be going through shit, bro. Like, this nigga look so depressed.
No, I'm gonna go. Really great.
Goddamn, I'm gonna pray for my brother, man.
No,
Wow.
bro. I think the problem with school, I think school, you gotta pay for school. That's
so
what.
you would wait until the community got bigger and then moved over.
Well, I mean, WAP is bigger than school.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I know.
WAP is huge. You make enough sales on WAP, they'll like fly you out and like here's the WAP YouTube channel here. They're huge. This is also why like you can get an opportunity for this. School is created by Alex Hermosi and he just like exited it. But WAP actually has like a home team that like really cares. So you'll get a chance to get a video on these, and this is a lot of exposure. So this is why I say go with WAP. Yeah, WAP is just School. Alex Hermosi just like
What is it called?
hired some coders to make school. Like as you see, like school doesn't even have its own YouTube page. Alex Hermosi just literally made school real quick, promoted it, and exited it. But WAP, like they really care. They have a real team, family behind it. They'll fly you out and they do cool stuff with you.
Okay.
So yeah. School is just a money grab for him.
Solidified.
Yeah. But yeah, cool.
Oh, it's sideways.
So bet that, man. We got the domain. I'm gonna go ahead and keep getting to work. I need to finish this stuff ASAP and get everything launched, get the WAP created, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and work on some animations and stuff like that too. And then yeah, let's get this stuff done, man. So guys, I wanted to talk about something too while I'm just working on blasting. So like as I'm using Stitch and AI and stuff like that, right? I want to study more of the actual psychology of the sites. You know what I'm saying? So I want to get down more psychology of this. I want to actually get down like retention, and I want to get down. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me think a little differently here. Certain things like animation cursors or like eyes or like maybe like a wheel, like things need to be specified for the site. I need to be going harder than that. It can't just be boring landing pages. You know what I'm saying? Let's increase conversions as much as possible by making sure we have animated sections. And you see a lot of people going super duper hard with these 3D animated sections, right? But then check out something like Supabase, for example. You head over to like a Supabase, very clean SaaS layout. You know what I'm saying? Even just the Google interface we use, very clean on Supabase. You have nothing but just clean examples here. Very simple CSS. And I'm telling you guys, the sites that overcompensate with 3D animations, you're actually going to get less conversions. It's not going to be as safe because I'm telling you, when you're on slower Wi-Fi, and for example, when I was in Vegas, for example, I was on T-Mobile for like a week or something like that. And I noticed that my site literally wasn't loading quickly. And that was bothering me. That was ruining conversions. And as soon as I changed it back, started getting bookings again. Okay. So your site can't be over animated. Try and stick to SVGs too. SVGs over emojis are going to be really strong. But watch, as you see people get into these hyper animated sites, they're actually going to be losing conversions. I want to optimize my site the most for conversions while having interactive elements, while keeping a nice 2D CSS based system, because it's going to be able to load quickly on, like if someone's in like a different country, right, and you're trying to sell an education system or something to help them make some more income, right? You want to make it to where the site can load quickly for them, okay? You don't want the sites to be loading slow. That's a really important thing that people don't talk about. And yeah, I really just wanted to go ahead and break that down and talk about that psychology, or even check out like GitHub. You know what I'm saying? Look at these most popular sites. GitHub is still 2D, you know, even though they have Copilot, you notice that the whole layout of it hasn't changed one bit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm starting to realize that these over animated sites are going to be getting less conversions. They're going to be ruining your conversions. And I'm actually really, really excited to talk about why 2D CSS is a lot better than 3D CSS. You could incorporate some low resource elements, but I'm telling you, high resource elements, I've experienced firsthand. When you guys are going through that long waiting time, people are going to think your site literally doesn't work, and you're going to be missing out on a lot of conversions for no reason at all. It's going to be really frustrating. It's going to make you angry, and that's not what I want you guys to like run into. So when you're making your site, I need you to think about that, okay? Look at these popular sites that people use. Superbase. What else do people use? You know, Vercel. You know, don't think that these people obviously don't have access to the same projects that me and you do. Of course, they have access to all of these giant 3D animators, but how quickly your site loads is important. Let me see if that even loaded like quickly. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So that's that. Just like fresh. How quickly does it load? I feel like, yeah, my site is clean. I feel like some things could maybe potentially slow it down, but the amount of money you can make with just a simple 2D site, I'm telling you, it's really what you want. I'm telling you. And these people who are going super duper hard trying to make these large scale animated sites, they're not going to make any conversions, or they're not going to make nearly as many conversions as people who stick to the basics. If you do go animations, you know, you go simple animations, right? Nothing catastrophic, nothing crazy. Even Vercel, I don't even know if Vercel has animations on the site itself. I see the navigation bar. Yeah, the navigation bar clearly has a hover. Some buttons have hover, underlines, really just hover, underlines, white borders. Very, very simple. So stick to the simple stuff. Study CSS so you guys can know how to quickly come into the files and edit what you want. I recommend using commands on your VS Code, right? Like if you want to look for something specifically. Like if you want to look for something specifically, I recommend you do Command Shift H, and then from there you're gonna have a search function here. Okay, then from the search function, you can actually look for what you want, and then you could continuously, you know, go from there. So if you wanted to look for something on your site that was specific, or you wanted to change all types of border buttons or styles, just get really, really good. So AI, I'm not saying throw it out the window completely, right? Don't throw AI out the window completely. Mix it up. Mix it up with things. You know, you can throw in a Google Stitch idea, right? You can have a Stitch idea. Take your Stitch idea, right? So from here, Figma, boom, boom, boom. So here, Project Beef, .zip. See if I download the zip here. I like raw files, honestly. Raw files is really, really strong. Yeah, okay. So Stitch. Now I'm going to throw this in my website section here. Take the Stitch, throw it in my client's website here. Now we do have the Stitch. I'm going to throw the Stitch in my source. Okay, so I'm going to throw it in the source. Then from there, I'm going to go back to my VS Code. So I'm not throwing AI completely out the window, but what I'm doing is I'm using AI, incorporating that with my coding knowledge at the same time. So the fact that I know how to edit certain text, if I don't want this to say Jarrett the Deal Maker, you shouldn't have to ask AI to change a piece of text for you. You know what I'm saying? You should know how to get on the page, get to where you need to be, and make the change that you need to. You shouldn't have to ask AI to make a very simple change on something. You know what I'm saying? Just try things out, um, see what you like, and just make sure that the site functions how you would want the site to function. You know what I'm saying? So test it out. You guys can use it for prototypes and stuff like that too. You know, see how stuff works. I think it's really cool when you're adding just simple, look at that. You know what I'm saying? Just simple elements like that. Just attractive. Attractive. Honestly, I'm throwing like you could still use stuff like 21st.dev, right? 21st.dev is cool. I like it a lot. 21st.dev, shout out them. But I'm telling you, man, these over 3D compartmentalized sections, some of them can be just poo-poo down the drain, bro. Poo-poo down the drain. Sections like this is doing a little too much. That's kind of doing a lot. This is doing a lot. This is doing way too much. This is doing too much. This is like never loading on no one's site. Conversions. This is cool. I think that's cool. And then of course you can take these and like make them your own and stuff like that. So this site, it's called 21st.dev. So you guys can get little inspirational pieces from the site here. But stay away from 3D. Okay, I would stick to 2D and stick to 2D stuff. 2D stuff is really, really fire. Simple components that work, load fast, and just work well. Okay, so we got newest, popular. Don't just like steal designs too. Try not to do that. Make it your own. If you want to have a menu button, you can do things like that too. Here, or check marks and stuff like that. Very cool. Just some cool stuff that you may need for your site that people have made and coded. So you can come on and just edit these things, fix them how you want. Stuff like this is kind of cool. But just that's a little too much. You want to make sure that the components can load. Conversions. Conversions. I'm gonna say it one more time. Literally conversions. So yeah, have you guys ever heard of conversions? So I'm gonna say it one more time. So your conversions are gonna come from if people can even access the thing in the first place. Okay. This, you see that's lagging, like that's doing bad. Some stuff on 21st.dev can be hot garbage. Try and do not ruin your site with 21st.dev stuff. Okay. Stick to like Animista. You know what I'm saying? We got Animista. Animista is very clean, very 2D. It's not gonna be destroying your site. You have a lot of available stuff on Animista too. You guys can also do some tech stuff too on Animista. So this is why I like Animista. Keep your site loading quickly. I'm saying, could do some blur stuff if you want. Could do stuff like that. I think this is really cool. Shadow pop. I think this is cool. Flicker. I think this is cool. I like this a lot, actually. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, after I've seen what I actually like this a lot. I really like this. I think this is really clean. So now, first thing I'm going to actually go ahead and do, now that I went ahead and added it to my source folder, I'm going to go back to my source folder here. Okay. Stripe, Super Base. 2020. Yeah. API version. Super Base. So these two here, I'm gonna go ahead and fix these errors. I'm gonna go ahead and change this to 2026 here. So let's go ahead and change this to 2026. And then we're gonna go ahead and do 03. And then we're gonna do 25. Not assignable. Okay, we're gonna fix this here. Go to the server TS. Property get does not exist. Okay. Dot Dahlia. Okay, so I was missing the dot Dahlia here. And then app info NAS name SaaS app versions 1 point. Okay. So we're gonna keep this here. That should fix that. So now the config file is good. A lot of the times you can just right click into your error, click on fix straight up, and that helps too. So we're gonna go ahead and check out server.ts here. So let's check out this error. So I like to just read the errors instead of just making sure like ask AI, just fix this, just do this. You know, actually like have some kind of introspective of like what's going on your project. So then if something does break in the future, you're gonna be able to go back and understand like, okay, this is what broke my site. Let me go ahead and fix X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So in here, oops, did not want to add that B. I meant to add the dot Dahlia back. Whoopsies. Okay. All right, dot Dahlia. Okay, we're good. See, and then once you fix it once with AI, like study the error, study what the AI fixed. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably gonna be one of the most efficient ways to learn how to code is see what the AI does, like if you're running into an error, and then after that, you're gonna be able to take that in your own conclusion and then fix any errors going forward. Okay, so here property get right here. So this property right here has an error, does not exist on type randomly request cookies. Property set does not exist. Property set does not exist. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and right click this. After I highlight it first, I'm gonna click on fix. So what it's gonna do is gonna squash the errors. Okay, and then I'm gonna look at what it did. So the red is gonna be the old values. When it does yellow, that's gonna be the new values as well too. So I'm gonna be dropping extensions and stuff like that all together, but just because AI is out, that doesn't mean that coding is obsolete at all. Do not think that. It's actually a time to be the best developer that you could be, and you can actually create really, really powerful components quickly. So it's really about now who has the best ideas, who's thinking the deepest, who's thinking the hardest. Because now we have things like Stitch that can get the CSS or the looks out the way. And after you're done focusing on the looks, you can actually focus more on the idea. How does everything sync together? How does it all link together? And that's the more engineering part, more of the development part. So AI is only really taking care of the development part, but you still have to be an excellent engineer, know how business works, know how all of this stuff comes together in the first place, and then you're going to be able to dominate in some kind of way. But until then, it can be a little difficult. Okay, so boom. Let's go ahead and let's keep studying these errors here. So import create client server type cookie options. So it should have been from Supabase/SSR. So it should have been from Supabase/SSR. Okay. Get unzipped. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and install that from the node modules main index. instead of from the cookie options. Okay, so it's going to actually grab the Supabase from the node package modules that I actually installed on my raw computer, right? And as we can see, that's going to be located inside of node modules. Okay, so I can go from node modules, and then from here inside of node modules, I'm going to have a Supabase section. Okay, and then we're going to see Supabase, and then we can go SSR. And then after SSR, we're going to go ahead and look for distribution, also known as dist. Then main. And then we're going to look for index. Okay. Index. So all the index folders here. Boom. This one, this one, this one. These are going to be the resources and the actual node package where stuff is actually baked and installed on my computer, so it can create the server client from the resources that are actually baked inside of the file. So knowing how things actually work and being able to break down things step by step like that, it really, really does help a lot. So check this out here too, right? So we have a red arrow on here, right? So we have a get name string, return cookie store, get name value, set name string, value string, options cookie options, try cookie store dot set, catch error, remove, etc. Okay, get all, any, return cookie store dot get all. Property get all does not exist on type read-only request cookies. Okay, so get all. Okay, now get all doesn't exist. Okay. So what if I fix the fix, right? Okay, so we're gonna have to fix the fix, right? Set get all, okay. Now we're running into a new issue here, okay. Now we have property get all does not exist on type, okay. So set doesn't work, get all doesn't work. Okay. Create. Supabase SSR. Yeah, we're gonna keep this up here too. Make sure this works. And from there, we change those into this. Okay, but get all doesn't exist on type read-only request cookies. Control Shift Ace. Read-only request cookies. Read-only no login. I do kind of want to use Geist. I'm not gonna lie. I want to read in the. Okay, so what I'm gonna do. Okay, so if an error is really something that you feel like you can't fix, I like to use the CLI too. I don't really like to use the right side chat anymore. So I'll open a new CLI, right? Command line interface. Okay, I'm gonna open a brand new one. From here, I can go to model if I want to. You can type tab / model, and then in the CLI, you're gonna be able to change. So I'll go to like do 4.1 here. Okay. If you wanted to do 4.1, you could also change like how long you want it for the thinking as well too. That's gonna be up to you. So boom, fix this error. Do what you need. Don't break any other files. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that error inside of here. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that error. Okay, so I want to make sure that everything's done. And also too, inside of the prompt shop, I'm gonna go ahead and add this too. I have a lot to do inside of the prompt shop. Not a lot of work to do for you guys, but this right here, this start project prompt is gonna be really powerful here. Okay, you know, I'm gonna cut it off from here, but the start project prompt, really crazy. It's gonna make sure that you guys have all of the most important startup kits that you need for your site. So you'll be able to go to stackmode.net to get access to this as well too. Okay, so you can put this on any new VS Code project, any new website, any new application that you're trying to do, and then you can go ahead and copy this entire thing here, and it'll go ahead and install the necessary skills that you need, as well as install the best stuff that you need for your tech stack in your project to run. So yeah, you're gonna get off Stitch pretty quickly. Look at that. I just think that's very cool. Stuff like that, you know, if we're gonna add some cards to at least make it look clean. I kind of like this too. It's constantly flipping. Little interactive elements like that. Let's sell them with just 2D animations. Let's turn up the landing page. You know what I'm saying? Make the simple landing page retention. Make it hold value. That's really what's gonna just separate you from the average developer, is knowing how to keep retention on a site. Even this up here, I do want to change. I think if we add something cool here, this could go ahead and increase conversions. So yeah, I do want to change this section up here and just make this a lot cooler. Okay. And I'm really happy I got this MacBook too, man. I'm just able to just record, cool out with you guys, and just do what I need to do, man. It's a blessing. This video is going to be long. I'm excited to drop this one. It's going to be kind of like, not all over the place, but yeah, just giving you guys a real raw introspective, like what I do. Okay, after this, I'm going to go ahead and study these changes. Okay, I'm not just going to approve. So what did it do? Set cookie store. So it did promise. Okay. So set cookie store. It did promise. Right. Promise equals cookies. It left the return create server client alone. Okay, for the process.env next supabase.url. Okay, so it left that alone for the supabase. Cookies get all. Okay, so we cookies. We have a open bracket. And then we did async. Okay, so we did async get all. These open, then const cookie store equals await equals cookie store promise return equals cookie store. Okay, and then we did an async again. Yeah, very nice fix. Okay, so I'm gonna do yes and approve, and now the error is gone. Okay, so that's where AI is really useful at when you're running into pesky areas, when you could be building or innovating. It can quickly resolve things, but understand where the errors are come from and then learn too. So now if I ever run into that error, I have to make sure that things are asynced, I have to make sure that things have a const in front of it, and I have to make sure that things are organized. Okay, so take what the AI did, learn from it, and then be able to apply that later on. That's what's going to be able to set you apart from good engineers from just really bad engineers. Okay, so from here, I'm gonna wait for this to finish here completely. I'm gonna close it though. And then from there, I'm gonna open my source folder. I'm gonna open my Stitch. Okay. And then I'm gonna open a brand new chat. So you want to open a new chat too because of the context window. If you guys don't know what that is, pretty much if you have too many AI chats in one, it can get buggy, stop listening. So just try and do things with the new chat, right? So I'm gonna actually do this one in a plan mode. So I'm gonna say, take the files from this stitch and optimize the page. Okay. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do, make sure it works on mobile and desktop. Optimize all views. I'm curious. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just plan that with just that. We'll do just a simple vague plan. So because we're planning first, I'm not gonna go reprompt that. That right there, like a vague sentence like that, never send a vague sentence like that to your agent line. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the times, especially if you're on something like Cursor or something like that, you might just end up wasting credits for literally no reason. And that's gonna really make you mad and piss you off. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and wait for this here. Okay. Should the optimized implementations remain a... Okay. So now, what I'm gonna go ahead and actually do, stitch folder contains... Let me open this. Next.js component. Okay. So this right here, this is going to be like the aftermath. So this is going to be prompt 1. So we should do the post stitch prompt. So I'm going to create that now. Right. So I'm going to make a post stitch prompt now. That's actually what I'm going to go ahead and do. So I'm going to take this simple line here. The more specific you talk to the AI, the better it is, and it'll organize it so well. And shout out people. So here's another thing too. When people back in the day, like when the internet like first came out, right? When people were just purely HTML coding, right? We'll just take this for example. When people were just purely HTML coding. Okay, here's an let me go ahead and get a playground going. Okay. So here, boom, just in a playground. Doc type HTML. Okay. HTML is the doc type. Run. Okay. HTML body. You can go paragraph. Okay. 2. Going hard at all times. And then I'm gonna close this. It's so bad without tab, but it's fine. So going hard at all times. HTML playground. Changing this and editing the text. Getting comfortable editing text. Don't just make AI make your brain go slow. Okay. Don't just make AI make your brain go slow. Boom. Going hard at all times. Now, if I wanted to add a body, E1. Yo. Stack mode. Okay. All education for trading. Now I'm gonna go close this. Okay, so actually this should be touching. Now I'm gonna close it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yep. Let me see. Yep, this should work. B2, close. There we go. Fine. Stackmode Network for all aid trading. B1. Okay. We don't have to close that. It's fine. B2. Yo. And then we'll hit him with header again. I'm gonna make this header 3. And we're gonna change this. Okay. Boom. Stackmode.net is the best website in the world. Okay. Know how to actually edit your files, bro. Okay, it's really, really important. Know how to actually know what you're doing. Okay, know what you're doing. Then from there, it's gonna be a lot easier to just succeed and win. Okay, so just know what you're doing. Know what you're doing. And even when they made CSS, right? Even when they made CSS, I'm sure they were like, bro, what? Like, why would they make this? Right, it's a whole nother level. Now we got CSS, okay? It's a language inside of a language. Now it's getting deeper, all right? Once again, I'm sure when they made this, they were like, why would we do this? So even if we wanted to go from here, right, blank, okay, doc type HTML, body, background color, okay? So here, background color is black, H1 color white. We'll move this text to the left here in the top here, and then after that, what I'm gonna go ahead, that was crazy. What I'm gonna go ahead and actually do is I want to go ahead and do this. Okay, I'm gonna do a H2. Okay, I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do H2 space open. Okay, open. And then I'm gonna do indent, color, cyan. Now we're gonna do red. Okay, semicolon. Then again, text, align. Okay, colon, center, font family. We're gonna do Arial. And we're gonna change this to 50px. Then we're gonna change this to Stackmode.net is the best site in the entire world. And we're gonna make 2 headers here. So now I'm gonna go header 2. So H2. Okay. Going super duper hard. So as we can see, we have the headers and the text separated completely. if I made a header 3, right? If I made a header 3, this is the best site ever. Okay, right? Header 3, I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna come back up here. Okay, I need to close this as well. So after you guys are done with your code, you need to make sure that it's closed. Okay, then run. So as you can see, Stackmode.net is the best site in the world, going super duper hard. Now we have this as a paragraph. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to add a color here. So now I need to go ahead and add a, so we got the font family, but I need to come up and indent, add the color, come over here, change the color to white with one of these. And from there, I'm going to be able to see the paragraph here. So now we have one more error here. This is the best site ever. So now we have header number 3. I noticed that there's no header number 3 on the code over here. So what I would need to go ahead and do is I need to come over here, okay? And then from there, I'm going to go ahead and indent. I'm going to do header number 3. I'm going to do an open bracket. Okay, you always want to do an open bracket. Then from there, I'm going to indent. I'm going to start off with the color. I'm going to do white. Then I'm going to do colon. Okay, with the or semicolon. And then from there, right underneath that, I'm going to do text align. Okay, and we're going to do center. Okay, then we do normal colon, center. And then font size 40 px semicolon. Okay, and then I need to close this up. So I noticed that the font size right now isn't working, and that's because I'm actually missing a colon. So if you don't see the thing that you need to red, if you don't see the variable that you need in order to change certain things that's in red, then you're not going to be able to understand. So then from there, I'm going to colon, okay, text white line center. Let's see, so we're going to go ahead and do font size. Okay, and then I'm going to run. So I'm going to see if the font size is working. 20px. Okay, so font size here. For header number 3, this is the best site ever. Okay, I'm going to change this to P. So this is actually going to be, best site ever is actually going to be P2. So header 3, I'm going to change that to P2. And then we're actually going to, we're going to make this here. I'm going to make P2 actually to the right. Okay. Can I do bottom right? Okay, we'll do left. Okay, so we got going super duper hard. I got you. Okay, I need to change this to P2. Okay, then from there I'm gonna run it. All right, we got, this is the paragraph here, going super duper hard. This is the best site ever. Stackmode.net is the best site in the entire world. Okay. And from there, H1, H2, color red, text align center, color white, Arial. So this right here, Arial. Okay, so we got the Arial font here. Background color, so we can make this white if you wanted, but I'm gonna keep this black. We could do brown. So brown actually is loaded kind of like a red. Gray. But we'll keep it black for now. Okay. So yeah, even just, knowing how to use your CSS is going to be really, really important too. Knowing how to change certain things, putting yourself through just making certain things. Got to Header 2. No, this needs to be header 3. Header 3. Keep grinding. Okay. Header 3. Color. White. Colon or semicolon. Header 3. Header 3. There we go. All right. And it's like when you just get the errors down, it's satisfying. It's fun. It's really it's probably the funnest thing I've ever done. This is more fun than trading to me. Just because you can infinitely create, and the market only exists because of people who created SaaSes in the first place. So knowing how everything works has just been really cool. But yeah, so back to the site. So practice. Don't let AI make your brain mush. Know how stuff actually works. Okay. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I need to prompt the prompt. That's what I need to do. So I need to prompt the prompt. So I have this here. Okay. I throw it into my Gemini. Right here. Boom. Then I'm gonna do after my. Okay. We'll do after my. Hide this here. After my stitch is in my VS Code, we need a prompt to transfer it into a working site with the above parameters. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and Next.js. Modern design. Nice. Okay. Okay. It don't listen, guys. Oh, it's on fast. That's why, bro. All right, we gotta run it back. Make sure you guys aren't on fast. So now I'm gonna go new CLI. I'm gonna grab the stitch. I'm gonna take the whole thing from stitch, right? I'm gonna take the whole stitch. I'm gonna bring it over. Actually, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna paste the prompt first. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna take the stitch. Take the whole stitch. Then take the design MD. Then I'm gonna copy and paste the prompt. Follow the prompt I added and approve the files needed for this to work as a real working website. Okay? So really just powerful prompts, guys. This is why I made the prompt shop. When we have prompts, things are done a lot easier. Things are done quicker. So what is it doing? Core system design, source components design system, color palette, typography. So it's going in source, components. Okay, it's still generating. Components, type, JS. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and install these here. Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna actually edit the I'm gonna delete that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and let's head back to SVG RT still. What's that? Where we go? Don't never redo their site, by the way. It's very good that they don't. Wow. Lamb. Peace.
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason, so let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol or you're sick in a hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5. Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 10-pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. You feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm gonna go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little fit. Shout out RSYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit. Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss reliefs or some backwoods. Cause it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right. No point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally 0. Yeah, cortisol, literally 0. So let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lowered. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. Y'all see me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. 2 blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That was good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms on them. I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these 2. I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but hold on, I'm trying to like, see, I don't think we rocking fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah. Real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So, yeah. God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this. Right here. It's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here. And this rug right here. Without those 2 right there, I wouldn't have no red bottoms. I wouldn't have no weed. I wouldn't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're gonna pop out to the store. I think
I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an event section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. It's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor / trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch you on 1 second. Yo, we in Miami with it. I'm just letting you guys know, when you grind, when you pray to God, this is where you get to be. But you can't get here if you quit. You can't get here when you let times of frustration or stagnation or confusion take over the entirety of everything you've been working towards and grinding towards. How are you going to get to the next level if you let yourself get stopped? It's really important that we keep our head on straight. It's really important that we keep going forward. And it's really important that we level up and get to the next level. But we're not going to do that with the same habits. We have to break certain old habits and incorporate new habits. Habits of discipline, habits of faith, getting close to God. I wouldn't have this without God. I wouldn't be here without God. Okay? So just even having a platform to speak to y'all on is a blessing. And that's because I pray for the opportunity and the work every single day. Okay? So it's really important to stay focused on your vision too. I was told in school I was going to be bagging groceries because I would be failing all my classes, getting kicked out of school, fighting all the time. God, please forgive me. And just doing anything. And now making websites for companies, teaching you guys trading, motivating the youth, motivating people older than me. One of the youngest people to work in a company that I was at previously. And going against all the odds of anything anyone told me I was going to be. And really going hard. I had a real lion spirit put inside of me, ready to just hunt every opportunity that's positive for me. And I'm still like that to this day. That's why I have the tiger tattoo. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but yeah, I don't know if you can see it in the light, but it's a tiger. I'm ready to hunt every opportunity. I'm ready to get on that. You got to be the same way if you want to level up. Okay? Kick it. Take yourself out to eat, get some food. Please live life. I've been grinding the past 3 months, just coding the website, trying to build this ultimate SaaS for you guys. But I really just needed this trip to make me realize, like, wait, life is really, really beautiful. It's not just about coding on the computer and using Claude and Cursor and making videos and money. Life is a lot more than that. Spend some time with your family. Spend some time with your loved ones. Have a laugh. Eat some good food. You know what I'm saying? Put on some clothes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what I got going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Put on some clothes. Get to it.
Do what you need to do, but don't lose yourself to depression, sadness, any of that. It's not worth it. Just stay prayed up to God and just keep grinding. I promise you, through the entirety of when things aren't going your way, if you keep praying to God, if you keep having that disciplined spirit, if you keep pushing through, keep thinking of smarter ways to improve and get better every single day, you'll get to the next level. And you'll be sitting down in leisure like, whoa, why was I even tripping? Why did I even give up? Just keep going, man. Life is so beautiful. I'm telling you, life is so beautiful. But life is really mindset based too. It's crazy. You won't get to where you want to be without the proper mindset. And I know it's so cliche to say, but say my car, for example, you could either rent out your car or complain that you hate your car. You know, do one or two things and then just let it sit there. So do one of two things. Your mindset really matters in this earth. Someone could be in a room full of pizza, and then someone could not eat the pizza and eat the salad. Mindset, choices, and discipline is the free will that God has granted us. And mastering that free will and following God's laws is really how you master this world. It's really how you master the world. So get to a higher level of consciousness and discipline and living a life of leisure. The income that you want to achieve, doing what you want to do, it will be possible if God wills. But the times when it does get hard, you cannot quit, you cannot give up, and you have to stay really, really focused. Even when life is destroying you, when you guys are getting destroyed by debt, lawsuits, etc., stay focused. I don't care if you're going through breakups. I don't care if you're going through injuries of whatever, God forbid, family loss. Stay focused. Stay prayed up to God. Just know it was all willed, it was all wrote, it was meant to happen. But go forward. Don't let your emotions make you shambles and freeze and pause yourself and wait for months of doing nothing because you don't want to shower, you don't want to get up, you don't want to work because you're sad. We don't have time for that, okay? Tomorrow isn't promised, so please do not waste your human opportunity. I love you guys so much. Let's code. Yo, this water is making me think right now about something that's really important in life, right? But I think sometimes we can all forget about. And that thing is called flow. Flow is extremely, extremely important. So I need you guys to catch the flow of life. Catch the flow in your business. Catch the flow in an endeavor to where you're ready to succeed under any circumstance. How you flow, your routine, your mindset, who you're around, and as far as like what you do every single day, that really dictates how successful you're going to be. How you flow every single day in your life, how your mindset flows, how your ideas flow, how you strategically think about certain things in life. That all matters. That's all a part of your flow. As far as what time you work out normally, how many meals you normally eat a day, what your diet normally kind of consists like, right? All of those things are all relative into your flow and into the cycle. So in order to get the flow down packed, right, I'm going to give you guys some sauce here. One, your prayer is really, really important. So the reason why prayer is so important is because it's something that you do every single day. So this is why praying 5 times a day really, really helps me. You know, helps me stay disciplined, and that's something that I have to keep my mind reserved for in certain time spaces in order for me to be like, okay, I need to reserve this time period for this, etc. Okay? So you have to understand that in order to prepare, in order to get to the next level, in order to maintain success as well as get to the next level of success, right? Whether it be in a scenario of, okay, I want to be successful in this endeavor, or ask yourself, okay, I'm going to be successful in this endeavor. Okay, so it's really important that you organize. You know, here I have 2 phones, so I keep one phone for social media, and then I'm going to have another phone for really you guys, for clients, etc. So it's really, really important that you keep both and everything streamlined and organized. And being organized really, really helps. Okay, so I have a social media flow, for example. So I'm going to wake up, post my videos majority of the time, respond to clients, check my emails, do what I need to do, and then from there I'm going to be ready to conquer business. I'm going to be ready to cold message, pump some content out, do what I need to do, and just focus on my entire ecosystem. But the problem that a lot of people run into is that they can't be consistent.
I notice sometimes people have great ideas, they have great inventions, they might have a great product, but they do not know how to be consistent. They do not know how to, once again, be consistent. You have to be consistent year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, day after day after day after day. As soon as your consistency slows down, you're going to get into the mindset in the framework to where you might feel stagnation. And stagnation comes from not being consistent every single day. So it's really important that you're relentless towards your goals. It's really important that you're innovating new ideas for your business constantly, seeing how you can expand, seeing how you can get to the next level, seeing how you can change certain things within your business and think, okay, let me do this way and maybe I'm going to get a better result this time. If you're not happy with your current revenue margins at the moment, then maybe you need to change your entire infrastructure and try things a different way. If something's not working out the same way that you're doing it, don't do the same thing again. Okay, it's really, really important to change your mindset. It's really, really important to get control over your mind, your spirit, and your soul, because I do not want you to be to the point to where you can't get to the next level because of how you're thinking, where you can't get to the next level because your consistency is off. Once again, some of you might be extremely talented, and some of you who also aren't extremely talented are able to gain success because your consistency is it's off the charts. Your discipline is off the charts. Your uncontinuous strategic placements in order to place yourself in a better position, right? And you continuously do that year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, success is almost inevitable. Mixed in prayer included that, so at that point, success is pretty much inevitable, okay? So when you're at the beach that you're thinking, when you're at your condo in your villa, understand that you got that because you were being productive. Understand that you got to the next level from not letting yourself slow down. I don't care if you're going through depression, a family member died, you're going through health issues right now, a breakup, whatever human endeavors that we go through in our day-to-day that tries to stop us or slow us down. It's really important that you don't let that stop you or slow you down. It's really important that you continue to go forward regardless of the situation or the scenario, okay? Because if you don't go forward, if you let things that's on the phone, for example, try and slow you down, if you let things that don't have anything to do with real life get into your way, if you let your certain emotions control your entire and jurisdict your entire life, how do you plan on getting to the next level? How do you plan on ascending in an upwards direction? It's going to be extremely difficult, okay? So it's really important that if we want to progress, no, it's okay. We got some dogs here. We got some dogs here. Yeah, you good. Okay. We got a dog here, man. So we got some dogs coming through, man. I had some dogs coming through, and it's trim. All right, so they're coming through. Had to play with the dogs, but understand that, you see, even though the dogs just came and jumped in my lap, I understood that they were just some friendly dogs. Okay, I'm not gonna let that stop my video. I'm not gonna let that stop my flow and my focus because I'm just on the beach chilling. You know what I'm saying? So it's really important to have that structured mindset and take a break from this, guys. Okay, put this down. Okay, it's really important to take a social media break, take a mental health break, get into the mindset and get into the mental framework of, okay, I'm going to enjoy my real life time. Especially if you're a content creator, try and get some content where you can. You know, try and get some content when you're out, try and get some footage wherever you can. But then from there, you know, put the phone down. Live in real life, spend some time in real life, enjoy the sun, enjoy the nature, enjoy the clarity of the world, okay? And really get a breath of fresh air, because I'm telling you, once you guys start getting in that mental perspective, once you guys start changing your mental framework and you start seeing life within a lot more positive light, it's almost impossible to be depressed. Like, it's almost impossible to be sad. And I swear, this device right here, right, this device right here is literally the ending of a majority of relationships. It's the reason why people don't succeed within the world, and it's really the reason why people are now more consumers than producers. Once again, take the ocean behind me, right? Take the ocean that's behind me. People decided to literally create an entire boat to tackle the ocean. Someone looked at the vast entire ocean and said that we're going to conquer that. We're going to get to the next level. We're going to get to the next island. Okay? And how did they do that? They looked around. They saw some trees. They went ahead and chopped down wood. And then from there, they were able to craft the boat and get to the next level. But when you guys are living your whole life inside of this device right here, living your whole life inside of this device right here, instead of just using this to feed yourself, how can you progress? How can you get to the next level when you're letting your phone, when you're letting social media, or you're letting TV consume you? Now, it's really important for your flow that you don't have as many distractions around you. Now, you're not going to be able to minimize absolutely every single distraction. Now, if you need to have every single minimized distraction around you to work, then that means you're probably not that strong. So there's going to be distractions around you sometimes. It just is what it is. But when you run into an area or you run into an instance to where you are being distracted, to where you think you are being stagnated, to where you can't think freely or as freely as you would like, right? It's really important to clear your mind. It's really important to try to, one, ignore it. Ignore any negativity that's around you. It might not be possible sometimes. Sometimes it's just super duper hard, especially when it comes to physical disturbances, like people knocking on your door, people coming inside of physical altercations, people coming inside of your abode, etc. But if it's an instance to where it's maybe a negative friend who doesn't believe in your business, who doesn't believe in what you do, who doesn't believe in the mental framework or have the same mental framework that you have, it can be very, very difficult in order to keep that friend around, especially as you start elevating in certain areas. So as you start elevating in certain areas, as your mindset starts changing, as the way that you interpret life starts changing, it becomes really, really difficult to hang around the same people. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it completely honest. As you start going up, as you start ascending, as your mindset starts changing, it's not going to be simple to hang around the same people. So you have to understand, and you have to also be completely comfortable with the fact that you might have to build a completely new network of people. You might have to talk to people who are on the same path as you, who are business-minded, focusing on property, on building a life for themselves, on getting to the next level. We have to understand this, guys, okay? So I don't want you to fail, okay? I do not want you to fail. But I also don't want you to let discouragement stop you. Some people too, I notice, might have a really, really good flow, a really, really great flow, a fantastic flow, very, very consistent, very disciplined, very rigorous on their schedule. And say they might have a season, maybe a day, or maybe even just an event of losses. And when those losses come into play, it's really, really important that we, as human beings, we don't let what people say on here dictate our whole reality. We don't let what the humans on this earth say dictate our reality. What we're going to do is we're going to continue and we're going to go forward. So it's really important that we go forward. You have to go forward no matter what happens. No matter what happens, you have to go forward. It's extremely important to be going forward, because if you don't have the mindset or the mental strength in order to go forward after a hard time or after a scenario of things not going your way, it's going to be really, really hard in order to stay focused and go forward and stay focused on your goals. But it's really important to stay focused. Plan your day out. A, B, C, D, E. Have structures, have different blocks, and maintain different block schedules for your schedule. Now, when we're getting to the next level, we have to make sure that our flow is on point, okay? Because too many people as well, too, let me talk about the downside. So you're not only going to run into scenarios to where you're going to run into seasons of downturns, you're going to run into seasons of uptrends, consistent uptrends. And if you're in a season of a consistent uptrend, it's important to go harder and stay focused more than ever. Because if you're letting things like your phone distract you, for example, you have to make sure that you put a limit on this. There's a reason why I have 2 phones, for example, okay? So you should have one phone for your clients, your work, your business, etc. And then on top of that, you're gonna have your other phone for your social media, where you post on, where you do your business, where you handle your clients, etc. Now, whenever your flow is happening, right? Whenever your flow is flowing, whenever you have revenue coming in, whenever you're getting to the next level, signing new clients, signing new deals, it's really important to stay focused and let that push you forward. Okay, you have to push forward. It's very, very important. Okay, and the reason why it is so important to push forward through anything is because depression is real. Sadness is absolutely real. And you come into places and you come into a mindset to where you may think that you can't do it, but you absolutely can. You absolutely can. And if you get into the mindset of, oh, this isn't for me, oh, this is going to hold me back, or if you start listening to people on social media, for example, stop listening to people on social media. There's literally no reason to be listening to people on social media who don't know what they're talking about. Okay, too many people are listening to people who don't have their own business, who don't have their own source of revenue coming in, who don't have their own creative or intuitive ideas in their head that lets them progress and get to the next level. Okay, so understand that it's really, really important in society to progress. Okay, and you're not going to be able to progress whenever you're stagnating. Okay, so don't stagnate. There's literally no reason. Okay, once again, don't let this stop you. If you let your phone stop you, if you let what people say on social media stop you, if you let the negativity get to you, how are you going to progress? How are you going to absolutely progress? And it's really, really important. Okay, having that strategic block. And I see a lot of you guys, whenever you guys come to me for mentorship as well too, some of you guys will have great flow, discipline, and ideas once again, but your strategic and consistent planning is not in order. And that's why you're not getting the profit margins or getting the views that you might not want to be getting as far as content wise, or just getting to where you want to be. Okay, it's going to be hard to get to where you want to be when you're just straight up not consistent. You could have one of the greatest ideas. Oh, let me get this sand off my legs. You can have one of the greatest ideas in the whole world, but if you're not disciplined and you're not consistent, it literally doesn't matter. I'm gonna just tell you straight up right now. If you're not disciplined and consistent, you can have the greatest idea in the whole world. It means nothing. It would mean nothing. So, even if you're not talented, if you go harder than everyone else, the chances and the odds of you getting to where you want to be is high. It's very high. Extremely high. Okay. And it can't be that way if your flow is off. Okay. Once again, that's why I say it's important to have a correct flow. Okay. That's why it's important to stay focused on the mission. Okay. Stay hungry. Stay hungry. Once again, stay hungry. Okay. Stay hungry. Y'all are the best, man. Y'all are the best. And I just appreciate y'all. You know, I just want to help y'all get to the next level. I want to help you reach the profit margins that you want to reach and scale your business. And not only scale your business, but just live your dreams, you know. Scaling your business can be something. It can be quite a journey. It can be quite a process when you're scaling your business. But I just want to let you guys know, like, don't give up. Yeah. It's really important to not give up. It's extremely important to not give up. Extremely. All right. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
Forget trading the S&P 500 making 1 to 2% a year. Let me show you guys how I hit this trade worth 15% and I gave it out in my group. Let's jump into it. Let's jump straight into the setup. So I like to go ahead and start off on my monthly time frame first, and then I like to scale down. So it's really important that we do top-down analysis. So I'll go for my monthly time frame. Then from there, I'll go to the weekly. Then I'll go to the daily. Then to the 4-hour time frame. And a lot of times the 4-hour time frame, whenever I am trading stocks, especially, is going to be a lot of the times like the lowest time frame that I do end up going towards. Okay, so the 4-hour time frame is the lowest time frame that I goes towards when it comes to stocks. And the reason why I even go down to the 4-hour, otherwise I would really just use the daily if I could, but the reason why I go down to the 4-hour time frame is because of a setting called extended trading hours. Okay, so you guys might have to go to your 4-hour time frame in order to see this. If you're on your daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly, you're not going to be able to see this right now. So you're going to have to come to your trading view settings or whatever broker you're on. Then from there, you're going to be able to click on session. From where it says your trading hours, make sure you have extended trading hours on. This is really, really important because you can't catch the proper setups that you want to catch without making sure that your extended trading hours is properly set. Okay, it can be really, really frustrating when you're trying to catch the setup that you want to catch, but then you run into an issue to where you're not seeing the proper price action, or you're like, why is price reversing there? The whole time there's a whole bunch of hidden resistance at a key area that you need to be closing at. Okay, so here's exactly why I took the setup. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll run it back here. So here are my drawings. We'll go to my 4-hour time frame here. So one thing I like to look for here, especially, we'll just go to my monthly. So I like to buy dips. Okay, so when it comes to dips, that obviously means that we're buying low, selling high. That is how I play stocks. Stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction. Please keep that in mind. Just too many people trying to short the United States stock market when these companies run the entire world. These companies are the entire backbone of the entire world infrastructure. The entire world, besides like China, for example, uses iPhones. Okay, the whole world uses Google for a search engine for the most part. So we have to think relatively. Wait, if these stocks crash in a downwards direction, and if you didn't know, there's also laws in place, things called the short sale restriction, for example, where stocks can't flash crash too much percent in a single day. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind whenever you are investing. Okay, stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction. These stocks are not meant to suffer and fail. You have to keep that in mind. Okay, keep that in mind and just keep stacking up your account. Keep growing it, keep putting in money, and keep investing. Okay, but buy at the proper times, especially if you're going to trade stocks. You have to buy at the proper times. Just because you make 10,000 off of one trade doesn't mean like, oh man, I get to sit back and just chill. No, be disciplined, be looking for the next setup, be closing at the proper areas. And let me show you what I did to catch this setup here. So I looked at my monthly time frame and I saw that price recently dipped down. So once again, I like to buy low and sell high. So that meaning when I'm buying low and selling high, what's really, really important for me, okay, is that I see some bullish price action, okay, coming in. So a lot of people like to buy falling knives, and not even intentionally, okay? And what a falling knife is when you're buying when price is just falling down. I like to buy when price is getting bullish. I like to buy when buyers are stepping in. Whenever buyers are stepping in, price has a lot more jurisdiction to burst in an upwards direction. So I don't like to buy at all-time highs. I wait for price to fall down, and then after price makes a solid or key area of support, such as like this whole zone here, for example, where price repeatedly decided to mirror itself, then I could see, okay, price decided to bounce a couple of times here. This is a pretty safe area. Let me check it out on my daily here. Same thing on my daily. I like this zone here. Still looking strong and relative. And then let me get on my 4-hour time frame here too. So I saw that this area of support was reacted off of over here, and I just did some top-down analysis there. We have another area of support here, another area of support here, one here, and one here. And what an area of support is an area where buyers have stepped in. Okay, support is going to be an area where buyers have stepped in. It's very, 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 very important. And I like to look at the MACD volume. I don't really pay attention to the MACD crosses, but you could see here when green starts stepping in, As you can see here on this volume chart from MACD, a lot of the times that's when buyers are going to be stepping in. So this is a good thing to look at too, but I don't just only look at that. For the most part, it's naked charts and just raw analysis, and making sure that I'm buying at verified areas of support. Okay. Even price decided to come right here and make a higher low from this area right here. And then price decided to just continue to progress. Now, Chris, why did you close at this area right here particularly? Okay. Great question. Let me go ahead and answer that. So even on the daily here, I can see that when price even created this area of resistance all the way up here. So just as we have support, support is an area where buyers have stepped in. We're gonna have the opposite of that. Resistance. Resistance is an area where sellers have stepped in. Okay? So make it simple. Don't make it difficult. Okay? Resistance is an area where sellers have stepped in and price decides to fall in a downwards direction. Support is an area where buyers have stepped in and price decides to bounce in an upwards direction. I like to wait for areas of support to come in, and then I take the price action up, especially when I'm trading stocks, which I'm only playing bullish directions. I'm buying low, selling high. That comes from stocks, because stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction. Same thing with crypto and Bitcoin. And then from there, I'll go on my 4-hour here, make sure I get everything with the raw analysis. So I can even see here, once again on the daily, you could see price decided to come all the way up, come down, and then come back up. So when price does a little zigzag like this, like it comes down and then comes up to an area and then comes down, that area where it just randomly jolted up to and stopped is now an important area. So even if you were to go ahead and catch the trade back to the upwards direction, your take profit would be this ideal area here where price is creating resistance at. Okay. So boom. 4-hour here. Area of resistance. Area of resistance. And we can see take profit getting set in here. It's exactly why we were able to profit. Okay. I make it really, really easy. You guys can join the Stackmode Academy if you want to catch my trades and learn how to trade. I also like to draw trend lines too, sometimes just for verification. And just putting everything in a big conglomerate. It might seem like mess at first, but when you guys are able to strategically break down everything step by step like that, it makes it really, really easy. Okay. Pray that video helped. Quick little simple guide. Stackmode.net for all trading education. Make sure you guys get your tap business cards at Stackmode.net. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's a blessing, but you gotta go hard every single day. Every single day. That's why I got myself my Tap digital business card, which you guys can get in the link in the description below, stackmode.net and CEO Turbo, and everywhere I'm at. Yo, do you do business? Yo, do you have a website? Yo, do you trade? Yo, do you invest? Constantly pushing myself, constantly trying to get to the next level, constantly networking with CEOs, working with water companies, working with team leaders, working with entrepreneurs, working with anyone that I can get information from. Because every single experience, whether it be you posting a video and seeing how it did compared to the last video you posted, whether it be a business interaction, whether it be a business deal that you're closing, you gain some information. And that's what's going to get you guys to the income level that you want to get to. The amount of information that you gain and you're able to process back out into your products, into your information, if you're a teacher or a coach, etc. The amount of information that you receive from the world and that you're able to put back out onto the earth is a lot of the times what's going to get you this success. Are you learning from people's experiences? You have to learn what people are needing. What are people in need of? If people are in need of fun, that's why things like fidget spinners, for example, made people so much money, because it was just a fun, super trendy time. Fidget spinners were really popular. People were wearing the rubber bands, the colorful ones. I know you guys probably remember that. And just finding an ample way in society to A, put a smile on people's faces, or B, solve their problems and solve their hardships. Okay? That is how you're going to get to the next level in business. And that's how you have to think 25/8 every single day. If you're going to quit your job, I quit my job. I had a finance career. I worked 4 years. I programmed credit card terminals. I did sales for them as well too. And I also did tech support. So I had a very, very extensive, long background of working with different types of people, solving different types of problems. And I was able to take all of that information and start the Stackmode Network and start CEO Turbo, right? So that's really why I think this business card here, it's just like a credit card, you know, same type of material, not weak. You know, a normal business card, so you guys get 10,000 of them. People aren't going to sit there and stop, look, type in each thing. Especially we got shorts out and stuff like that. People's attention spans are sadly getting lower. So you have to know how to prioritize people's success, even with the current trends. So if the current trend, you're noticing that people don't have patience, then create a product to help them gain more instantaneous results. You could literally go up to somebody's phone, boom, tap it, or you can go ahead and scan this QR code here. And then from there, all your social medias pop up, your website, you can add your contact to your phone, and it makes it really, really simple. Okay. So that was a piece and a gap in human society that I saw an opportunity for me to push my product towards. And you have to think that way every single day while on the side, while I'm coding apps, while I'm putting for CEOs and clients. You got to work overtime and posting content and getting fly. God is good. Alhamdulillah. But you know what I'm saying? Getting fly. It's effort you got to put in every single day. I'm not sitting in this 2-seater coupe right now because I just sit on my butt all day doing nothing. I'm working hard, praying 5 times a day, trying my absolute hardest, going hard, reading Quran for wisdom, talking to different people for wisdom, using my income as an engine. That's why I created CEO Turbo. I want you to be able to accelerate your business and create your income engine. Make sure it's always flowing. Keep putting gas into it. Keep putting gas into it. Keep investing in my stocks. Keep investing in my crypto portfolio like I've showed you guys. I just want to show you guys how to boss up, how to be a CEO. I feel like things nowadays are way too cryptic. People are just showing you guys flashy stuff, and you guys aren't really getting the real raw education or the real raw standpoints of things. That's why I want to come on here and bring real authenticity, bring real genuineness, and just tell you guys the real. There are days where it's extremely frustrating, you know, figuring out all your LLC stuff, getting all your paperwork together, setting up your business bank accounts. There's times where this stuff can get frustrating, but the thing about business is that it's a day by day, brick by brick built based effort. So if you go hard every single day, you try and stack as many bricks as possibly can, then you're going to be able to get to the success that you want to get to quicker if God wills. Okay. But the more that you procrastinate, the more that you just keep those ideas in there and don't actually get them out to the world, the longer things are going to take, the harder it's going to be for you to actually progress. And it's going to be frustrating the older that you get to. You don't want to run into a position where you're like, oh man, why didn't I go harder back in the day? Go hard now. Go hard now. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what position you're in. I don't care how much income you have. Go hard now. There's so many ways in order for you to generate income. You guys can cold DM people on Instagram. There's contact buttons on so many different social media pages. You guys can code websites. You guys can code apps. put them on the App Store, start getting paid that way. It's so easy to drop music if you want to be an artist, a singer, or a rapper. If you guys want to make animations and make movies and cartoons, you can take that route and create a whole brand from there. Think about The Simpsons. Simpsons have mugs, pants, shirts, hats, etc., just based off of an animation series. There's so many different routes and avenues you could take in today's generation. It's actually really, really fun. So that's going to be the real raw reality of it, is that there's times where it's going to be hard for sure, but it is fun. Have fun with it. I have fun with this every single day, and it's a blessing. It's a real big blessing from Allah. It's a big blessing from God for me to be able to wake up in the morning, go hard, and just tell you guys some positive information that I pray can help you guys progress your days. And when I look at my reviews, I'm really, really grateful to just see the amount of people I've impacted. Even hearing that people use my education in classrooms is a big blessing. And for me to just be a young African-American male, I come from sleeping on the floor with my mom. You know what I'm saying? Come from living in just times of solace, just by myself a lot. You know, mom worked really, really hard, and I love her to death. You know, give her whatever I can and just try and run it up for her, because she really showed me that hard work beats everything else. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care if you don't speak the best English or the best speech. I don't care if you have a speech impediment. I don't care if you're disabled. I don't care if you think you can't do it. I don't care if you have people hating on you. I don't care if you're going through traumatic events. I don't care if people are trying to dim your light. I don't care if people are trying to shut you down. You gotta go hard, man. Take all of that and transmute that into your work and go hard. You guys can absolutely do what you need to do. And I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what people have told you. Whatever God put inside of your head and in your heart, you gotta put that out into the world. The house that you're sitting in, somebody had an idea. Somebody had an idea like, look, I'm gonna build this house. I'm gonna build this house, and we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have people living in it. And that's what they did. So I'm telling you guys, we can do some monumental things. God is good. Alhamdulillah. And I just want you guys to succeed, man. But you can't succeed if you're just wasting time sitting there scrolling all day, looking at memes. A lot of people tell me, yo, Chris, I want it. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to go hard. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to get to the next level. Some people even pay me to give them education. And guess what they're doing year after year after year after year? The same thing. And it's pretty sad. It can be pretty sad. I'm going to be honest. I'm quite an emotionally intertwined person. I'm not an emotionally sporadic person. I don't really cry too much and stuff like that. I'm a human being. I go through my things. But for the most part, I'm pretty hard. I just wake up, pray to God, give all my problems to Allah. And I just keep grinding and keep focusing and just keep staying steady. But the times when you're going to feel doubt, the times when you're like, dang, I'm going hard, why am I not getting results? You might be flat. You might be on $0, going as hard as you possibly can. You got to just hit that prayer. You got to pray to God. You got to ask, one, for forgiveness for any bunky stuff you might have did in the past. And two, you got to just ask God for strength and discipline. You know, when you have the strength and the discipline and the wisdom also too, that's what I try to pray for. Strength, wisdom, and discipline. And for everyone that also worships God to be blessed with afia. And afia is just good things within the world and in the afterlife if God wills. So your prayers and your faith is important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important because people don't bet on themselves. I'm realizing people spend 40, 50, 60 years at the job, still don't get what they really want for real. And then turn around and be like, dang, why didn't I bet on myself and take the risk? So you can't be scared of anything but God. God should be the only thing that you fear. not humans, not no failure. You're gonna have to get out of your head. If you're gonna go forward in business, you gotta get out of your head. That's gonna be the main thing that you have to do. You gotta get out your head. You can't think like you in business as well too, because what you're interested in, someone literally might despise, and what you might despise, that might be someone's favorite thing. Okay? So there's some people out there who sell bricks, who sell clay, who sell wood. They may not care about that, but they do it to feed their family. So same thing with drop shippers, for example. A lot of drop shippers who sell lipsticks, who sell couches, etc. They might not be super enthusiasts in that. Some men selling women's products, some women selling men's products, etc. Might not be super enthusiastic about it, but they're enthusiastic about protecting, providing for themselves and their family, so they go hard at it. Keep focusing on their copywriting, keep trying different ad copies, keep trying different strategies out in order to succeed and get to the next level. But understand that we can't progress, we can't win if we don't try things. Too many people are really, really scared to try things, I'm noticing. So if you have a couple of thousands, if you have a couple of bands stacked up, you know what I'm saying? You've been in stack mode, you've been staying, you know what I'm saying, away from your desires, buying random things you don't need to buy. You have a couple of thousand stacked up, quit your job. Quit your job and hustle. But try and build something first. Go to stackmode.net, and if you don't have a website built, I'll build the website for you. Get your website built first. Start watching marketing videos. Start studying business. But one thing in business, though, I can say, just try stuff. Just try stuff. You never know. You never know what's going to pop. Something you might put in max effort for might not pop, but then something you barely tried on might pop and blow you up. You know what I'm saying? And take you to the next level. So you just have to keep trying, and your consistency matters. Even when you're tired, sick, sad, depressed, hungry, you got to keep thinking. You got to keep going hard. I'm telling you, it's a real different game when you jump into your business. You got to go harder than you think. Okay, you got to go a lot harder than you think. A lot harder than you think. No such thing as passive income. Nah, passive income is just bricks stacked up over time. That's all it is. And then money starts coming in on the back end, but you still got to push more forefront for stuff. Say you don't just sit there and do nothing. Like, you got to actually keep advertising, keep pushing stuff. Unless you're doing things like real estate, which you still got to list the house for sale on certain things or put a sign in front of it. You still got to advertise and market is the thing. So creating your products, your software, your website, etc., that's like one side of it. But then your marketing, actually getting everything out there, whether it be through ads or posting high quality organic content, that is a whole different ball game. Making sure you have good copywriting for all people and all levels to read, whether it be kindergarten through senior age. Okay, people should be able to understand your content. So there's a lot of just technicalities, and that's why I created CEO Turbo, where you guys can book a call with me to actually learn how to strategize and scale your business and get your website designed if you don't already have one, or redesign your website if you do have one. Even if you already have a domain, I got you. Can already just create you a new website. We'll get your domain connected and updated, and yeah, get you dominating. But a lot of people too post high quality content or know how to get views, but don't know how to convert those views into money, and then are frustrated, like, wait, why am I not actually getting paid? So when you don't have high quality skills, you don't have any leverage, you don't have any strategic standpoints in order for you to progress or stand back. Say if you're a trader, for example, say you make good income trading, if you don't have a business on the side, or you don't post your trades, or you don't have some type of group, right? One bad month, right? Or say market's just at all-time highs and you literally can't take a trade. How are you going to keep generating income? Are you going to let all the income flow stop? There's literally times where you can't trade. And that's why I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. So ignore what people think. Ignore what people are talking about. Focus on God. Focus on yourself. And focus on your loved ones and family if you have them. All right. Just go hard though. Okay. You got to tune out the noise and the negativity and the distractions. One thing with business too, negativity is going to be poison. It's going to be poison because you don't have a 2 weeks check coming in. You got to generate that. You got to build that from scratch. You got to build that from the ground. Okay. So go hard and keep trying to build that. Okay. And you can't give up. It's actually sad. Too many people I see giving up. Why are you on the earth? Why are you on the earth if you're giving up? What are you doing? Stop it. Like, there's way too many people giving up for no reason. I don't understand. I understand we go through sadness, depression, events, but I don't care if you go through the most traumatizing stuff of all time. Do not give up until God says, okay, boom, it's your time to go. All right. You do not have any jurisdiction to take yourself off the earth, to quit, to give up, or to slow down. You need to go harder. You need to stop being weak if you're being weak right now. Okay? Some of y'all are doing also way too much consuming. I understand learning educational content. Okay? There's business mentors I watch. Shout out like Charlie Morgan and stuff like that. But after that, I'm hustling. I don't sit there and just study. So many people study too much. That's why people get frustrated when they come out of college and then they're like, wait, why am I not getting any money? Because you just spent 5 years studying when you could have spent 5 years studying and getting money. And then you're frustrated. Now, for some people, it works out. But for some people, if you don't do internships, if you don't do programs, if you don't get connections, difficult to get a position. Okay. Talking to somebody who did corporate, who scaled through corporate, started as tech support, scaled through, went to an activations level position, and started just grinding and kept climbing my way up. Okay. Y'all check these out, man. Shout out my mom. My mom got me these. When you're doing business too, your presentation. That's the reason why I show you guys that. Your presentation is everything. You could literally have one of the best ideas, one of the best products ever. If you do not know how to market, if you do not know how to get it out there, you will not succeed. And that is literally just the straight up truth. Like, if you don't know how to market, you could literally have the best idea and product. But if you don't know how to present your idea, product, your information, your book, whatever it is, your tool, if you're selling gardening tools, it's going to be hard. So you have to go hard on both lanes. And that's where people start building a team with. I personally run both my companies by myself. Maybe in the future, potentially, maybe I could hire somebody. I've had lots of offers. I just feel like it's more efficient when I have the ideas and this control over everything in the forefront. And you can hire people, but what I've seen from other peers, other friends who have successful businesses, who do 5-6 figures a month, etc. Hiring people can make things complicated. People might not be as motivated. I don't really like that word because motivated is kind of temporary. People might not be as hungry as you. You got to be hungry every single day. You got to want it every single day. No ifs, ands, or buts. And someone might go through a traumatic event, and that might shatter their whole world. And that is going to slow down your money, and that's going to slow down how much income you're getting. So you got to think about stuff like that too whenever you are working with people, whenever you do hire people. So that's why I try and utilize AI as much as you can. That's why in the Stackmode Academy, I teach you guys how to use AI and on the channel. Just because knowing how to use AI properly is going to be really, really important for just being as productive as you can and as efficient as you can, especially if you're a solo business. I don't care if you're trying to do a software as a service or a product based company, or you mow lawns. Doesn't matter. Try and use AI as much as you can. Try and use AI to make like your flyers so that you can go plant things in the ground so people can drive by and see like, oh, they mow lawns, boom. You know what I'm saying? Push hard. Push hard. Once again, your digital business card. This right here is, yeah. Get this, man. Stackmode.net or CEOturbo.com. Get this now. If God wills, it's going to help you out and start pushing your business. If you're serious about being a CEO, if you're serious about bossing up, I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. And blam!
If you don't have an LLC formed, a lawsuit can wipe away everything you've been working hard for years. Let me show you exactly why you need to form an LLC if you're a business or brand owner and how we can do it the cheapest and easiest way. Let's get into it. Your LLC is extremely important. You got to build your fortress up. So we're going to be covering your LLC formation, right? What your EIN number even is, keeping yourself anonymous. Some people register their LLC underneath their actual house address. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, it's going to make it easy for people to find exactly where you live, and that's not what you're going to want. So you're going to want to set up your LLC underneath a registered agent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about the operating agreements, and we'll make sure everything is done right and done cheap. Let's go. So what is an LLC and why does it protect you in the first place? So an LLC is a limited liability company. An LLC is a legal wall between you and your business. If your business gets sued or owes money, your personal assets, your car, your home, savings are all legally untouchable. Without an LLC, you are the business. Every lawsuit, every debt, and every mistake hits you personally. And understand that an LLC is not an expense. It's the cheapest insurance policy that you'll ever buy for your business. It's pretty much preparing yourself for any future endeavors, any mistakes, or any things that you're expecting to go wrong. Future-proofing yourself. You know, that's the reason why you pay for insurance on your car. Future-proofing yourself. Even if you yourself didn't get into the accident. For example, my first car ever was a 2013 Audi. And I woke up one day and someone just totaled it. And it just was what it was. And I had to go buy the Mustang Coupe. And I had to go forward. And I had to progress. Okay? But understand that sometimes in life, things are going to happen. So instead of you getting sued and getting all of your resources extracted that you've been grinding for years, let's be smart, let's get an LLC, and let's make sure that we can protect ourselves and our assets. And a real example, right? Let's say a freelance web designer gets sued by a client for $50,000, right? God forbid. But without an LLC, their personal bank account could be wiped. And with an LLC, only business assets are at risk. Their personal savings stay safe completely, okay? And 3 things an LLC gives you. Personal asset protection. Business debts and lawsuits cannot touch your personal belongings at all. Tax flexibility as well too. So you could choose to be taxed as a sole proprietor, an S corp, or a C corporation, and pick whatever saves you the most or whatever functions the best for whatever type of business you're trying to do. And as far as credibility and legitimacy, so ABC LLC, for example, or Stackmode Network LLC, looks professional. Clients, banks, and platforms start taking you more serious when they see you went through the time to submit the paperwork, open the business bank accounts, and do what you need to do in order to be credible. And without an LLC, you're just a sole proprietor by default. So one bad client, one accident, or one lawsuit equals total personal financial exposure. And I don't want you guys to be going through that, okay? So choose your state. This matters a lot. So you don't have to form your LLC in the state that you live in. You can form it in any state. So here's how the top 3 compare. So I'll talk about Wyoming, right? So Wyoming, there's no state taxes. Filing for an LLC costs you $100 USD. And it's strong anonymity. And you have $60 a year cost for a renewal. Okay. New Mexico costs you $50 in order to file your LLC. No member disclosure. No annual fee. And less business friendly. You got Delaware. It's $90 for the filing. It's VC or investor preferred. It's a 300-year franchise tax on it. And it's less private. So the cheapest and the most private option is going to go ahead and be the New Mexico option. So the New Mexico option is going to give us the most definitive and cheapest option for both as well. Okay. So do you need a local address? No, absolutely not. So if you form a LLC in Wyoming or New Mexico, but you live in Texas, you may need to register as a foreign LLC in your home state if you do business there, but that costs $50 to $200 and it's worth it for the privacy. So here's the smart play. So let's say, for example, a client named Maria lives in Florida, but they formed their LLC in Wyoming. Let's say they use Wyoming for their registered agent as their address. And a registered agent is pretty much going to be a address that's going to have all your mail directed to it, and then it's also going to be able to send mail to you. So instead of having your LLC address as your home address, what it's going to have is have the LLC address as like a suite address, for example. Okay. So their name doesn't appear publicly anywhere, keeping themselves fully anonymous and making sure that they're fully secure. Okay. And they just use your home state trap. Most people default to their home state, and that's often fine if you don't care about privacy. States like California, though, can charge $800 a year minimum franchise tax, while Wyoming is like $60. So think about that too when it comes to your yearly expenses. So as far as filing your LLC in 5 simple steps. So what you want to do is choose your LLC name, okay? Choose your LLC name, choose a name that you're going to be happy with, and understand that it must be unique in your state. It must include LLC or limited liability company in it, and check the availability for free on your state's Secretary of State website. So for example, Apex Media LLC, okay? YouTube LLC, Lamp LLC, search Wyoming, SOS site, look what's available, and then you're good. Then from 2, I want you guys to go ahead and get a registered agent. So a registered agent is required in every state. It's a real person or a company who receives legal mail for their LLC. Do not use your home address, okay? On the next slide, I'm going to give you guys more information on how we can go ahead and understand how we can keep ourselves anonymous and how we can open our LLC without using our home address. So you have to file articles of organization as well. So it's a short 1 to 2 page form. You have to fill it out on your state's SOS website. And Wyoming is $100 online. New Mexico is $50. And it takes about 1 to 3 business days, sometimes about 1 to 7 in order to fill out online as well too, and for it to get approved. And the required info. So what you're going to need is your business name, your registered agent name plus your address, your business purpose, okay? Just write in what the purpose this is. Use AI in order to help you as well too. Your management structure, okay? The member manage equals that you run it. Then from there, you just got to go ahead and pay your fees. So Wyoming, once again, it's going to be a $100 fee. New Mexico is going to be a $50 fee. And we got Delaware with a $90 fee there, okay? So you can pay online with a card. Okay, keep it simple. Understand that, once again, you could pay online with a card. Do not make it more difficult than it actually needs to be. Keep it simple. Okay, whip your card out, open your LLC, get started. Don't waste your time, because you need to start having time available for your EIN number. Your EIN number is a free number, okay? But you need that in order to progress. When it comes to opening your accounts on Shopify, for example, you're going to need your EIN number, okay? So that's why I want you guys to get on these things as quick as possible. I don't want you to procrastinate at all. Get your EIN number. You can get it for free on irs.gov, and then from there, you can get your employer identification number. So instead of using your social security number on everything, okay, what you're going to go ahead and do is use your EIN number and use your LLC name on your documents or whenever you're opening up accounts. And you're going to need it in order to open a bank account, hire employees, file taxes, or even get PayPal, Stripe, etc. accounts. Okay, so once again, you're going to go to irs.gov, get to the EIN assistant, and it really takes 10 minutes. It's completely free and never pay a third party for this. So don't overpay. Companies like LegalZoom try and charge $79 to $300 to form your LLC. You're just paying for them to fill out a form. Do it yourself. It's that simple. Okay. So your registered agent is going to be your legal shield. So what is a registered agent in the first place? Every LLC must have a registered agent. A registered agent is a person or a company with a physical address in the state where your LLC is formed and who receives legal notices and lawsuit papers called services of process, government correspondent papers and annual report reminders, as well as tax documents and compliance notices. So why not use your home address, right? Your registered agent's address becomes public record. If you list your house, anyone can Google your LLC and find where you live, which could be dangerous potentially. So use a service instead. So as a real scenario, a disgruntled client looks up someone's LLC name, sees their home address, and then shows up. So try not to use your home address. Okay. And the best cheap registered agent services, right? The Northwest registered agent. So best overall, includes privacy by default. Real humans answer. He's $39 a year at the time of this recording. We got Registered Agents Incorporated. That's the one I personally use. We got $50 a year. No upsells. Keeps your info private on state filings. And just helps you progress. We got Inc. File. Now busy. Okay, it's free for 1 year. Free first year if you use their formation service. Or you can be your own agent if you have your own physical address or your own business address as well too. And a pro tip here. So Northwest Registered Agent for $39 a year. It's pretty much #1 recommended at the time of this video. It's the cheapest. They don't sell your data and actively protect your privacy on state filings. Many services list their own address, which hides yours. Okay, keeping you safe, protected, so you can get to the next level. And the anonymity stack. So why stay anonymous in the first place? When you file an LLC, in most states, your name goes on a public database. Anyone can look you up. Competitors, stalkers, litigious clients. And the goal of it, your name appears nowhere on public records while you still legally own and control everything. So privacy state formation. Once again, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana do not require member owner names on public filings. They just file there, use the registered agent, and then done. So as far as privacy, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana, filing through there really, really does help. So you could form a Wyoming LLC, use Northwest as your registered agent, and your name appears on 0 public documents, and it costs around $139 a year total. Okay, keeping you fully anonymous, keeping you safe, okay, and helping you progress. And the double LLC stack. So for maximum protection, you could form a holding LLC in Wyoming to keep you anonymous, which then owns your operating LLC in your home state. So your home state sees Wyoming Holdings LLC as the owner, not you. And Wyoming sees no member names. Okay. And the double LLC anonymity stack, right? Let's say it's you. Private person. Okay. Our name. Then from there, for Wyoming, okay. Anonymous, not public. Meanwhile, the operating LLC is Apex Media LLC, which is whole time in Texas. Okay. So your public records only show Apex Holdings LLC here. Okay, which is not public. Your name never appears. So lawyers who want to see you hit a dead end. Okay. So it's really, really smart doing it in this way. And it helps a lot. Okay. So your LLC constitution. So what is it? So the operating agreement is the internal document that defines how your LLC operates. It's not filled with the state. It's for you and your bank and any partners. Think of it as the rule book for your LLC. Without one, your state's default LLC laws apply, and they may not favor you. So what it must include: ownership percentages. Who owns what percent of the LLC? The management structure. Who makes the decisions? Was it member managed or manager managed? Profit distribution. How and when the money gets paid out to its members. Buyout or the exit rules. What happens if a member wants to leave or dies? And dissolution clause. How the LLC can be shut down. So what's critical about this? Single member LLCs need this too. Many solo founders skip the operating agreement because it's just me, which is a big mistake. Banks a lot of times can require it. If you're ever sued, courts look for it to verify your LLC is legitimate and separate it from you personally. Okay. So it's pretty much a rule book. Okay, it's just a rule book. So a judge could decide your LLC is just an alter ego of you personally and pierce the corporate veil, wiping out your liability protection entirely. So you can go ahead and get one for free at Northwest Registered Agent, Rocket Lawyer, LegalZoom, or your state SOS website. Okay. So for a single member LLC, a 1-page operating agreement is enough. Sign it, date it, and then done. Okay. So it costs under $200 to launch. Get to it. So your LLC filing, if you do it in New Mexico, one time, no annual report required, $50. Then from there, you got your registered agent. You got your $50 a year. Okay, New Mexico doesn't require one, but it's smart to use. And then your EIN, it's going to be free. Operating agreement, free. Business bank account, Mercury, Relay, Novo, Wells Fargo, Chase, etc. free. So for the first year, you'd only be paying $100. So really, really nice. And then option number B here. Option B, we're going to have the Wyoming. Okay, best for laws and privacy. File it through Wyoming for $100, then $39 a year, Northwest registered agent. And then from there, get your EIN and your operating agreement for free. And 1 year total, it's going to be for $139. Okay. And what to skip and what to never pay for. So LegalZoom LLC packages. So $79 or $299. Okay, what you're paying for is absolutely nothing at all. So your EIN filing services, irs.gov is free and takes about 10 minutes. And your LLC kits with binders and seals, useless. And attorneys to form a basics and Wamela LLC, just don't need. So the bottom line, for under $140, you can have a fully legal, private, protected LLC with the EIN number, a registered agent, and a bank account. No lawyer needed. Make it simple. So your LLC launch roadmap, right? Pick your state, get your agent, file your articles, get your EIN, do your operating agreement, get your business bank account. Okay? It's really, really simple. Follow the steps. Filing time takes about 3 weeks max for everything. That's for getting your EIN number. That's for getting your registered agent. That's for getting your LLC approved, getting your name done, and getting your business bank account with your operating agreement. I'd say everything would set up about 3 weeks, and then you'd be good for the rest of your life. So put in that time now. It's really, really important to start today. Do not procrastinate. Absolutely no procrastination at all. Please don't waste your time like that. Okay. And after filing, don't forget, okay, keep your personal and business expenses 100% separate. Never pay personal bills from an LLC account. Mixing these equals losing your liability shield. Keep these separate. Keep it consistent. Okay. So form it in Wyoming or New Mexico. Go get your registered agent. Get your EIN number. Write your operating agreement. And keep your business and personal expenses 100% separate. Okay. It's going to be really, really simple. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grounding. Peace. Most people work all of their life and still retire broke, and I don't want you guys to be in that scenario. So let's go and let's talk about how we can change our psychology and be prepared for the future. Let's do it. So we have to rewire the brain for 7-figure freedom. You have to execute your plan. Whatever ideas you have within your head, whether it be a software that you've been thinking about coding for some years or months, it's really, really possible now. You have a lot more opportunity with AI. Things are a lot more structured, a lot easier. And understand that wealth is not a math problem. It's a psychological operating system. And you have to, once again, delete your middle or lower class programming. So let's jump into it. So why 90% fail? So the evolutionary sabotage. So we'll talk about the caveman. So for 200,000 years, human survival relied on two things: eating high calorie food immediately and avoiding high risk completely. Your brain is hardwired to literally prefer a guaranteed comfortable $10 right now, for example, over a probabilistic $100 next year. When you try to build, understand that you're fighting your own DNA. And that's why a small percent of people even win when it comes to building a system, building a brand, building a company. Okay, so you have to restructure your brain for success. So we'll talk about this safe paycheck illusion. So this is why people cling to a job that they don't even like. The bi-weekly paycheck satisfies the caveman brain's need for guaranteed survival calories, even while inflation slowly starves them. So think about keeping your money in a checking account, for example. Say you have $100 within your savings account, okay? Say you wanted to transfer that over to your checking account, okay? Say you already have $20 in your checking account, okay? So now you have $120 inside of your checking account, right? So you transferred it from your savings to your checking. You already had $20 in your checking account. So now you have $120, right? Okay, cool. Say if instead that $100 was inside of something like some stocks instead of something like some crypto. If you're using that $100 as an active income by the time it's transferred to your checking account, Instead of it just being $100, you could have transferred $500 into your checking account, making it 520. Okay, and then from there you can pay off your credit cards, pay your bills, do what you need to do from your checking account. Okay, so it's about structuring what you need and keeping your money always flowing within a constant asset river is what I like to call it. Keep stacking your assets so then your cash flow you're not even going to have to worry about. The more assets that you stack, the more you're not going to have to worry about chasing that active income when it's time to pay bills, when it's time for you to execute on certain things, or when it's time for you to recover if a bad situation occurs, God forbid. Okay. So look, your money is pretty much being slowly eaten alive when you just keep it sitting within a checking account. Don't stack up cash. Okay. Don't stack up cash. There's pretty much no point to stack up cash within a checking account. Put your cash to use. Put it inside of stocks, put it inside of crypto, buy some cars, start doing rental businesses, start buying houses, put them on Section 8, buy some multifamilies, get a plane or helicopter, start a business with that or rent them out privately. Okay. Start putting your cash to use because you have to understand that the government does nothing but print. Money is nothing but a printed resource and numbers that are digitally put on your devices. Okay. When you load up your checking account app, the digital numbers that are there, and it's just money, physical paper dollars, was just a piece of paper that was printed out of a machine. At the end of the day, that has a little bit of jurisdiction because it has a seal and a stamp and a person on it. So understand what money actually is and understand that it's a tool. And when you use it as a complete tool, your mindset changes. When you understand that credit is really, really powerful too. Don't use credit for consumerism. Don't use credit to ball out on vacations. Use credit to put yourself in tactical advantages financially. Say, for instance, you wanted to buy a house. Say you have enough money in order for the down payment, right? Say you're trying to buy a $100,000 house. Say they want $5,000 down. FHA loan, right? They want 3.5% down. Okay, just for instance. Okay, or you put more than that down. Okay, you just have $5K for them. They're like, all right, cool, we're with that. Instead of you putting your $5K down, you can go keep that $5K in your assets, and then from there you could take that to the bank, and then they'll be like, okay, cool, here's 15K, here's 10K, and you're going to be able to use that money for the down payment, and then keep your money stacked up in your assets, in your stocks, in your crypto, while that's generating you more money. So when it's time to pay off the loan for the monthly payments or whatever terms you agree on, you're going to have some extra overhead because you planted your money in more assets. Keep your money flowing and take advantage of the free money that's available within the world. Okay, credit systems, the banks, loans. Now you do have to pay this stuff back, so be responsible. But take the risk. I'm going to ask you guys. Let me know in the comments below. Have your friends or family ever called you crazy for wanting to invest or start a business? Okay. If so, understand that that's their biological herd mentality, reacting to your breakout. And if people aren't living the lifestyle that you want to live, don't listen to them. If people aren't where you want to be, don't listen to them. Okay. Negativity can destroy a positive dream if you let it. So don't let it. Okay. If God put that dream and that vision inside of you, you need to put whatever's inside of your head into the forefront. All around the world. This cup, for example. Okay. This mic I'm recording on. This computer I'm recording on. These are all people's ideas being pushed to the forefront. And they believed in themselves. They wanted to win. They wanted to get to the next level. So you have to do it too in order to innovate a product that's going to push society forward so we can get better as humans, so you can help people create, so you can help people stay on earth, so you can keep making people smile. So we'll talk about dopamine, right? It's the poor man's drug. So we'll talk about the destructive loop, okay? Modern society has weaponized your attention. Constantly scrolling, TikTok, Instagram. Me and my boy talked about this today, okay? I feel like Reels was put here to attack. You know, sometimes Reels can be funny, but as far as just having a unprogrammed algorithm of unproductive social media reels constantly being put in your head, it can really, really hold you back, okay? That's why I come on here on social media. I try and post positive content that you guys can at least learn from, because people are going to scroll anyways. So when you're able to capture somebody's attention, gravitate your attention, and transmute their scrolling into a whole self journey that they can go on, due to the fact that they saw your product, due to the fact that they saw your video or your mentorship or your agency, whatever business you're running, or they used a rental car in order to go on a trip that changed their life, that you owned, okay? Focus on ownership and use social media for positivity and to build an intellectual brand in order to push people forward so they remember you, okay? Because it's really, really crazy too. It's really cool when you meet people from social media in real life too. Definitely have done that a lot. And when you're able to connect with people all over the world, you're able to gain a different type of intellectual infrastructure too. So if you waste your motivation, right? I don't really like that word because motivation is temporary. But if you waste your drive, right, your energy on scrolling, you're going to have zero drive left to study the markets, build your assets, code your software, work out, pray to God, get closer to your family, have a conversation with your mom or dad, okay? Important things you really need to be doing. Checking on your spouse, okay? Rewire your brain. And we'll talk about the amateur. So the amateur checks their crypto wallet 40 times a day for a dopamine hit. They're opening up TradingView. They're pulling up Webull. They're pulling up Robinhood. They're like, oh my gosh, I need to go ahead and get in this. I need to see how my trade is looking. I need to, oh my gosh, they're just freaking out all over the place. You got to relax. Keep it chill. And the professional, someone who's in stack mode, they lock their phone away. For instance, me, I have two phones. One for social media that I post on, then the other one for clients. And the professional locks their phone in a drawer to focus on deep work for at least 3 hours. Okay, put your phone away. After you post, after you promote, after you do what you need to do, put your phone away. Focus on your deep work, focus on building, focus on going forward. And we'll talk about the detox hack here. So to become wealthy, you must make hard work your main source of dopamine. So celebrate the flawless execution of your daily plan, not just the financial result. That's where the whole game is going to change. When you understand that you're going to take a win, okay, whether you financially win during the day or not, okay, you're going to take a W as long as you followed your plan. If you followed your plan, you'll take a W, okay, if God wills. So make sure that you follow your plan, whether it be it on the charts, whether it be it on your posting consistency, whether it be it on your schedule that you set for yourself in order for you to succeed or get to the next level. Follow your plan. Otherwise, you won't get to the next level. If you say you're going to do something, you have to do it. You have to go hard. You have to go hard. If you don't go hard, you're not going to streamline the success the way that you want it to. The success is not going to develop in certain ways that you want it to, and you're going to be frustrated. At night, you're going to be like, dang, I'm not going hard. Why am I not going hard? It's a muscle that you have to train. You have to train yourself to constantly record if that's what you want to do, whether you want to be an artist, whether you want to be a teacher, whether you want to be a coach, okay? Constantly train yourself to always be recording, to always be thinking in a business-like mindset, to always be going forward no matter what happens. That's what's really going to separate the successful people from the unsuccessful people. And you have to break that destructive loop. Any old loops that you have, whether it be you're scrolling, whether it be in a lust cycle, whether you bring an addiction cycle to certain foods you shouldn't be eating or something like that. Okay, you have to break these things in order to go forward. You have to structure your discipline, and the more that you do it, the longer that you do it, the more that muscle inside of your brain is going to be trained. Okay, you have to train that muscle over time. Keep going forward, okay? So, mastering delayed gratification. So we'll talk about the bamboo tree principle here. So a Chinese bamboo tree requires daily watering for 5 consecutive years. During this time, it shows absolutely zero visible growth above the soil, and the roots are expanding underground. You're building your ecosystem. The reason why people are frustrated when they go to work is because they're getting that paycheck every 2 weeks, every week, right? But you notice that it's still not enough because it's hard to build. It's hard to build when you're spending your majority of your time at that job, and then from there you don't have enough time to think, to progress to the next level, because you're sitting at that capped income the whole time. How are you supposed to get to the next level? So it's really, really important that if you're working right now, especially, or if you're coming out of school, or if you're in school right now, you need to be maximizing your time afterward. Otherwise, you're going to stay trapped in the loop, and that's not what I want for you guys. Okay, I want you guys to break free from that. So even if you're not seeing financial gains right now, even if you're not seeing wins right now, understand that you're building the ecosystem. Every hour that you put in studying the markets, studying a piece of code, understanding how AI works, and just getting ready for future you, the more that you focus on future you every single day, the easier and the quicker you'll win today. Okay, I'm telling you. So understand that with the bamboo tree, in the 5th year, it grows 90 feet in 6 weeks. Just absolutely sprouts, goes up. Okay, so sometimes you got to go hard. You might not see everything that you want to see right now, but just keep putting in the hard work. Keep putting in the grind. Keep going hard. So the lesson here, the amateur quits in a year, okay, because they see absolutely no results. The CEO knows that they're building the root system, and wealth compounds invisibly before it compounds visibly. Think of your business as kind of like dominoes, okay? The more that you set up, the more that you set up, the more that you set up, okay? And then boom, you're going to be able to have a nice stream or a nice, cool looking animation, whatever they call them, knock all the dominoes down, because you set up each one. You set up each one. You got to set up each one every single day in order for you to get that ultimate, yeah, that was cool to look at the end of your life, okay? Keep going hard. Keep going hard every single day. So the ultimate trade-off, understand that you have to sacrifice weekend parties. You have to sacrifice leisure for the next couple of years in order to buy back the remaining 40 years of your life. I don't want you guys to be sacrificing your older years, the time that you should be spending with your family, because you didn't go hard when you should have been going hard. So go hard, put everything else to the side, put everything that doesn't involve God, money, your health, or your family, or your loved ones, just put it to the side, okay? It's all nonsense. We got to go forward. We got to go hard. I'm telling you. So we'll talk about the employee paradigm. So the treadmill. If you stop running, the money stops flowing, especially when you want to be a CEO. If you want to call yourself a boss, you want to call yourself a CEO, you're responsible for yourself to eat. You're responsible for your business. Whenever you stop working, your business is starving. It's dying. You have to feed it. You have to go hard. And the more videos that you pump out, the more products that you have out, the more that you have control over the internet, okay? The more that they see you, the more time you're going to be able to have to relax in the future. Okay, so go hard. Go hard. Go as hard as you can every single day. So then in the future, you guys are going to be able to relax. Set a time for yourself. Okay, by this age, I want to be able to chill. So before then, you got to be going extremely hard. So the broken math. So the employee paradigm is built on a fatal question. So time equals money. So because you only have 24 hours in a day, your income has an absolute unbreakable ceiling. You cannot scale a single human body. So your core desire, safety and predictability, okay? Getting that check every 2 weeks, getting that check every week, relax. Become a boss. You're a CEO, okay? You're a CEO. You don't have time to rely on somebody else paying your bills. You pay your bills based off of how hard you're going. So real danger. Having 100% of your income controlled by one boss as a single point of failure. Having your family's reliance of whether or not they're going to eat the next day based off of somebody else's decision or emotions, not safe. Not safe. So I understand that you might not think it's safe to start that business, but it's a lot safer to do that than get punished and get destroyed later and be like, dang, why didn't I start that business? Why wasn't I building on the side? Start building today. Right after you watch this, start building today. Join the Stackmode Academy if you need to. Start learning the skills and let's get started. If you already have a brand and it's not successful right now, then head over to CBO Turbo. So the fix here. So you must fundamentally divorce your physical time from your earning potential. Yes, you can go hard. You have time to reach out to clients and go hard, but you need to be also building an ecosystem in the background that's going to make you money. So whenever you do get a lot of views, you're going to be able to make some money. Streamline everything in a smart way. So the owner paradigm. So building the machine. So the owner does not carry buckets of water. The owner builds a pipeline. They use leverage to multiply their efforts exponentially. Okay. And coding software, okay, works 24/7 and never sleeps. Whenever you make a software, you can constantly sell that. People can constantly subscribe. Whether you make a SaaS product, that stands for software as a service, okay, and then you guys can go ahead and make whatever you like, okay. And media content, whether you're making an animation series, okay, you're going to be able to put that animation series on all types of media platforms, Netflix, Hulu, Tubi, YouTube, etc. And then from there, you can make some money while you're on vacation, while you're sleeping. You need to be making money while you're sleeping. You need to try and get to the point to where you can make as much money as you can while you're asleep. And then you have labor as well too. You can buy back your time by hiring others, or you can cut time by using AI as well, which I teach you in the Stackmode Academy, and which you can access at stackmode.net. And the output, right, as far as your effort. So society praises hard work. Digging a hole with a spoon is hard work, but it pays absolutely $0. Owners are rewarded for value output, not hours logged. So you have to restructure what you're doing. If you're posting for viral content, make sure that you have a website. If you don't have a website, head over to CEO Turbo. I'll design one for you. Let's get one built. Okay. So you have to understand that you can't just post or do things trying to go viral. Streamline your views into a system so that you're not just trying to go viral. They're not just doing commercials for no reason. They want you to actually go to their stores. They already have the physical stores there. So build your underground system, and then from there, you're going to be able to have some dominion on the overhead. Okay, if God wills. So the transition example here. So an employee fitness trainer trains one person for 1 hour, right, for $50. Okay, an owner trainer records a course once, sells it to 1,000 people online while sleeping, and is training people during the day. So not only are they making more money than the employee actively, they're also making that quote unquote passively too. So keep going hard. And that's just because the owner trainer went hard. That's why he's the owner trainer. So you got to go hard. So the investor paradigm, right? So the core truth, if your money isn't making money while you sleep, then you're the one doing all the work. And the ultimate leverage. This is the apex of the wealth pyramid. The investor does not deploy time, and they don't even deploy physical effort. They deploy capital. And the soldier analogy. Every dollar that you own is a little soldier. If you spend it on some designer, right, that's cool sometimes when you get there, okay? But you assassinated your own soldier. You could have put that money into some crypto, into some stocks, into a real estate property, into a car. You have to think progressively. And if you invested into ETF, ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund. It's pretty much a bunch of stocks bundled in once, okay? You send that soldier to a positive war, okay? They're going to go slay all the bad guys, but you have to fight your desires. And it's pretty much a battle of who can fight their flesh the most. Whoever can fight their flesh the most will be successful. You have to remember that. So the mental architecture of a CEO. So the emotional baseline. So a true CEO possesses a neurological fortress. They do not allow external market conditions to dictate their internal state. So you need to have extremely stoic execution. So you must execute your daily habits exactly on the same day. Otherwise, you're going to lose compound effect over time, okay? And process over outcome. Surrender the immediate result to probability. Focus 100% on executing your edge every single day. Be as consistent as you can, and the muscle will build. You're going to get to the point where you're not consistent. Your body's going to be screaming like, hey, you need to be going hard. You need to be consistent. And second order thinking. Amateurs only think one step ahead. CEOs must think at least like 3 steps ahead. You got to be going hard. So first and second order, right? First versus second order. So an amateur, they'll be like, oh, I'll skip the gym to trade an extra hour to make more money. Right? That's the first order. So the CEO, they understand that skipping the gym will raise their cortisol, which causes brain fog, leading to a tilt trade that blows their funded account, for example. Okay. I know, and not everyone plays funded. I don't really watch you guys on fundage, but just an example. Okay. If you just put $10,000 into your live account, then it's going to be the same case there. Okay. Your routine, your structure that works for you, that keeps you happy. Okay. Not every day is going to be smiling and rainbows. Some days is going to be rainy. That's cool. Put that money to the side and make sure you're absolutely praying to God every single day, because some days will be rainy, and that's cool. Go forward, stay strong, and don't let things break you down. For example, I'm sick right now. I'm still trying to record. I'm still trying to go hard. Okay. I want to get this video out. I want to make sure these streams are out. I want to make sure I'm getting as much content for you guys out as possible. I don't want to be wasting my time. I don't want to be wasting my ability to transmute my emotions. Okay. Whatever you're feeling right now. If you're feeling sad, if you're feeling angry, put that into something. Create the biggest product in the entire world. Go hard. The world's waiting on you. Go hard. The fact that we have the ability to transmute our emotions, it's a real beautiful thing. You know, it's a real beautiful thing, and transmute that into positive things that not only does make you happy, that will bring you success. So you're going to be able to feed your family and feed yourself. So wealth doesn't happen by accident. It's the inevitable